Chapter 1052. Lend us some leather horses. We'll herd the sheep. With horses, one person can take care of a large flock of sheep. The others will help you build a stronghold. The influential people among the vagabonds borrowed horses from Guizhian, who came to check the situation. Their horses were young. With horses, they helped each other herd the sheep. The others went to work for the Tang dynasty. When they saw the army of the Tang dynasty arrive, not only did they not offend them, they even taught the children and gave them money. The children's families received money. Even if they lost their children, they could still have an income. Compared to the previous Tubo, the vagabonds were worried that the Tubo would attack again. The children of Tubo were still illiterate. What would they think if they found out that their children were reading? The most likely possibility was that their children would be caught as slaves. So what if they could read? Be my slaves. A group of horses with running injuries and arrow injuries were sent over. They could not be used to charge in battle, but they could be herded. Some of the injured horses were slowly nurtured. Perhaps they could be raised to fight again. The locals knew how to raise horses. They had a lot of horses. The Tubo people wanted to fight, so they borrowed them. Are your horses among the Tubo horses that we caught? Go and recognize them. Guizhian saw a horse that was sent over run to a person and rub its head against the person. He thought of this. Yes, don't be afraid. Let me see where you're hurt. I'll give you good food in the next few days. The horse was about to cry when it went to recognize its master. He touched the horse's mane and examined it carefully. There was a piece of hair missing from the thigh of the horse's right hind leg. There was a suture line there, and the bandage was torn. There was pus and blood on the bandage. Looking at the wound, it was obviously shot by an arrow and then treated. The horse's master pressed on the bandage, and more pus and blood came out. The horse moved in pain and quickly stood up. Can I rub grass ash on it? He asked the winged knights. The winged knights came over to take a look. Use alcohol to rub it and control the horse. It hurts. Change a new bandage and leave a drainage hole in the suture. See if you can ride it. Take care of the ones that can't be ridden. After 10 days or half a month, more things will come and you can share. Then, can we use this method on injured people? The owner of the horse realized the advantage of suturing. It's meant to be used by humans. We don't have many casualties, so we'll treat the horses if they can survive. I've learned it. So? You can't sew it blindly. You have to disinfect it. You don't have a pressure cooker, so you can't cook the thread unless you soak it in alcohol. You can teach us how to sew ourselves when we are injured by wild beasts. I'll teach you in the future. There aren't any wild beasts recently. We'll hunt them down, chase them away, and send their furs back. Can't I stay? We'll do the work and you'll give us the fur. Your processing skills are not good enough. Go back and process them before sending them back. Craftsmanship means how to clean up the fur. Yes, the Li family Zhuangzi's craftsmanship is the best. He can handle a lot at once. The Li family Zhuangzi is a tribe? No, the Li family Zhuangzi is the foundation of the Tang dynasty. We need good technology from the Li family Zhuangzi. You have to protect it well. Don't let anyone snatch it away. Yes, we've been protecting it. The local kept asking. He wanted to know more information from the winged knights. The winged knights were willing to tell him that the local people would become the citizens of the Tang dynasty in the future. The other local people went to the horses. The horses were not tied up and were eating grass with their heads lowered. Whistles and shouts sounded one after another. Some of the horses were eating and suddenly raised their heads. They ignored the grass and ran in the direction of the sound. When they saw their owners, some of the horses ran in circles around them. Some of them rubbed their heads against them. Some of the horses turned sideways and looked at their owners, meaning to come up and take them for a ride. The people who found their horses were happy. The people who shouted for a while but didn't get a response showed sad expressions. They knew that the horses were dead. They probably became food in the stomachs of the soldiers. Wang Juankui organized people and told the people who lost their horses that if there were any injured horses, they could choose them. When they were healed, they would keep their horses. After registration, they asked the others how many horses a person originally had. After checking, they would give the person the same number of horses. The military forces of the Tang dynasty captured many tubo horses and distributed the injured ones to the local people. When the local people's horses were all dead, they quickly went to choose horses. They chose stallions and mares. They also discussed with the others and asked their neighbors to choose a good stallion to breed with their own mares. They would keep the first horse and give the second horse to the neighbor. If we occupy this place, the Tang dynasty won't lack horses in the future. The relay station will be able to send things faster. Guo Zhiyun smiled and said when he saw the local people choosing their favorite horses. They can only give birth to one pony a year at most. 3 years later, the ponies will give birth to ponies again. Why don't we rob them? Rob the Arabs of their horses? Qin Li shook his head. How many years would it take to increase the number of horses? It was too slow. Robbing was too fast. Buying is also fine. You can exchange things with the Arabs and the other side. The Tukashi and Turks are in the way. As Old Monkey spoke, he looked to the northwest where the Arabs, Tukashi, and Turks were. The original way to exchange goods was cut off. Those people were too despicable. When the number of guns is enough, we can get the guns and kill them all. Qin Li comforted Old Monkey. We have to wait until next year. It's too early. When the time comes, do we go back or continue to stay here? Old Monkey couldn't wait to open the way. Zhang Zhongliang, who was beside him, suddenly interjected, "Gun. The gun that Officer Gui used in Songzhou? No, it's worse than that. There's only one gun and it can't be used casually. The other one is also quite useful. It has a longer range than the crossbow." Old Monkey waved his hand. He didn't want Guizi's gun to appear on the battlefield. It was said that the bullets were exchanged with Dongzhu's life. Zhang Zhongliang had never seen it before. Useful? Can it withstand a charge? Can a crossbow withstand a charge? Cavalry is not useful. Dongzhu said that he didn't develop a better flaming hat. This time, it was Qin Li who answered. He had used a new gun before. It had a longer range than the crossbow by a large margin. It needed extra gunpowder to ignite it. It was inconvenient to use it while running on horseback. When he had a better flaming hat, it was not as fast as the crossbow, but it also saved a lot of energy. There were advantages and disadvantages. In a battle in the wild, the cavalry's crossbow was more important. The infantry's spear formation was more powerful. When used to defend and attack a city, it was simply a divine weapon. Even if it was an older child, he could still easily kill the enemy if he was given a gun. It's not as good as the sky monkey. Wang Juankui muttered. The gunpowder of a sky monkey can make tens of thousands of bullets. Of course, the sky monkey is useful. It can fly further and explode a large area. Old Monkey said with an attitude that said, "You don't know the cost of firewood." Who didn't know that the sky monkey was useful? The key was that it had a lot of money. Every explosion was a clanking sound of money. No, it was money. I'll write a letter back and see if I can bring a few to use. Guo Zhiyun thought of an idea. Probably. Dongzhu is willing to let the soldiers at the front line test the results. Qin Li also wanted to try. He could row the boat out of the enemy's crossbow range and shoot from the boat. Chapter 1053. Old Yao, take back 10 sets of these vats and give them to others. Keep one set for yourself, but don't let your 2 sons keep it. At the same time as the Li family Zhuangzi and the front line, Li Yi met Yao Chong and the others. He took out a set of enamel utensils. Several people wanted to laugh, but Yao Chong was the only one with a sullen face. Yesterday, he said that he wanted Li Yi to solve the problem of rust. But today, when he came to discuss other things, Li Yi took it out. This rhythm was too familiar. It seemed that every time Yao Chong said something, Li Yi had already prepared it in advance. Yao Chong thought that he should take oxygen. He couldn't take it anymore and was about to collapse. Was his life so bad? Was he always so unlucky? What's wrong with my son? Yao Chong continued to stare. You contributed a lot to the Tang dynasty, or else I would have dealt with your son. Li Yi was not polite at all. Yao Chong's arrest had nothing to do with corruption, but it was true that his family did not do anything good. Was Wei Zhigu wronged? When he went to inspect Hunan, Yao Chong's son handed him a note to protect the people who took bribes and broke the law. If he protected them, he would let down his majesty and his position. If he didn't protect them, he was worried that Yao Chong would deal with him. He refused and came back to tell his majesty, but was betrayed by his majesty. Wasn't it because Yao Chong was important? Was this something that people would do? Deal with it then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you think this thing will work? Don't take it out and lie to me. Yao Chong's voice was low at first, but he raised it again when he turned around. There are 5 people in the regiment now, and there are also 5 people outside. 1 set for each. Li Yi was not in the mood to talk nonsense. Others will definitely know when they see it. Isn't it just coating the outside of the iron plate? Yao Chong flicked the enamel jar with his finger and discovered the secret. I'll lend you a kiln and you can burn it slowly. Do you know how big the fire is and how long it will take? Li Yi curled his lips. We'll find out eventually, and then you won't be able to sell it for a good price. This thing costs a lot. Yao Chong was still stubborn. He waved the enamel jar in his hand. 10 renminbi. In the future, when you sell it for 10 renminbi, you have to pay 1 renminbi of tax. Li Yi said according to the agreed price. Yao Chong lowered his head and drank the tea in the enamel jar. He didn't say anything. If the price was too low, he wouldn't have enough capital to test a bunch of things. More importantly, he felt that if he sold it so cheaply, Li Yi would make the recipe public in the future, and everyone could burn it. Whoever obtained it first and then kept trying it out would probably burn all the kills before they could even try it out. Do we have to let other people know about the recipe? Lu Youqiu also thought of the same problem. First, I'll burn the military kettle. I'll sell it after I make some money. Other people don't make much profit from producing this thing. Instead of burning porcelain, I'll burn it. I'll take a look at the export side and burn some of it. I'll ask someone to send it to Guangzhou and bring it out. If the people outside accept it, I won't make it public. Li Yi told him his plan. Once it was made public, everyone would burn it. The price would be hard to control. He wanted to burn some patterned ones that were glazed twice or thrice, especially for export. The enamel without any patterns was for the people of the Tang dynasty. He would ask Guangzhou's Department of Shipping to stop them. If they encountered any pure enamel, they wouldn't be allowed to export it. I'm here to ask, what's the use of warships in the Yellow River? Li Riji knew the situation of the enamel and stated his purpose. Warships can only be steamers. We don't have any at the moment. If other ships go there, it will be a hindrance. It will force the Tubo people to take the opportunity to build more boats and rafts at Sister Lake to burn our ships. Li Yi disagreed. It wasn't easy to send the warships over, but they would be targeted by the Tubo people. The Tubo people couldn't build big ships, but they could build rafts. The army had to think of ways to protect the warships. It was putting the cart before the horse. What if the Tubo people build more boats and rafts now? Yao Chong raised his own question. It means they want to take the initiative to attack us from the water. We'll wait. The speed of the ships will be there. Wherever they gather, our people will be there to defend. If there are too many rafts gathered, our ships will go to the middle of the river and shoot the skyscraping monkeys to blow up the people on the shore. Then we'll take the rafts back. Li pondered for a while. He wondered what the rafts would be used for. Obviously, it was to counterattack. The speed of the army on land and the speed of the ships in the river were different. The army could retreat during the day and then go around from a far place. In order to coordinate with the army, the rafts had to move first and keep an eye on the boats. Moreover, it was easy for the ships to go down the Yellow River, but it was difficult to go against the current. It was impossible to use rafts on the Yellow River with bamboo poles. They could only use oars to row slowly. If oars were so easy to use, why would there be boatmen? This was the Yellow River during the rainy season, not the ditch in front of the door. On the west bank of the Yellow River, Zesiko's tent was at the back. He did not dare to set it up at the front. Even the most beautiful and largest tent was not his. There were people going in and out of that tent, looking very busy. He was afraid that if he was exposed, the Tang army's hot air balloons and big kites would fly over with explosives. If he knew the location during the day and flew at night, he would be blown up if he was not careful. At the moment, he was thinking about building a ship and rafts. The tool he was using now was a sheepskin raft. He would use oars to row. He saw Bo Xie's drawing of the ship in the intelligence report, including the general structure. It was not very detailed, so Bo Xie could not dismantle the ship. He rented a ship. When there was no one around, he dragged it to the shore and studied it carefully. The research was almost pushed back into the water. He could not dismantle the ship he rented under Tubo's name. Bo Xie did not have any outside helpers. They were all taken care of. What if he took advantage of the Tang dynasty people stepping on the ship and killed them and seized the ship? There was no concrete evidence before, but now there was evidence to kill him directly. However, Bo Xie gave detailed drawings of other things, such as threshers, mills, and washing machines. In theory, connecting rods were the same. As long as he thought about it, he would know how to build a ship. Zesiko's was thinking. He wanted a ship that could go up and down freely in the Yellow River. He also had sheep on sheepskin rafts. The tribes that came with him brought horses, cows, and sheep. Let them kill the sheep to build rafts? Then after the war, even if they won, they would starve to death. What would they eat when the weather turned cold? Would they expect to eat some highland barley? They could also kill the yaks. They would not eat meat and could not resist the cold. Can the raft be rowed? Tashi Kyuj asked the Qianhu of the tribe he had been in. The Qianhu looked like he had lost his soul. He shook his head. It can't. The raft is too big and the wood is heavy. Most of it is in the water. I don't dare to think about rowing against the current. After that, he returned to his previous dull look. He was sad. Guan Lin's family was gone. According to the description of the people he went to find, there was a secret passage under Guan Lin's house. Obviously, Guan Lin's family was hiding or running away. He had treated his family well. Why didn't they come with him? Who would he look for if he got sick in the future? If he had known that they would run away, he would have caught them and brought them with him. I should take my medicine. Zesiko's suddenly said and yawned. Chapter 1054. The medicine was quickly delivered. Zesiko's didn't feel bitter at all. In fact, he found the bitterness very comfortable. He took small sips of the medicine. His whole body felt warm and he felt like he was floating. Good medicine. You haven't found his family yet? Zesiko's drank a few mouthfuls and enjoyed the taste of the medicine lazily. No, they should be on the other side. They ran away. I was so nice to them. Qianhu's mental state seemed abnormal. Next time, I'll catch them and lock them up. Zesiko's felt that Qianhu was too nice to Guan Lin's family. Sigh. Qianhu couldn't do anything but sigh. He felt that Guan Lin's family was usually nice. Why did they run away at such a critical moment? Guan Lin's family, who were being targeted by the two, was now treating the soldiers. They were doctors, and the old lady was good at using poison. So far, they were the most skilled doctors in the army. Don't be afraid of diarrhea. It's not malaria. Drink this bowl of water. The old lady took the pulse of a non-commissioned officer. Then, she stirred a small amount of opium in the water for him to drink. Opium could be used in large amounts or if one was addicted to it for a long time. It could cure diseases in a short period of time. It could refresh one's mind and relieve pain. It also had many other effects. If one was tired, they would be energized after eating a little. If they couldn't sleep, they would be able to sleep soundly after eating a little. Its effects were better than Li Yi's white and black. Diphenhydramine hydrochloride was missing from the white tablets. The one they ate at night had diphenhydramine hydrochloride. This medicine was an antihistamine. It had similar effects as chlorpheniramine maleate. After eating this, people would feel sleepy. If they were allergic, eating white and black tablets would also work. However, people with alcohol allergies couldn't eat it. There was acetaminophen in it, which was very harmful to the liver. The opium produced by Guan Lin's family was a panacea. Anyway, they would give some to others when they felt uncomfortable. We went back with 2,000 winged knights. Later, people from the 16 guards will come back. I don't know how many of them there are. I brought you the medical books and a scare medicine. Yuan Tuan led a feverish non-commissioned officer over. It wasn't the winged knights. The winged knights had a good physique. Based on their physiques, they either didn't get sick at all, or if they did, it would be a serious illness. Have you taken his temperature? Guan Lin's wife looked at the non-commissioned officer and asked about his temperature first. She didn't know how to do this in the past. Now, the winged knights told her family that they had a thermometer. It was first wrapped in cotton and then covered with a layer of deerskin. Then, it was stuffed into a small bamboo tube. The small bamboo tube was then wrapped with another layer of fur before being placed into a larger bamboo tube. They were exchanged by Li Yi a few years ago. They were still in use, and none of them were damaged. Everyone was very careful. Yes, I did. Previously, it was 39.2 degrees. Now, I'll show it to you. The non-commissioned officer reached into his pocket and handed over the thermometer that was clipped under his armpit. Guan Lin's wife took it from him and adjusted the angle. I'll prescribe you 2 doses of medicine to reduce your internal heat. Boil 4 bowls of water into 1 bowl of water and cover it with a lid. Guan Lin's wife wrote down the prescription. They left behind 1/3 of the medicine, all of which were of the best quality. She took the prescription to her children. The older children would get the medicine while the younger ones supervised the boiling. In the past, it used to boil 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl of water. Why is it 4 bowls now? The non-commissioned officer was doubtful. Some medicines are boiled in 2 bowls and placed somewhere else. This medicine is boiled in 3 bowls. In this place, the temperature is not high enough. It needs to be boiled for a while. Otherwise, you'll have to eat the dregs. Guan Lin's wife explained patiently. If it were the Tubo tribesmen in the past, she would do whatever her husband said. She tried to be patient with her own people. When they were sick, it was just a matter of a sentence. Yes, thank you. The non-commissioned officer took back the thermometer and carefully put it away before handing it to Yuan Tuan. He took the prescription and went to get the medicine. The family of 4 continued to treat patients. They were very happy. The more people there were, the more patients there would be. They sent their prescriptions back to Li Yi. Many books would be sent over, as well as herbs. They could be considered practicing here. When they understood what they were doing, they would no longer be doctors. They would go to Chang and to get a professional title and open their own pharmacy. The non-commissioned officer, who was not feeling well, was very respectful to them. It was not only because they knew medicine. More importantly, they were constantly thinking about returning to the Great Tang. Even the feathered forest flying cavalry couldn't find the secret passage that had been dug. In order to escape, they spent a lot of effort and energy. Their life in Tubo was not bad. The whole tribe took care of them. Even so, their hearts were not in Tubo. Was such a family not worthy of respect? Giddy up! Giddy up! On the road from the northwest to where Longyu provincial governor was, 10,000 cavalrymen were rushing. There were more than 50,000 horses in the whole team. The horses carried their own refined materials and cavalry weapons. The person leading the team was Zhang Xiaosong. He did not stay there. Anyway, no one cared about him. The captives were working. Before the exchange, they worked hard to earn back their own food money. The extra income belonged to the few parties. The captives were digging stones, building kilns, mining coal, iron ore, and preparing to burn cement and pottery. Li Yi announced the manufacturing method of the cement kiln. Zhang Xiaosong told the others to hurry up and build it. In the future, it would be more convenient to build a city and burn pottery. What's more, the local coal mines and iron ore mines were sent along. These were free. There were so many captives to work. As for mining and kilning, what was a mask? Did the captives need it? First, use ordinary coal to burn a big pot. Then, wash the coal inside. After washing the coal, make coking. The whole set of techniques was available. Try it out. Zhang Xiaosong arranged everything. Everyone trusted him. He turned around and led the team to send horses to Longyu. The bad horses were left in the local area to be used for transportation and riding. The good horses were sent to Longyu to increase mobility. He brought 10,000 soldiers not only to send horses, but also to fight. The Anshi Jidushi filled in the gaps of the dead soldiers. He didn't ask for a hot air balloon. He only brought dozens of binoculars. Everything was waiting to be used. If you trust me, I will give you peace. Zhang Xiaosong didn't take a carriage. There were no carriages at all. They were all cavalry. He muttered. He didn't receive any punishment when he fought before. This year, he fought again. His contribution was too great. Chang and still didn't change. He could do whatever he wanted. He didn't know that Li Yi promised that if he rebelled, Li Yi would personally come to deal with him. He thought that His Majesty and Li Dongzhu trusted him. What else could he say? Kill with the troops. The truth was that Li Longji trusted Li Yi. Anyway, if there was a problem, Li Yi would take action. If Li Yi wanted, who could live until dawn? Tubo's Zanpu was also killed by Li Yi, regardless of how many people there were to protect him. Li Yi trusted Zhang Xiaosong. In history, after Zhang Xiaosong was demoted, he moved to the Biting Protectorate. In lesser valor, he taught Tubo a lesson. Then, he moved to the Anshi Protectorate as the deputy protector and not the Jidushi. Then, when there was a problem in Taiyuan, he ran to Taiyuan to become the Taiyuan magistrate. He rose and fell, and finally died in office. He had never betrayed anyone. Anyway, wherever there was a problem, he would be sent there. Chapter 1055. The 10,000 cavalrymen were all excited as they were about to fight another battle. As long as they were careful, they would be scheming against the enemy. It was not important if they were called shameless by the captives. They could even say thank you. All was fair in war. Was it wrong to sneak up on you? Report, a hot air balloon is ahead. They are signaling us to pick them up. They are flying off course and can't go back. Just as Zhang Xiaosong was thinking about how to repay His Majesty and the Great Tang, a few of the faster scouts ran back. Zhang Xiaosong looked through his binoculars. Sure enough, a hot air balloon was descending and the rope was thrown down for the people below to grab. The people on the hot air balloon were constantly signaling that they were running out of fuel and that they should hurry up. Otherwise, they would fall directly and they would not be able to bring the balloon back. Go to a battalion and follow them. Zhang Xiaosong ordered. 100 people rushed out. A normal battalion would have 150 people. Zhang Xiaosong learned from the Winged Knights. A battalion with 100 people was like this. They adjusted the direction of their horses and followed the hot air balloon. They grabbed the rope and slowly slowed down. The people on the hot air balloon controlled the flame. The hot air balloon descended bit by bit. 2 of the 3 people on the hot air balloon jumped to the ground first while the other continued to adjust the flame. When the hot air balloon landed, he squatted down. "Thank you. We are the soldiers of Longyu Jidushi. We were practicing the hot air balloon. The wind was not good, so we deviated and couldn't go back." The leader of the group explained the reason. The person helping to tidy up the hot air balloon laughed. "It's obvious that you made a mistake. You didn't find the airflow layer. The wind is not a person. It's still blowing. Yes, I've flown twice. This time, the wind was strong and I panicked." The leader of the group was not embarrassed when he was seen through. He smiled and scratched his head. "You go ahead first. We will tidy up the hot air balloon. Ride the horses. The team will not wait for you." The person tidying up the hot air balloon did not want to say anything more. "Thank you. Let's go. Get on the horses. Who is your general?" "Inspector Zhang." "Oh my god, he brought another 10,000 cavalrymen here. Zasika's is finished." The leader of the group said and took 2 of his men to catch up with the main group. Not long after, they caught up. Someone came over to verify their identities. After checking their horses, they changed horses and continued forward. "How's the situation up ahead?" Zhang Shaosong turned his head and asked as he rode his horse at a normal speed. "Before we came out, we sent back a message saying that we are facing each other across the river. Our side is building a stronghold, and Tubo is also building one. Behind us, we are training hot air balloons in preparation for a surprise attack. Are there many casualties?" "Not many. We have hot air balloons, explosive packs, and skyscraping monkeys. Let's just open fire." Zasika's escaped with less than 300 people. He has integrated the 1,000 households of the other clans, but his total military strength is still not as great as ours. Later, 10,000 winged knights arrived with 4,000 sky-cracker monkeys. Both sides were looking for each other's weak points. We had hot air balloons and binoculars, so we had the advantage. The winged knights didn't cross the river. More than 10,000 people. The commander of the winged knights is called Qinli. He prioritizes stability. I heard that he is waiting for logistics and your horses. Good, stability is good. Zhang Shaosong thought for a while and gave a 3-word evaluation. He knew that the winged knights were not afraid of death. They were not the kind of imperial city soldiers. According to the information sent over, the winged knights sent out 1,000 people to accept Tubo's challenge. They defeated them in one go, and it was a great victory. Zhang Shaosong began to think about tactics and how to coordinate. He needed weapons. He also dared to fight. The 10,000 elite cavalry could fight to the death at any time. However, why would they fight the enemy in close combat? If they were fighting in close combat, why would they build bows and crossbows? There was also no need to repair the city walls. The catapults were weak, but whoever rode a horse was not a man. Everyone did not use anything. They fought naked, waving their fists and biting their teeth. How many explosive packs and skyscraping monkeys do Longyu have? Zhang Shaosong asked again. No, they were all sent to the front. We used other things as explosives to practice. I was practicing flying, but I missed. Damn, I made a mistake in my command. I should have pulled the balloon higher instead of reducing the fire because I was afraid of the wind. Fortunately, we met you. Otherwise, how could the 3 of us bring the hot air balloon back? The balloon captain was annoyed. He made a mistake and could not adjust it. Next time we encounter a similar situation, burn the hot air balloon, smash the torch and bury it. Bury it further away. When you bury it, try to shovel the grass as much as possible at night. When you dig again, the grass will fall. No one will be able to tell. Zhang Xiaosong gave an idea. Army God, as expected of the army god. We will remember. I just can't bear to part with it. I heard it costs a lot. Money? You guys are the most expensive. A person who can operate a hot air balloon and find a chance to come back is worth more than a hot air balloon. Zhang Xiaosong never cared about things. He only cared about people. He was able to lead 10,000 soldiers to break through 100 cities, slaughter 3 cities, and force the enemy into the mountains. He relied on people. Was it necessary to say whether an elite horseman was worth more or a horse was worth more? The soldiers in the hot air balloon were released as they wished. Even if they did not meet their own team, they would still land on the land of the Tang dynasty normally. This meant that the 3 of them were constantly adjusting after they made a mistake. They just did not have enough fuel, but it did not mean that they could not fly back. It depended on how much fuel they had. The balloon captain was excited. His 2 subordinates also puffed out their chests and quickly adjusted their posture to match the horse's movement. Tell me the general direction. We will go directly to the front. Or you can lead the way. Can you still hold on? Zhang Xiaosong thought of a tactic. They had to be fast and go directly. Don't waste time. Brother, ask Inspector Zhang to see our riding skills. The balloon captain turned his head and asked his 2 subordinates. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them wrapped the ropes of the stirrups around their ankles at the same time. Their butts left the horse's back, their bodies leaned forward and shook the reins. The 3 horses rushed out with a whoosh. The 3 of them rose and fell on the horse's back, moving with the rhythm of the horses. Inspector, men and horses as one. Elite. The young general next to him rode forward, letting the best soldiers operate the hot air balloon. Zhang Zhongliang is also very capable. Zhang Xiaosong smiled. After rushing for a few hundred steps, the stirrups fell down with a shake of their ankles. The horses slowed down. The 3 horses snorted happily. They had been running comfortably just now, so they knew that the people riding on them were very powerful. Zhang Xiaosong urged his horse to catch up. Don't you want to show your reining skills? I can't bear to hurt the horse. The balloon captain touched the horse's neck and slowly massaged it. Many people who had just learned to ride would think that the horse's front hooves were raised high and looked cool. The last thing a real cavalryman wanted to do was to rein in the horse urgently. Let's go to the front. I want to see Qinli. Zhang Xiaosong gave the 3 of them an admiring look. The group continued to move forward. In the evening, they saw the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaosong was about to follow the 3 of them to the front when he suddenly stopped. There were 4 boats going against the current downstream of the Yellow River. That speed, propellers? The information mentioned propellers. Stop them and ask them what they are carrying. When Zhang Xiaosong saw the speed of the boats, he was surprised. Fast, it was indeed fast. It was at least 5 times faster than the boats he had seen going against the current on the Yellow River. What he saw was a sheepskin raft, the kind that was rowed one after another. In fact, this propeller's boat was not 5 times faster. The water behind the boat was splashing. Chapter 1056. A ship with 120 sky monkeys. And food? Medical supplies? Zhang Xiaosong quickly learned of the situation. He looked at the resting winged knights and calculated in his mind. The winged knights had only gotten into the water after several ships had set off, but they had overtaken one ship after another and arrived before the others. The speed of the ships was one factor, but the other was that they were physically fit. After thinking for a while, he approached the resting winged knights. Let's discuss something. Give me your things. I have a use for them. Give us a receipt. We want to report back. The leader of the winged knights agreed. He could refuse. The winged knights were not under anyone other than the emperor. Zhang Xiaosong did not expect things to go so smoothly. Aren't you going to ask me what I want them for? What can you, Zhang Shaosong, do? Of course, we'll go around the Yellow River and launch a sneak attack. 50,000 good horses and 10,000 elite cavalry. No one can stop us. The leader laughed. It was just a tactic. If he was in charge, he would also launch a sneak attack. This was an unexpected army. They were supposed to send horses, but in the end, they sent 10,000 elite cavalry. Neither side knew. The leader of the Winged Knights believed that if Tubo knew that Zhang Shaosong had brought 10,000 elite cavalry, he would be so scared that he would not be able to eat or sleep well. Zhang Shaosong looked at him. I heard that the Winged Knights are all good at tactics. It seems that it is true. If you give me the things, how are you going to explain it to Guijian? Who does the Winged Knights need to explain it to? Li Dongzhu ordered us to deliver the things to the front line, but he did not specify a specific person. Even if he specifies who to give it to, it is up to us. We can just go back and play with Li Dongzhu. The leader curled his lips. The others trembled and looked at him with that expression. Are you crazy? If you want to give it to him, then give it to him. Li Dongzhu will not say anything. Why are you talking so much? We'll report it to Li Dongzhu ourselves when we get back. Otherwise, we'll let someone else spread the news. We'll accompany you to play with Li Dongzhu. The clerk began to count the items and wrote a receipt. Zhang Shaosong stamped it. The Winged Knights returned to the boat and changed directions. Then, someone else stepped on the boat. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the future, the Inland River Navy will use propeller boats. The inland river is ours. Zhang Shaosong looked through his binoculars. He found that the speed of the boat was faster than that of a person running. Going with the current was similar to running with a normal horse. As for countercurrent, even though it was slower than humans, it could carry more cargo. One person running while carrying a few dozen kilograms of weight would not be able to last for too long. Therefore, the boat changed people to pedal and maintained a high speed throughout. He turned his head and looked at the 3 hot air balloon soldiers. You guys come with me. It just so happens that the Winged Knights have diesel. The 3 of them looked at each other, and the leader nodded. Got it. Send a few people back to inform me. A group of cavalrymen went out to report. Zhang Shaosong gave the order to change directions. He did not want to send the horses. He wanted to fight and be a surprise troop. The rockets were tied to the side of the horse. There was no wooden frame, but it did not matter. The rockets could be fired from the horse's back. When will the weather cool down? It's stuffy and stuffy. It's drizzling in the morning. It's better if there's no rain. With water, it's like a steamer. Baigu looked at the clock on the wall. It was 10:00 in the morning. The pendulum was moving. Click, click, click. In his office, the person who was pedaling the fan raised his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. He lowered his head and did not make a sound. He continued to pedal at the same frequency. Baigu was old. In the past, he did not have good conditions. He could only put an ice basin in his office. When someone else fanned the fan, the wind would blow again and again, delaying his work. Fortunately, there was a human-powered fan. In front of the fan, there was an ice basin. It faced the wall and cooled the whole room. The person who was pedaling the fan was more tired. It was the eunuch. The eunuch was actually very willing to pedal the fan in the office. Otherwise, when he was outside, a young eunuch like him would be ordered to run around. One moment he was outside, the next he was carrying things. Not only would he sweat, but he would also be punished for doing something wrong. Baigu asked him to work. They agreed that he would change every half an hour, but the eunuch insisted on pedaling the fan all the time. It was like riding a bicycle. There was iced sour plum soup to drink. When he wanted to go to the toilet, he could just say it. Baigu always took things from Li Yi and gave them to the eunuch. The eunuch had a family who lived in the south of the city. It was far away. In the past, he did not have a good life. He had a brother who was 5 years older than him and twin sisters who were 3 years older than him. When he was young, he played by himself and accidentally encountered a landslide. Rocks fell down and his penis was damaged. He found someone to treat it. He had a fever for a few days and survived. His family took out all the money they had saved and found a way for him to enter the palace. People in the east of Jiangnan, which was the mountainous area of Fujian. Last year, he wrote a letter back to ask his family to go to Chang'an. He had saved some money. Originally, his 2 sisters wanted to give it to a random family in exchange for some money for his brother to marry a wife. There was a family in the neighboring village who had 2 horses. His son was so, but he was not very intelligent. If one of them married, his brother would have the money to marry a wife. His letter was delivered at the critical moment. That letter left for a few months. The family sold their house and a few mu of land and rushed to Chang'an. It was a good time to be allocated a house. They did not have to pay rent for the first month. He spent all the money he had saved and bought the house. It was a 2-story house with a courtyard. The family of 5 had jobs. He put all his attention on his brother. His sister was not in a hurry. He hoped that his brother would marry his sister-in-law and have a few more boys for him. Yesterday, Baigu gave him a small jar of chili sauce. He sold it and saved the money. It was a lot of money. If it was in the old place, it would be enough for his brother to marry a wife. However, everything in the capital was expensive. A wife was also expensive. He still had to save. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Xiaofu, it's almost noon. Go and eat. There are jars in the hall outside. One of them can hold 5 caddies of sesame oil. Take it with you when you leave. After Baigu complained about the weather, he saw that the little eunuch was tired. He could not bear it and gave him 5 caddies of sesame oil. He knew the situation of the little eunuch's family. It was not easy for the common people to live. Thank you, Prime Minister Fu. Xiaofu was very grateful. He could sell the sesame oil to save money. He did not dare to sell it to his family. What if he was bullied? He was a little eunuch in the palace. But when he went out, his status was different. Don't you think Xiao Yi is difficult to understand? Baigu was bored and talked to the little eunuch. Li Dongzhu is a good person. The little eunuch replied. What else could he say? The instant noodles that he asked someone to send to the Qingnan family were given by Li Yi. He was reluctant to eat it and took it back to his parents. Sometimes he is very bad. You don't know. He calculates people. Baigu mumbled. The little eunuch pretended not to hear. Anyway, he did not scheme against him. He was not worth being schemed against. Today, he said that he would give this old man an extra income of 30 million. Now I am short by 2/3. Baigu said. I think he can give it. I heard that the place where the surrendered families are settled has a good harvest. Li Dongzhu has saved countless people. The little eunuch looked up and spoke up for Li Yi. You have all been bribed by him. Baigu was puzzled. Why did no one say anything bad about Li Yi? Didn't he just give you some things? The little eunuch quickly lowered his head and did not say anything. Chapter 1057. Pick them up and don't miss them. This year's first batch of rice belongs to us. Immediately soak the soil and prepare to plant the second batch. In the same province, the adults and children had finished harvesting the indica rice and started to pick up the ears of rice. Tomorrow, they would plow the soil, and soak it with manure. All the surrendered households added up to more than 300,000 people. More surrendered households arrived one after another. Each time, there were thousands and tens of thousands. The mountainous area that Li Yi contracted was settled down and turned into terraced fields. They farmed together and did manual labor. Their days were stable and they even paid back the money that they owed Li Yi. Those who were still in high school were working hard. They wanted to own their own land and houses. Li Yi did not rent the first batch of rice to the surrendered households, giving them hope. Following that, they planted another batch of indica rice. They plowed the previous rice stubble and applied manure directly. After 50 days of harvesting, they changed to planting radishes. They ate radishes in winter or exchanged radishes for other vegetables. They also raised chickens, ducks, and pigs. Some surrendered households came early. When the pigs grew up, they could be killed in winter. Those who came late were raised again. They fermented rice stubble and fed to the pigs. If the conditions were good enough, they would be raised until they grew up. If they could not afford to feed them in winter, they would sell half-grown pigs. Of course, they would sell them to the Li family Zhuangzi. The price was higher. The second batch of indica rice and the radishes after that had to be paid. The person who shouted was the newly elected leader. Those who had high status in the past were sent to study. The main purpose was to enjoy life. Those people were gathered in one place and lived well. They were also allowed to find additional women. Someone taught them 2 lessons a day. Each lesson lasted for more than an hour, which was 90 minutes. 4 days of classes and 1 day of rest. After a lesson, it seemed that the duration was not short, but there was not much content. As for those who could not enjoy special treatment, there were also lessons for them. There was a lot of content. Based on the results of the exam, they would be given the position of leader for half a year. If they did not do well in the exam, they would be replaced in the second half of the year. Li Yi's plan was very effective. The surrendered households competed with each other. In their eyes, they did not feel that anyone should be above them. Everyone had the same opportunity. Li Yi had already planned to send the people from the study class back to work after the new year. As for status, the people from the Western Agricultural Temple were recording the production and recording the operation. It turned out that the rice stubble was directly dug out and combed with manure. At the same time, other mineral fertilizers were prepared. According to this operation, after tomorrow, the farmers would be familiar with it, and they would be able to plant 3 batches of indica rice and 1 batch of vegetables in the greenhouse. He wouldn't be able to learn it in a normal place. There wasn't enough fertilizer to chase after it. Of course, planting 2 batches of indica rice and 1 batch of other things could guarantee success. The key was labor and fertilization. Even if there was a new crop of crops every 2 years, the people were still satisfied. The families who surrendered were very enthusiastic. The adults and children learned to speak the Tang dynasty language and recognized the characters of the Tang dynasty. The teacher would definitely mention Li Dongzhu several times in every class. What did Li Dongzhu say? What did Li Dongzhu research? Li Dongzhu, up until now, the surrendered families only felt that Li Dongzhu was omnipotent. Anything that God could not do, Li Dongzhu could do. In addition to mentioning Li Dongzhu, they also mentioned His Majesty. What did His Majesty instruct Li Dongzhu to do? How much money did His Majesty make? His Majesty took out money to give to the people. His Majesty wanted to see everyone. His Majesty, every day, in class, the surrendered families' minds were filled with His Majesty and Li Dongzhu. In addition, the children went to school and had snacks to eat. The surrendered families had long forgotten about the tribal leaders. It would be best if those people never came back. Brother E, at this rate, more than 400,000 surrendered families will settle down in this mountainous area this year. Li Chengqi came again. He had been too busy recently. This morning, dried conch, dried razor clam, and dried clams were shipped from Dengzhou. When he arranged for people to select and classify, he ran to the Li family Zhuangzi and asked Li Yi to write about it in the newspaper. At the same time, he gave Li Yi all kinds of dried seafood to eat. There were only about 100 caddies of fresh seafood, and they were frozen. The frozen seafood delivered from the local area was 3,000 caddies. Li Qingqi left 1,000 caddies for everyone to share and sold 2,000 caddies. There was no need to write about the seafood in the newspaper. Not everyone was qualified to buy it. Those who were qualified to buy it would spend a lot of money and owe a favor. If they felt that it was expensive and not worth owing a favor, they would try to get the frozen seafood themselves. Now, the two of them were eating the spicy conch personally made by Li Yi and drinking rice wine. After this meal, Li Yi returned with a few caddies of seafood. He would continue to freeze the seafood for the night and eat it tomorrow. The rest were all distributed. The elderly and children ate a mouthful, and 5 caddies were sent to Wangxing. Seafood with shells took up a lot of weight. 100 caddies was not much. Didn't you make canned food soaked in oil? That's better than seafood, and the price is not low either. Li Yi ate a conch and picked up the bowl of wine. Yes, but I didn't send it to you. You can soak it dry and eat it. We will sell the canned food. It's amazing to use a canned food to stew. Li Qingqi drank a big mouthful of iced rice wine and took a bite of garlic. Li Yi drew a picture in his mind. What would a canned seafood stew taste like? Stewed vegetables? Stewed meat? Shouldn't that be eaten directly? If it's stewed, why not stewed dried seafood? As if he knew what Li Yi was thinking, Li Qingqi grabbed a conch and said, "There's oil in it. The main thing is to eat that oil. It's fresh and fragrant. Why didn't I notice it?" This year, we chose a group of people to go to the places where the tribes have not surrendered. More than 90,000 people survived the winter. Every winter, people would freeze to death. None of them froze to death directly. Even the sick elderly and children were treated. Only 131 elderly and 24 children died. The base number of 90,000 people was not something they dared to imagine in the past. How many of those who did not surrender last year died? Not to mention 90,000 people, the number of deaths from 10,000 people is more than this. Li Yi was clear about the current situation of the people living on the grassland. Out of 10,000 people, more than 2,000 were born in a year. If there was no war, the elderly, adults, and children would die in accidents. In total, 400 to 500 people would die. Most of them died in winter. If there was a heavy snowfall and extreme cold, some elderly people would get some dried meat and then be left in the snow. In all tribes, there was no paralyzed person who could survive the winter, unless they were the chief's family. Sometimes, even if the young people could not make up their minds to leave their parents in the snow, the old people would sneak out by themselves. Of course, it was not necessarily sneaky. Maybe the young people would wake up at night and just pretend that they did not know. The families who surrendered had been publicized. Those who did not want to surrender had nothing to say after seeing the death rate of the families. They just hurried over. Many people had died last year. Would so many people continue to die this winter? In the Tang dynasty, there were actually heatable Kong beds and all kinds of furniture to provide food and medicine. Go. Borrow things first and return them slowly. Pay the rent. When the time came, the land and the house would belong to you. You would no longer have to leave your family members in the snow, let alone hold a child who would die in less than a month. Go to the Tang dynasty and find Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu had a lot of money, endless food and meat, and so many life-saving medicines. Therefore, the number of families who surrendered increased. Li Qingqi felt pressured, but Li Yi was not afraid. He could make arrangements and was not afraid of more people. Chapter 1058. I'm just worried that the space is not enough. They can send another 400,000. Li Qingqi rubbed his eyes. Just now, he insisted on eating the chili in the spicy conch. Li Yi used green chili to color the conch. It was most suitable to be made into pickled vegetables, the very salty kind. He would bite a little each time. He would not pick it up and throw it into his mouth. Li Yi was also sweating when he ate it like that. I can still arrange another 4 million. The Tang dynasty has a lot of land. We can provide them with food once and they will have their own production later. Li found that the needs of the people in the current era were too low. They did not want democracy, freedom, or the right to vote. The biggest goal was to have enough to eat. Then, they would have water to drink in summer and sleep in winter. They would not freeze to death. For the tribes of the Tiela 10 families, the stove was even better than the heating and air conditioning in Li Yi's time. They did not ask for the comfortable temperature in the house to be kept at 25 or 26 degrees in winter. They also did not need the heating in the north to be at least 18 degrees. It was impossible as long as the house did not freeze at night. It was fine as long as the quilt was warm. The house did not freeze at night in winter. Even Li Yi could not do it in the north in the 80s and 90s. The stove was not heated all the time. A basin of water was placed on the floor of the house. When one woke up the next morning, the basin was filled with ice. There was a big water tank next to the stove in the kitchen. In the morning, one would use a ladle to break the ice first. The top layer of ice would be broken down and then the water would be melted. It could only freeze at 0 degrees. The mixture of ice and water was 0 degrees. For the people who lived on the stove, the temperature in the house would be below 0 after night. The quilt would be warm. Getting up and putting on clothes at this time, what was needed was to pull the clothes into the quilt, cover them, and then put on the clothes. Of course, one could also take a deep breath, lift the quilt, and quickly put on the clothes. The clothes would be cold. After a few minutes, they would be warm. The challenge of ice and water was pure nonsense for the northerners in Li Yi's time. It was just getting up in the morning and putting on clothes. The Tiela 10 families pursued this. It was their dream. Their normal winter life was to sleep together at night. In the morning, they would burn the cow dung and hay and set up a clay pot to cook. Then he went out to take care of the sheep and the stables. He sang when he let the sheep out, hoping that spring would come soon. If someone didn't wake up in the morning, they wouldn't feel too sad. After burying them, they would continue with their lives. Life had to go on. Li Qingqi didn't know what Li Yi was thinking, but he was still worried. Is it easier to govern with more people? People only have faith when they are weak. No matter what they believe in, it is always something to look forward to. Powerful people and forces could become the faith of others. For example, the Li family Zhuangzi is the religion of the people of the capital. Li Yi explained the needs of the people from another perspective, the spiritual ones. You and the three, all 3 places. I'm in charge of the 6 Li village in the west, the area in the south, and the winged knights in the north. At the very least, someone would set up a memorial tablet for you and His Majesty. Especially in the summer, they would burn incense for you every day. Do you want the 10 families of Tiela to change their beliefs and believe in the Li family Zhuangzi and His Majesty? Li Qingqi almost spilled the beans. After changing his words, he wanted to laugh when he talked about burning incense. Nowadays, the people of the capital just fooled around by burning incense. After burning the mosquito coils, they would take them back to their houses. Li laughed directly. If it weren't for me, they would be more sincere when they burn incense for His Majesty. My Li family Zhuangzi is not that sacred. I'm always by their side, so they have a habit of burning incense for my memorial tablet. Burning good incense is expensive, so I have to change it to mosquito coils, which can also be used to drive away mosquitoes. If they don't burn incense, they will feel that something is missing. Life should always be a little ritualistic, right? No, if someone speaks ill of you and they hear it, the result will definitely be terrible. It's normal to be beaten up in Chang'an. What I'm most afraid of is that someone enters the capital's village and stays there to speak ill of you. Li Qingqi shook his head. He didn't think the people were joking. The reason why the people burned the mosquito coils was because they were close to him. They all knew that Li Yi was young and it was still early for him to live forever. It was enough to look at the memorial tablet every day and think about Li Yi. What's the use of incense? The difference could be seen when Li Yi's car went out. The people automatically made way for him and looked at the people around them to see if anyone was plotting against him. They were not respectful because they treated Li Yi as their family. They wondered what kind of things Xiao Yi and Brother Yi had to worry about. If it was Song Jing who went out alone, the people would move aside when they saw him. Hey! Zaifu came out and quickly moved aside. Don't bump into him. However, it was said that last time, a group of Zaifu and former Zaifu were waiting for a blind man to pass by. Su Yi even helped him up personally. The people's impression of the Zaifu and Zaifu changed. Thinking of this, Li Chengqi asked Li Yi, "Do you know what happened when the Zaifu and Zaifu went to Bai Gu's house for dinner?" "Yes, old Bai even wrote me a letter." "That letter?" Li Yi paused. Qing Song jumped out and ran back not long after. He handed the letter to Li Chengqi. Li Chengqi opened the letter and saw a limerick written inside. "Poor and destitute friends invite me to a straw hut, but when I meet a blind man, I don't know how to be alone. Many passers-by stop and wait for me, walking and supporting me. I'm filled with sorrow on the way home, unable to calm my heart and gather friends. Between cups, I speak of the matter. How can I comfort the common people by gifting 9 pots? Bai Gu is asking for credit from you. There are many similar matters. Isn't he just a Zaifu? Why is there a need to mention gifting? And gifting 9 pots? Shouldn't it be a wine pot? Why do you use quotation marks?" Li Chengqi looked at him with disdain. 1 pot of wine is fine, but he asked for 9 pots. How many people were there that day? I gave out nearly 100 caddies of 3-year-old wine. How many years has it been since I joined the Li family Zhuangzi? Li Yi felt that his elder brother was too naive. I thought this 9 was the 9 above the 9 heavens. Yes, Bai Gu is now the Minister of Revenue. He can just say the number. How can it be 100? Li Chengqi paused at this point. He finally remembered why he used quotation marks for birth. He had learned punctuation. Birth was ascending, wasn't it? There were 10 people that day, and each person had 9 liters. Wasn't that nearly 100 caddies? Li Yi nodded. Yes, 1 liter was 600 milliliters, referring to water. There was alcohol in wine, and the density was different. It depended on the ratio of alcohol. 1 caddy was 660 grams. According to this ratio, the wine he gave out should be 540 liters. In theory, he should give out about 80 caddies of wine. In fact, he gave out 99 caddies. It's been hard on you, Brother Yi. Li Chengqi understood everything. You guys helped a person, made way, and asked my brother Yi for good wine. Are you guys so poor that you went crazy? It was Bai Gu last time, right? When he went to Yao Chang's house for dinner, he wrote a letter to his brother Yi. Brother Yi sent some dishes and dumplings. Brother Yi, next time you write, ask them for things. Li Chengqi suggested. I don't dare. I'm afraid that they will boycott the court and say that they are going to pick some wormwood to exchange for money to buy things for me. Brother, do you think they will do something like that? Li shook his head and waved his hand. He was scared. He was scared to death. Li Chengqi couldn't help but laugh, ha ha ha. They can do it to others, but to you, nothing is impossible. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1059. I'll heat it up. Li Yi carried the conch to the pot gloomily. Previously, it was done after boiling and stir-frying. Now that it was cold, he needed to fry it with oil. It would take more than 10 seconds, and it would be hard to chew. Li Chengqi followed him. He was willing to watch Li Yi cook. He was very serious, and his movements were coordinated. Most importantly, the dishes he cooked were delicious. Okay, let's not talk when we go back. Let's eat first. Li Yi carried the plate. Fry a few more skewers of braised pork for me. I don't want those stir-fried ones. Li Chengqi saw a child eating braised pork. The stir-fried braised pork he was referring to was black braised pork. Li Yi's braised pork was from Bin City, Hebei, and other places. It was different. The starch and ingredients used were different. Normally, the braised pork made by his family was black braised pork. The so-called black was not really black. It was opaque and dark in color. However, the Northeast was not considered Bin City. It referred to the braised pork in the north of Liaoning province. It was produced by a sausage factory. The braised pork was whiter. It was blended with the leftovers used to make sausages. Li family Zhuangzi made sausages. There were several types of braised pork. The ones that were fried were the leftovers of sausages. Li Yi did not discriminate because he used to sell sausages in many places. Who discriminated against who? However, he preferred the braised pork made with the leftovers of sausages in Harbin. When he was young, it cost a few cents per catty. Later, it cost more than 10 cents, 20 cents. 1 yuan and 20 cents. They had experienced more expensive times. It was already in the Tang dynasty. It referred to the wholesale price. He usually bought barbecued pork and never ordered braised pork or tofu skin. Because braised pork cost more than 1 yuan per catty and tofu skin cost less than 3 yuan per catty, he would buy it at the farmer's market. 1 catty of braised pork could be sold for more than 30 yuan, and 1 catty of tofu skin could be sold for more than 40 yuan. He would eat meat skewers. There were many types of meat skewers. One type was wire skewers. There were 200 skewers per catty and could only be deep-fried. After deep frying, the meat would become bigger. One type was 40 skewers per catty and another type was 20 skewers per catty. Later, it became 30 skewers per catty of meat. The roasted pork looked smaller, and the fried pork looked bigger. To put it bluntly, fried meat looked bigger than roasted meat. When he was cooking, he watched the chef make the meat transparent and cut it into shreds that were only a few times thicker than a strand of hair. He used starch and cooking wine to grab the shreds, then placed them in the oil pan and slid them open. They immediately became bigger. Roasting is shrinking, and frying is expanding. Li Yi fried braised beans and small meat skewers for Li Qingqi. He didn't have so many thin iron wires for binding, so he used thin bamboo skewers to thread them. Brother Yi, why are the meat skewers in Zhuangzi so small? Li Qingqi looked at the skewers and felt that it was not satisfying. Small skewers taste the seasoning, while large skewers taste the freshness and tenderness of the meat. Children are the most sensitive to taste and are more willing to eat taste than large pieces of meat. In theory, children shouldn't be exposed to too many strong smells too early, as that would make them picky eaters. In fact, as people grew up, they would accept things that they didn't like to eat before. The texture and taste didn't change. What changed was the angle from which people tasted it. Just like the Tang dynasty's imperial court, they can't deny the overall contribution of the Tang dynasty just because of a small problem in a certain area. At the same time, they can't ignore small areas just because they want to protect the reputation of the Tang dynasty. In the eyes of the people, what they see is like a lump on our skin. Our whole face is good, but if there's a lump on our skin, who can ignore it? Li Yi talked about politics and common sense along with the topic of children eating skewers. All major diseases developed from minor diseases. It was just that people ignored them when they were suffering from minor diseases and only paid attention to them when they were suffering from major diseases. When the body had a minor disease, the most terrible thing was that they didn't want to admit it and didn't allow others to mention it. This was the case for people, and it was the same for countries. When the epidemic appeared, they lied to themselves again and again and asked others to lie with them. In the end, they still lied. The emperor's new clothes. We can't just look at the surface and ignore the point, right? Li Qingqi understood. The rot of a fruit always starts from a point. A person's illness also starts from a small part. This belongs to the dialectical materialism. For example, the blind man feels the elephant. This is called covering the surface with a point. And it's another saying that one can tell the age of a person by seeing a leaf fall. For the whole Tang dynasty, the bad thing is the point. You can't ignore the point just because the Tang dynasty is good as a whole. If you don't get rid of the point, the Tang dynasty will be finished. So many problems still exist even though people are shouting about the Kaiyuan era. In the end, this era is just a castle in the air. You have to solve the problem, even if the problem is small, but you can't solve the person who raised the problem. Li Yi said earnestly. He knew the situation the Tang dynasty was facing now. The capital office and the Hunan government would work together to change, but other places further away were still in chaos. To put it bluntly, there was no census, so it couldn't be implemented. The census was not as good as the Sui dynasty. The reason was that the Tang dynasty couldn't do a census for so many years. When Li Yuan got the position of emperor, the root of the disaster was already buried. What was more wrong was that he didn't directly pass the position of crown prince to Li Shimin, who had military power. Since then, there was the Xuanwu Gate again and again, and the harem was slaughtered again and again. According to the history of Li Yi's time, there was no stable harem in the Tang dynasty. The emperor, women, and eunuchs took turns until the fall of the Tang dynasty. What was the real reason? Floating. The emperor and the ministers cared about the people's suffering. All the kindness was fake. Li Qingqi couldn't see through history, but he understood Li Yi's words. Brother Yi, you still want to sink, right? I can only work on the economy. Li Qingqi was depressed. He couldn't interfere with the government, but he could do it a little. In the future, the newspapers will write about the corruption of a county's officials. At the same time, they will give the people a channel to report through the newspaper. There will be endless corrupt officials, and there will be endless selfish desires to bend the law. Only by emphasizing time and time again and bringing up small matters in a big way can we give the people more trust and build up their faith. Li Yi frowned, not because of what he said, but because the conch was cold again. Li Qingqi smiled, eat more garlic, don't be afraid. Not far away, Princess Yongmu and Shao Qin were eating steamed conches together. The little girl's body didn't suffer any substantial damage. In terms of her mental state, Li Yi solved it in the simplest way in a few days. She felt like someone played a game with her. The key was that she always had friends and a gentle and beautiful big sister by her side. She even kicked bad guys with her big brother. Humph. Bad guys deserve to be beaten. It's so fun. Shao Qin, are you still worried that you will encounter ghosts when you talk? Princess Yongmu valued the little girl the most, so the little girl was at a disadvantage. There are no ghosts. The Japanese Empire lied to me. He didn't even dare to move when I kicked him. Shao Qin smiled and squinted her eyes when she talked about this. She was very happy recently. Her family would come to see her every day and play with her for a while. Normally, the parents of the Tang dynasty wouldn't play with a little girl like you. Princess Yongmu asked. Shao Qin's body and mind were fine in such an environment. The main thing was that she kicked bad guys. Her memory was indifferent to being lied to. She only thought that brother Dongzhu took her to beat bad guys. In fact, in the field of medicine, it was a timely supplement for a child's hurt heart. The child automatically chose to forget and remember that she met Li Yi. A good doctor was so awesome. However, Li Yi's doctors couldn't do it. Chapter 1060. Shao Qin didn't know that the person who helped her was not only a doctor, but also a person with power. This person could bring her along to kick people, bypass the law, and treat people first. But the doctors at Li Yi's time couldn't. Who could bring a mentally ill child to find a criminal suspect and beat him up? Cherry sauce. Shao Qin took out the second conch and said to Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu scooped another spoonful of cherry sauce and smeared it on. Shao Qin ate it in small bites. Li Yi didn't have tomatoes, so he could only use other fruits to make jam. Cherries were good. Zhuangzi also had French fries. There were no potatoes, but there were yams. The children dipped the fried yams in the cherry sauce and ate them, just like Li Yi's children. There were also fried chicken legs, chicken wings, carbonated hot spring water mixed with soup, sausages in bread, and so on. The only difference was that the chicken legs had to be separated. Li Yi didn't have fast-growing chickens, so he couldn't raise them. To raise fast-growing chickens in cages, they had to be fed many kinds of medicine. Free-range poultry didn't get sick easily, and if there wasn't a large-scale infectious disease outbreak, a large group would die. The other 99 children also ate conchas. It was their first time eating them, so they were fresh. In the past few days, Princess Yongmu's neighbor's children learned faster. The Li family Zhuangzi's children learned while playing. Even when they rode the merry-go-round, they had to memorize some things. The children who learned quickly memorized the multiplication formula, the children who learned slowly memorized the addition formula. The neighbor's children were immersed in the learning atmosphere, so it was hard not to learn. "Sister Li, when are we going home? Zhuangzi's place is too big, we can't find it if we run out." Xiao Qin finished the second conch and stopped eating. She switched to deep-fried clam meat with cherry sauce. "When the house and road are finished, we'll live in a 2-story house and have a cow shed. We'll raise 2 cows. The road will be wider, and there will be shallow cement ditches on both sides. We won't have to pour dirty water in, so we can play in the water." Princess Yongmu introduced the future situation to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin blinked and giggled. As she laughed, she froze. "I don't have a cow at home." "Yes, you will have it when you return." Princess Yongmu was certain. She knew the reason. She didn't want Xiao Qin to have any scary memories. Xiao Qin's family had been told time and time again not to mention it. Slowly, the child would forget. Perhaps he would occasionally have a vague memory, but he would not be afraid. This way, he didn't have to bring Xiao Qin to see the scene of him working in the village. The children who grew up with the other children were taught over and over again that they could not say anything. As for the younger ones didn't care about many things. It was enough as long as they could play. Basking in the sun with a cucumber is really comfortable. Not far away, Empress Wang and noble consort Lu were basking in the sun. Cucumber slices were pasted on their faces for cosmetic purposes. Li Dan ate the conch alone. It was dipped in triple oil and soaked in ginger foam. He enjoyed his current life very much. Without Li Yi, he would never be able to eat the seafood he had now. "It's delicious." Dalong said that there will be a ship arriving in a few days. The ship will feed the sea creatures with seawater. "How should we eat them?" Li Dan had completely let go of the throne and Princess Taiping. Now, he only cared about eating, drinking, and playing, taking care of his body, and watching the Tang dynasty grow stronger step by step. He knew that the harem was still scheming against each other. Some people were still unwilling to give up the crown prince's position. The people of the Zongjing temple had mentioned several times that they would find a teacher for Li Jianyao to teach him from a young age. They would first teach him the rules, then teach him how to read and other knowledge. If Li Jianyao did not return to the palace, it would not be fun in the palace. Thinking of his grandson, Li Dan glanced at the little guy swimming in the pool next to him. The little guy was running around. It was too hot and he wanted to learn how to swim. A swimming pool was specially made for him with canvas and iron frames. The canvas was brushed with tung oil and the water did not go over the little guy's head. There was a person who was good at swimming beside him to take care of him. The little guy was not afraid of water. He learned it after some practice. He lay on the water with his face up and looked at the blue sky with his big eyes. He was naked and did not wear a swimsuit. "Watch over him. Don't just eat by yourself," noble consort Lu said to Li Dan. I'll watch. Li Dan did not act like a retired emperor at all. Uncle said that the child doesn't need to be taught how to read now. He just needs to play and promote the development of his brain and limbs through different kinds of play. It's called laying the foundation. Empress Wang was not worried about her son. There was not one person watching over the swimming pool. They were good at swimming and knew when a person was drowning. If something happened to the little guy, they would immediately carry him out. It did not matter if he choked on a mouthful of water. Li Yi was dozens of steps away. If he could drown the child, it would be the most ridiculous thing in the world. If someone died in Zhuangzi, it meant that his body was not functioning well. There had never been a case of someone falling sick and dying normally. They usually checked his body, including his cardiovascular system. Teaching singing, drawing, and dancing is also teaching. Noble consort Lu supported Li Yi. The children of the Li family Zhuangzi who were under 5 years old did not attend classes and played all day long. However, they would memorize some things and practice their memory and vocalization. However, if the younger children were willing to learn, they would not be stopped. The 5-year-old children learned, but the 4-year-old children were anxious. They felt that they were about the same age as the other children, so they also learned pinyin and took a brush to draw on paper. As they drew, they smeared ink all over their bodies and their faces were also covered in ink. When their parents saw them, they would smack their little buttocks a few times. The child giggled and did not feel any pain at all. Li Yi was half full and grabbed a handful of dried fruits to go with the wine and dishes. Brother Yi, do you think the Turks will attack the Tang dynasty this year? Li Qingqi did not eat seafood anymore. He drank the wine and wanted to eat a cold face tonight. They won't be able to. They are fighting among themselves and have not solved their own problems. At the same time, 400,000 soldiers of TLF came over. How can they have an army to use? Li pinched a hazelnut with a pair of pliers and found that it was solid. He threw it aside and picked up another one. He did not know why there were hazelnuts and kernels after the water leak. Hazelnuts with water leak were thrown into the water. The plump ones floated down and the empty ones floated up. After the water leak, there was a sieve. The smallest hazelnuts were sifted out first, then the sieve was enlarged and the medium hazelnuts were sifted out again. The remaining hazelnuts were the biggest and best hazelnuts. For example, Li Yi was eating a hazelnut with a solid core, but it did not float up. Based on this, they should ask for peace. Li Qingqi calculated. Since they could not fight, they needed to guard against the Tang dynasty. No, we have so many weapons now. Why should we make peace? Li Yi nodded. He knew that in history, the Turks asked for peace in winter. At that time, Li Longji agreed. If the Tang dynasty could not be attacked, they still had to keep an eye on Tubo. Now, they could fight. The casualties were very low, and they had captured a lot of prisoners and obtained more war horses. War was not something you could start and stop as you wish. Which army should we send to fight the Turks? Li Qingqi considered the mobilization of the army again. Their goal this year was to occupy the Yellow River Basin. They needed a lot of troops to defend it. Where would they find soldiers to fight? Tukashi had just lost, and Su Lu had returned. Should he find a chance to fight again? No, no peace. We will not fight them and let them be on tenterhooks. If we make peace, we will ask them for horses. 10,000 horses and war reparations. Li Yi suddenly thought of getting some benefits. If the other party asked for peace, he would take the opportunity to ask them. What if the other party really gave it to him? Chapter 1061. Li Qingqi laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Brother Yi, you want to take advantage of the opportunity. If there's a date or not, let's just strike a couple of times. We'll transfer the army to guard the Yellow River. Su Lu and the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate won't come back to fight, unless they think of a way to deal with the explosives and the skyscraping monkeys. Li Yi was not ashamed of extorting the enemy. He was a pragmatist. The leader of the Khitans, Li Shihua, had sent someone over to discuss the marriage and had not given them an answer yet. No. Tell him that the Li family Zhuangzi will strengthen trade with him. As long as the trade is stable, we will not attack him. Li Yi remembered. Li Shihua was worried that the Tang dynasty would attack him, so he used the marriage method. In history, Li Shihua would die next year and his younger brother would succeed him. This time, he did not know whether he would die or not. Anyway, it was immoral to force other people's children to get married. Li Yi was willing to use trade to increase the volume of trade. This autumn, the Khitans, Shi, Bohai, and other places should be collecting a lot of mushrooms, hazelnuts, and pine nuts. In addition, there were also platycodon, very hard walnuts, tussa cocoons, ginseng, all kinds of leather, and deer antlers. Kerosene, iron pots, ceramics, kitchen knives, wax, asbestos tiles, linoleum, and so on. Both sides took what they needed. When the trade caravans increased, they would naturally feel more at ease. I am afraid they will not be happy. Li Qingqi understood the thoughts of the other leaders. Marrying the princess of the Tang dynasty was an honor, even if the princess was not the real one. In the future, the Tang dynasty will not marry anyone, let alone pay tribute. Li Yi did not care whether others were happy or not. The fist was the law. Fine. Li Qingqi threw Li Shihua aside. Not marrying the princess to you will save on the dowry. There are 500 new guns. Get someone to send the bullets over first. Remember to come back. There are too many winged knights ahead. Li Yi was a little anxious. He wanted to solve the problem of the Yellow River as soon as possible. The winged knights could not always stay in Tubo. They returned to Chang'an and when needed, sent the winged knights to the northeast. 3 protectorates were being built in the northeast, and they were all located at key locations. The rank of the governor-general was higher than that of the Jidushi, which proved that the Tang dynasty attached great importance to the northeast. Send Hao Lingquan to see him off. He's been studying ever since he became a general. Go to the front and follow Guijian. Li Yi thought of someone, Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan knew all kinds of military operations, but she had never commanded a large battle before. He had also learned a lot of theoretical knowledge. He could deepen his understanding of the battle between the Tang dynasty and Tubo. Giving him a promotion was because he was afraid that he would be angered to death again. It was also to show the other generals that the imperial court would not treat a meritorious official lightly. Since he had been promoted, he had to use him, and he had to be able to win battles. Otherwise, it would prove that the imperial court had given him the wrong position, and that Li Yi had been careless. Li Yi didn't want to be the scapegoat. He hurriedly taught him everything he could. Even if he couldn't achieve the same results as Zhang Shaosong on the battlefield, he could at least be on par with others. He told Hao Lingquan not to run up the mountain when they were setting up camp. Li Qingqi didn't care who was sent to deliver the weapons. He wondered, why are there 500 guns? The rest will continue to be used by the winged knights for training. I'll try to make a better alloy steel so that the gun barrels can be lighter and stronger. Li Yi left the other 1,000 guns for others to train. The winged knights had to be proficient first. The gun barrels were too difficult to make. They could be cast quickly, but they couldn't be used. Unless it was a cannon, the requirements for precision were not very high. When casting, they had to be stirred to reduce sand holes as much as possible. He was currently studying how to mix other things into the molten steel to make a brooch. It was also difficult to make a gun barrel with a brooch, but it was faster than smashing it with brute force. Otherwise, the Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't have only produced 1,500 guns so far. Many of the gun barrels were damaged during the processing process. He didn't pay taxes when he sold bicycles because the cost of making guns was too high. He didn't have time to help Baigu make money. Do you have enough bullets? Li Qingqi wanted to help make bullets. Big brother, ask the workers' union to help make the gun barrels. I'll provide the steel. Tell them the process and they'll process it. Li Yi saw through Li Qingqi's thoughts. He didn't need to worry about the technology of making gun barrels being leaked because other people didn't have a large amount of good steel and gunpowder. The ratio of gunpowder was different. The ignition, the launching, and the explosion were all different. Okay, you provide the blueprints and technical instructions. I'll bring the steel and ask them to help. Not a single scrap will be missing. Li Chingchi decided to lock everyone up and give them more wages. They weren't allowed to take anything away. It'll be better after I make the flaming caps. We can also cast some mines. Pottery pipes are also fine. Li Yi was preparing new weapons. There were problems with industrial production technology. He could build his own laboratory. He didn't care about firearms that were too destructive. The difference between using guns and arrows to kill people was the loss on one side. Guns were powerful and had great destructive power. Wouldn't it be over if the enemy surrendered? Were atomic bombs powerful? After 2 bombs, the Japanese Empire would surrender. They were helping the Japanese Empire, not harming the Japanese Empire. Without the 2 atomic bombs, the war would have continued. All the males over 15 years old in the Japanese Empire would have been killed as long as the Japanese Empire continued to recruit soldiers and didn't surrender. The Russians would have benefited from that. That was why the North Americans threw the atomic bombs when they saw that the situation wasn't good and they wanted to win the war. After the 2 finished eating, Li found Hao Lingquan and arranged for him to take the men of the 16 guards to deliver the bullets to the front. The 16 guards sent 5,000 men in exchange for 7,000 winged knights. They would also bring explosives, compressed biscuits, and canned fruits. Each person would ride 2 horses and simply resupply at the post stations on the way. Hao Lingquan patted his chest and promised that he would take the guns with him. The cavalry set off. Li looked at the figures disappearing from his sight. He shook his head and moved a deck chair outside to bask in the sun. There are too many of these kinds of wormwood this year. I hope they won't harm the Li family Zhuangzi. The people picking tea leaves and wormwood were working all the time. The quality of the tea leaves was getting worse. The leaves were getting bigger and there were bugs. The wormwood was growing, and new ones appeared from time to time. The ones that were growing before were growing old. The people picking the wormwood found a type of wormwood that they didn't think was good for mosquito-repellent incense. This type of wormwood was yellow wormwood, and there were a lot of them. The Li family Zhuangzi collected the seeds and sent people to secretly scatter them. Yellow wormwood grew by the river, on the roadside, and at the foot of the mountain. They were used to make malaria pills. The people picking the wormwood didn't know that the wormwood that Li valued the most was the wormwood that they didn't think was good. They had no choice but to cut the wormwood, tie it into bundles, and send it to the Li family Zhuangzi. The envoys from other places gritted their teeth and bought it at a high price, especially Tubo. Tubo had more malaria in summer. There was also malaria in the southwest and northwest. Where there were mosquitoes, there was malaria. It had never been extinct. The people from the Japanese Empire bought dozens of pills and asked the medical students to study them to see if they could figure out what they were made of. Wormwood. The medical students knew that no matter how much honey there was, the smell of wormwood was very strong. I heard from the people of Tubo that it wasn't wormwood. They used the smell of wormwood to cover up the smell of the real thing. They tried to soak it in wormwood water, but it didn't work. Takagi Junichiro denied it. When he went to question Boyo and Isinba about deceiving Murayama Shushu, they didn't admit it. However, they told him a lot of secrets. For example, this medicine to treat malaria was different from the method of soaking wormwood water written in medical books. Chapter 1062. Buy more. This is the only way. When people return with more money and things that can be sold, continue to ask Li Yi what technology he can sell. When Fujiwara Mayang mentioned this, he immediately felt uncomfortable. He spent a lot of money to buy the cement formula, but it was published in the newspaper. He wanted to see if the formula for malaria medicine was still published in the newspaper. There were many people who got malaria in Japan, and there were no mosquito-repellent incense. He knew the formula for mosquito-repellent incense. Wormwood was not even made into a mosquito-repellent incense. Just make a rope out of the wormwood and ignite it. Japan had wormwood. Let people collect wormwood and ignite it to prevent malaria. Malaria was caused by mosquitoes. There were too many good things in Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper. It taught him everything. If it were him, he would never let outsiders know. Bring back all the newspapers published by Li family Zhuangzi. It's worth it to come to Tang. Fujiwara Mayang smiled. There was a lot of common knowledge in the newspaper. Unfortunately, some of it could not be learned. For example, wash your hands with soap, don't drink unboiled water, use lime to disinfect, and other things that Yamato did not have. Soap could be bought, but the formula was not given. For example, don't eat too much for dinner. This was fine. If people want to eat more, they must have enough food first. In addition, the methods to fertilize the soil and test the pH of the soil could be bought from Li family Zhuangzi and sent back to China. There was also no formula to make it. Why does Li Yi have so many things? Fujiwara Mayang was happy for a while, but he was depressed again. We can't kidnap him. Shimoto Shinbei was still thinking about how to get Li Yi to Japan. He even bribed the officials of Honglu Temple to write a letter to the Prime Minister, asking if Li Yi could be sent to Japan. Obviously, there was only one answer to his question. Most of the time, Li Yi could not decide where Li Yi could go. He could only wander around the imperial governor's office. He could not stay in other counties for long. In Lantian County, which was closest to Chang'an, Li Yi could not go to the hot spring for more than 3 days. Now, he did not allow it. If he needed to soak in the hot spring, he would ask someone to bring a big wooden bucket to the hot spring and heat it up. You want to trick me into going to Japan? Would Li Yi agree? He's Zhuangzi's manager, Songde, and he knows a lot of secrets. Abita Nakamaro changed his target. Everyone shook their heads. It was still impossible. Song Dechu and Zhuangzi would definitely have winged knights following them. Even an ordinary villager would be protected by the 16 guards. Usually, 5 or 6 people from the 16th Guard would work together with a villager to help carry things. Takagi Junichiro shook his head. Li Yi has already thought of all the scenarios that we've thought of. He could clearly kill people, but he acted like a coward. He could fly, but the moment he came out, he was surrounded by a group of guards. Tubo and the Turkic envoys were willing to perish together with him, but he didn't give them any chance. If someone falls sick and suddenly collapses in front of his car. Fujiwara Mayang came up with an idea. He didn't want to do it himself. If he did, the entire Japanese delegation would be wiped out, whether it succeeded or not. Abita Nakamaro's eyes lit up. Tell Tubo and the Turkic people. Takagi Junichiro nodded. He would take care of this matter. They already knew that Li Yi was building a large number of warships. Their first thought was, of course, that Li Yi wanted to attack Japan. Li Yi was dead, and the Li family Zhuangzi was disbanded. They would take the opportunity to get some technology back. No large Tibetan army has been found within a radius of 60 miles. There are wild horses, and no one within a radius of 30 miles. Zhang Xiaosong's team stopped to rest. They ran around the periphery of the Yellow River. The hot air balloon rose into the air, but the distance was too far. They could only see a large army moving further away. However, they found a herd of wild horses, which were actually called wild donkeys. Donkeys were tall, but they were indeed donkeys. Wild horses. Zhang Xiaosong was tempted. He wanted to rope the horses. He was leading elite horses, so he didn't need a rod to rope the horses. He rode his own horse and chased after the wild horses. When he caught up, he suddenly jumped on the back of the wild horses. He grabbed the mane, hugged the neck, and clamped the wild horses with his legs. He used his real skills to make the wild horses obey. He could also form an encirclement with the cavalry and surround the wild horses in the middle. There were many cavalry and horses, so the wild horses couldn't get out and were squeezed in the middle. The wild horses dared to bite the cavalry's horses, and the cavalry's horses bit back. Who didn't know how to bite? Inspector Zhang. It's a donkey, a very big donkey, as tall as a horse. It's called a wild horse. It's written in the booklet Li Dongzhu gave me, but I didn't bring it. Let me tell you. A balloon soldier who didn't get on the balloon interjected. He told Zhang Xiaosong about the wild donkey mentioned in the booklet Li Yi gave to the local animals and plants. For example, when a large group of cavalry didn't make any offensive movements, the wild donkey would run with them. When the wild donkey encountered drought, it would use its hooves to dig a big hole, dig out water, and drink it. Other animals would come and drink it. Many animals ran with the wild donkey during drought, waiting for the wild donkey to dig the hole. He's in Chang'an and wrote a booklet for the people here, describing the animals and plants here. Zhang Xiaosong's expression was complicated. Inspector Zhang didn't? The balloon soldier asked casually. Yes, I did. I only introduced the situation of my place. Zhang Xiaosong smiled again. He was a jincher and led troops to victory. When he fought in the western regions, he considered the situation where his achievements shocked the emperor. Now he understood. No wonder Li Yi wanted to protect people and Her Majesty gave him a gift. Because Her Majesty was not afraid of him rebelling, Li Yi was there. Zhang Xiaosong felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him from thousands of miles away in Chang'an, telling him that he could fight however he wanted. If he dared to rebel, he would be dealt with. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Can I catch a wild donkey and ride it? No, it's not very obedient. It's okay to catch it to work, but sometimes it has to be coaxed when it's angry. The booklet said that carrot seeds will be sent over next year. It can be planted, but it can't be seeded. Catch a wild donkey and feed it carrots. The wild donkey will be happy. As long as there are enough carrots, the wild donkey will be obedient. The balloon soldier talked about something else. It was a divine object, carrots. Cows, horses, sheep, and donkeys all seemed to like eating carrots. However, only people ate them now. They sent over dried carrots and said that eating them would prevent and cure blindness. I'll remember it. Zhang Xiaosong found that his knowledge had increased. He had eaten carrots before. They were a little sweet. Keep the hot air balloon. Advance for 30 miles and then take off. Zhang Xiaosong followed up and ordered. He did not have time to drag the hot air balloon slowly. It was against the wind now. The team rushed for 30 miles and the hot air balloon took off. Everyone began to eat. They first cut the grass and fed the horses. After the horses had eaten, the people ate. The horses came first. Just like Li Yi's Antarctic expedition team, dogs pulled the sled. In special situations, when they had to throw away some things, the first things they threw away were the people's supplies. They could not throw away the dogs' supplies. The people could eat less. If the dogs ran out of energy, the people would die. That kind of sled dog was very smart. There was a dark ditch under the snow. When the dog in front went over, the dog in the middle would fall, and the dog behind would stop. Then, the dogs in the front and back would work together in the opposite direction. The dog in the middle would be pulled up with a rope and wait for people to save it. A good war horse was also smart. It knew how to cooperate with its master. It would even kick and bite when its master was surrounded. The informant sent the information to Chang'an. Li Yi knows about the existence of our team. Will he cooperate? Zhang Xiaosong muttered as he ate a piece of compressed biscuit. Chapter 1063. Giddy up, urgent report, make way. 1 a.m., Cho Chu. A group of fast horses rushed into Chang'an City, heading straight for Xingqing Palace. There were people loitering on the streets, keeping to the side. Knowing that there was a war recently, urgent reports came in frequently. No one wanted to be killed, let alone delay the military situation. It was stuffy at night and they couldn't sleep, so they came out to shop. Especially young men and women who were in love. They ate together at night and walked around, not feeling tired at all. The main reason was safety. There were streetlights and bus stops. Only when it was too late did they send the other party to the bus. Some even took the other party home first. It's a good thing, right? A couple held hands. The woman watched the cavalry run away and said softly, "I'm a good man from the Tang dynasty. I'll send you back. Tomorrow I'll work hard and help the soldiers there." The man wanted to hold her hand for a while more, but he held back. "You work in the front? Aren't you from the Workers' Alliance? You have good skills. The copper hairpin you made for me is beautiful." The woman shook her head as she spoke. The tassel hairpin on her head reflected the light. "I accepted a mission today to make. I can't say. I'll only be allowed out once every half a month." The man was about to say that his mission was to make a new gun barrel, but he suddenly stopped. Half a month is good. There's a funny couplet in the newspaper. The moon in the sky is full, and the moon in the human world is half a month. We'll be together when the moon is full, and we'll be together when the moon is half a month. You work hard, and I'll make clothes. Your Workers' Alliance has a mission to help the soldiers. I wonder if my alliance has one. The woman didn't complain. She looked at her future man and felt proud. The Workers' Alliance had chosen him to make something special, which meant that he had good skills. A public carriage ran over. The two looked at each other and ran forward hand in hand. There was a stop in front. "Stop running. I'll stop now." "I won't take your money," the driver shouted. The two stopped. The carriage stopped and the two got on. "Uncle, why don't you take money?" The man was happy. "No one's watching me. What's the use of taking money? I'll leave some money for you two to live. Get married soon and have a bunch of children." The driver continued forward. "How do you know we're not married?" The man looked at the woman and felt that the driver was very smart. How can a wedding be so casual? What time is it now? Back then, your aunt and I. The driver began to talk about the past. The woman nestled in the man's arms with a blissful expression. "Uncle, it's more difficult for me. Her father is a 6th-rank official. I don't have any relatives." The man suddenly felt vexed. "Go look for Li Dongzhu. Is a 6th-rank official?" "Don't look for Li Dongzhu, look for 2nd Steward Sun Xian. I think the two of you are not bad." The coachman suggested that a rank 6 was not qualified to attend court. "A 6th-grade official is not a small matter, uncle." The man wanted to tell the truth. "My second son is a 5th-rank official. There is no shortage of officials in Chang'an." The coachman turned his head and looked at the man. The car didn't stop at any of the 4 stops. The two of them got off and walked to their destination. "Go home. I'll watch you go back," the man said to the woman. The woman turned around and wrapped her arms around the man's neck, her mouth moving forward. "Aha! Why is the mosquito so big?" A voice sounded. The two of them were so scared that they quickly separated. The woman stomped her feet angrily while the man stood there awkwardly. "Why isn't my daughter back yet? Don't tell me she's been kidnapped." "Humph. If you want to marry my daughter, don't even think about it if you don't have a betrothal gift of at least 10 coins. The voice sounded again. It seemed to be talking to itself. The woman smiled and waved her hand, signaling the man to leave quickly. The man ran away happily. "It's only 10 coins. It's 10,000 coins. I have it now." The woman walked over and looked at her father sitting at the door. "Father? What? You don't even have 10 coins? Then I'll sell you cheaply." The man sitting there lowered the price again. "How can you sell your daughter? Father, don't you want to sleep?" The woman felt that 5 coins were too much. I can't sleep. Today, I gave an order. That person of yours is going to help me build military equipment. He's good at it. Is this a tassel for you? You don't need to look to know that each tassel has bright and dark patterns. You only know how to use this to coax my daughter. If you have some skills, you should show off. Father, how do you know? How can I not know? I have to know who cheated my daughter away. Go in. Your alliance also has work to do. Sew ammunition satchels. They have to be sturdy. Every small pocket must be the same. They can hold the bullets tightly and take them out easily. Father, Lin is making guns. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Humph, you ran away without saying goodbye. If you don't give me 100 coins, I won't marry my daughter. You were talking about 5 coins just now. It's a rise. It's a temporary rise. The uncle who came back to drive the cart didn't ask for money. Give him an idea. Go to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask for help. As long as you treat my daughter well, 500 coins is fine. Father, you are so afraid of Li Dongzhu. There's no need for Li Dongzhu. You are good at making clothes. You can cut them without drawing lines. That kid has a plan in his heart. He can make whatever he wants. You two still don't know who you are working for. You are in the eyes of the nobles and are being singled out. Maybe you two will eat together. You are only allowed to come out once every half a month. Usually, you two will meet for meals. I only saw Lin when he was working. That's why. Father, I am going in. The girl said as she ran into the house. The girl's father smiled and said to himself, King Song knows about the two of you. He even said that he wanted to matchmake you two. 100 coins is fine. That kid's money is for the two of you to use. I have saved some money for your brother. He was actually very satisfied with this son-in-law. The tassels were made of copper, not gold, silver, lead, or tin. The copper was hard, and every tassel had fine bright and dark lines. When the light reflected off it, the surrounding areas would show the shadow of the lines. He had such skills at such a young age. He was also honest. He didn't gamble, drink, or look for other women. He had his eyes on him long ago. Furthermore, he had secretly arranged for his daughter to meet him. Li Longji didn't know what was happening outside. He was woken up by Gao Lisher. He was sleeping in Wu Jieyu's palace. Wu Jieiyu was about to give birth. As her father and husband, he had to accompany her. If she was about to give birth, he would be there to take care of her. Wu Jieiyu was indeed beautiful and obedient. No matter how protective Li Yi was of the empress, Li Longji felt that he should interfere when another woman was about to give birth. Gao Lisher explained the situation outside the Qiangong step bed. This bed was the one that Zhang Sun Xian had made. He told Li Longji that the horses from Heshi had arrived. However, Zhang Xiaosong and 10,000 elite cavalrymen had also come. Zhang Xiaosong had taken the items from the Winged Knight's 4 ships and left with Longyo's hot air balloon team. The situation was different. The difference was huge. Send the news to Brother Yi now. Hurry. Li Longji also knew that Zhang Xiaosong was going to cause trouble. After Gao Lisher left, Li Longji asked Wu Jieiyu, who had opened her eyes and heard the matter, "What do you think?" Chapter 1064. Wantonly intercepting the military supplies transported by the Winged Knights. We have to be careful. Their intentions are unpredictable. Wu Jieiyu gave her answer. I know. Go to sleep. The child will be fine. If it doesn't work, send it to Brother Yi. Li Longji frowned slightly. He used his hand to push Wu Jieyu's hair back and carefully laid beside her. I hope it's a girl. She's cute and obedient. Wu Jieiyu touched her belly. Brother Yi said it should be a son. I see what he wants. If he's willing to teach, let him teach. He won't harm the child. Li Longji wanted to send the child to Li Yi. Li Yi had hinted before. If Li Yi wanted to kill someone, he could kill them even if they weren't by his side. Therefore, the child would be safer by his side. At least if she was sick, she could be treated. Li Longji didn't think that anyone would do anything to a child, let alone Li Yi. However, if he told this to Li Yi would tell him that there was such a country's president. That president forcibly separated the child who was smuggled over from his family. The child's illness and death didn't matter to that president. At first glance, he didn't understand. How could there be such a person? After thinking about it carefully, he understood. How many races had the albinos massacred? The people of the Mayan civilization who could read were massacred. The Indians were destroyed. The bodies of the pyramids were taken away. The old summer palace was burned down. This race was actually cancer cells. Human cancer cells. Although the old summer palace was robbed by their own people in the beginning, those people didn't do anything good. How were the pandas hunted? How were the stone sculptures in the Mesopotamia region cut up and transported away? How many places did the central plains of China conquer? Who did they destroy? Who did they destroy? No. The central plains would carefully guard any cultural relics and didn't destroy others. They were only compatible when preserving all beliefs and civilizations. In history, the Tang dynasty eventually destroyed the Turks and Tubo. They didn't touch the Potala Palace or the Dunhuang Mogao grottos. This was called civilization. This was a true civilization. They never took pride in destruction, and never used destruction to make a name. True civilization was in the bones, in the depths of the soul, and not painted with lies. What religion does this civilization believe in? No. Which party does this civilization believe in? No. The beliefs of this civilization started from the knotted rope records and were passed down from the oracle bone inscriptions. It's called Yan Huang, it's called Huaxia, it's called China. Li Yi had already received the news. He didn't have time to talk about the issue of faith. Uncle, what's the news? Empress Wang woke up. She woke up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. She had a slight pregnancy reaction. The weather was hot. Li Yi handed over the battle report. Zhang Shaosong appeared with 10,000 elite cavalry. He didn't want to give away horses at all. He left behind 4 ships of military supplies from the winged knights. Empress Wang rubbed her eyes and took it to read. Hurry up. Let Guo Zhiyun pretend to attack and mobilize the army. But don't tell Guo Zhiyun the details. Empress Wang came up with such a plan after reading it. I've already sent out the order. Guo Zhiyun and the other troops will pretend to attack. Mobilize the Tibetan army along the Yellow River to be alert and frequently gather troops and follow the movement. Li Yi smiled. He had the same idea. He didn't tell Guo Zhiyun about Zhang Shaosong when he sent out the order. Otherwise, Guo Zhiyun would include Zhang Shaosong's combat strength in his own battle plan. That wouldn't do. Zhang Shaosong was a general who fought in surprise attacks and guerrilla warfare. Once Guo Zhiyun included him in his own system, it would be over. In his previous battles, there would be independent platoons, independent companies, independent battalions, independent brigades, and independent divisions. The goal was to have an army that was free from other command systems. In football and basketball terms, they were called free men. Zhang Shaosong belonged to the free army. He looked for opportunities independently and wasn't controlled by anyone. Uncle, we still have to send him things. He needs special supplies. Food is secondary. Empress Wang was no longer sleepy. She came from a family of generals. She thought of herself as Zhang Shaosong. She was anxious now. She knew what Zhang Shaosong wanted and what he needed. I did. Originally, I didn't want to send winged knights out. However, Zhang Xiaosong must provide absolute support. I sent 3,000 winged knights to him. Mainly to deliver explosives, carrots, peppers, bloodletting needles, and compressed biscuits. Li Yi once again explained the situation of his deployment. He didn't even write a letter to Li Longji. It was too late. I'm going back to sleep. Empress Wang yawned and left. She didn't have anything to say. Li Yi directly arranged everything. She didn't even think of sending carrots, peppers, and bloodletting needles. She knew immediately that these 3 things were for the horses. After eating, they would rush quickly. The horses needed to bleed. The logistics fought like this. What else was there to say? The strategy was naturally to seize the place. The tactics didn't tell Guo Zhiyun the specific situation. It was called feinting. When it came to the specific situation, even the horses were taken into consideration. This was called logistics playing support. Ordinary people called Li Yi's place Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi. The army called it Ba Shui Legion. Whether the Ba Shui Legion was good at fighting or not, they didn't know. However, the logistics of the Ba Shui Legion was definitely the best in the world. Any movement at the front would be reported back. The Ba Shui Legion would definitely respond. If they wanted food, they had weapons. Even the Ba Shui Legion moved in advance. In unexpected situations, such as Zhang Xiaosong's sudden attack, the Ba Shui Legion would still provide full support. The Li family Zhuangzi used practical actions to tell the soldiers at the front that he knew what they needed. He had already sent it to them as quickly as possible. After a quarter of an hour, the troops had all left. The feedback had also reached Li Longji's hands. This included the conversation between Empress Wang and Li Yi written by the eunuch. He passed the feedback to Wu Jieyu, who hadn't slept. Zhen's heart is at ease. After Wu Jieyu finished reading, she was silent. She had nothing to say. She didn't know anything about the army. The Empress's first consideration wasn't Zhang Xiaosong's power, but strategy and tactics. This Empress was too strong in military matters. It was one thing to have an Empress without a son. With an Empress with a legitimate son and Li Yi's support, it seemed difficult to move her unless she bribed Li Yi. Go to sleep. It's fine. When the child is born, put him in Li family Zhuangzi's care. Brother Yi will take care of him. Brother Yi's military arrangements are better than Yurong's. How could Li Longji not understand the thoughts of the women around him? Who didn't want to be Empress? However, there could only be one Empress. If the Empress didn't have a child, she could find a reason to abolish the Empress. If she had a son, the officials wouldn't agree. Moreover, there was still Brother Yi. Brother Yi was playing with the little guy. It was like teaching by example. The little guy was different from other children since he was young. He wouldn't cry and make a fuss to achieve his goals. Because what he wanted was right in front of him, there was no need to cry. Li Longji also learned a lot. A child's crying was a kind of request. One was material, the other was spiritual. Material was easy to understand. If the child wanted something, they would buy it. Spiritual was hard to understand. For example, if the child wanted to go home, the mother or father would push the baby carriage. When they met an acquaintance, they would start chatting. They would talk about all kinds of things. The mother talked more. If the child wanted to go home, he would cry. The mother would continue chatting and let the child cry. After that, they would stop chatting. The child would still cry. He would cry in the arms and in the carriage. The mother didn't understand and felt that the child was annoying. In fact, it was the child who was fighting. He used crying to fight. Chapter 1065. When Su Yi went to work in the morning, he found that a lot of winged knights had left last night. He didn't know where they went. The ones who left were from the 16 guards. 5,000 of them went to deliver guns to Guijian. As the Minister of War, Sui had no right to mobilize the 16 guards and winged knights. The 16 guards belonged to kings like Li Chengqi. Usually, they had the position of general, but it was the general who did the real work. Sui was depressed. He couldn't control the two types of troops guarding Chang'an, but he could control the troops on the front line. Li Yi was the one who arranged the troops to be mobilized. Why? How could he do this? He was being bullied. His Majesty didn't say anything about the winged knight's departure. It must be something important. Song Jing was concerned about a troop that His Majesty wasn't going to. It's related to the battle report sent back last night. We don't know the content of the report, Bai Gu said after a moment of silence. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Greetings came from outside the door. When the three were about to go out to greet him, Li Longji strolled in. Everyone is here. Everyone else, leave. Li Longji nodded slightly to the three people who bowed. Everyone in the hall left, leaving only the four of them. Your Majesty, sit down. Sui went to make tea. Li Longji sat down and tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers. Zhang Shaosong intercepted 4 ships of military supplies sent by the winged knights. He led 10,000 cavalrymen and 50,000 horses. He also took a hot air balloon from Longyu Jidushi. Li Longji looked at Sui, who was pouring water. Sui was the Minister of War. Sui also looked at Li Longji. He took 10,000 men to deliver horses and robbed military supplies without orders. He should be punished. Li Longji was speechless. Your Majesty, are you saying that the mobilization of the winged knights last night has something to do with this? Song Jing guessed half of it. He did not know why they were mobilized. Xiao Yi is delivering something to Zhang Shaosong. Let Zhang Shaosong find an opportunity to fight. Bai Gu guessed. Li Longji nodded. That was more like it. What punishment? Sui figured it out as well. His Majesty didn't say anything because he was afraid that the emissary from Tubo would send someone back to report, which would be detrimental to Zhang Shaosong's plan. N. Li Longji nodded again. His purpose in coming here was to only tell the 3 prime ministers. If such a big matter was not known to the prime ministers, the monarch and his ministers would not get along. If that's the case, will Su Lu attack Huge Stone City again because of the lack of troops? Song Jing was most disgusted with generals running around blindly. Who would take care of logistics if they enjoyed fighting? If they lost, how would the imperial court deal with it? Bai Gu's opinion was different from Song Jing's. Su Lu has just lost a lot of soldiers and generals. They can't crack a new weapon and have no strength to fight again. The Turks are fighting among themselves, but more of them are seeking peace with the Tang dynasty. Yes. Li Longji looked at the tea beside him. The Abbasid Caliphate can't charge in alone. The southwest soldiers are eager to fight, so the southwest barbarians don't dare to move. The southwest soldiers always go into the mountains and forests to train. Every 10 days, they receive a battle report from the local training. Sui thought so. The southwest soldiers go into the southwest barbarians' territory to hunt, gather herbs, and pick mushrooms. They catch live animals and send them to Chang'an. Bai Gu was clear about the situation there. Li Yi had cooperated with the locals. The locals used the malaria interception pills to exchange for gems, gold, silver, dried fruits, and other things. They mainly traded with the leaders of the southwest barbarians. The money was divided between the soldiers and their families, and the hunting items were sent to Li Yi. How can they do this? Sui was depressed again. You said it's training, but you're training them to hunt and gather mushrooms? Song Jing smiled. It's training. The soldiers always go into the forest to familiarize themselves with the environment. Li Longji drank 2 mouthfuls of tea and left. The 3 prime ministers were in a good mood. Buqiao and Isinba were in a bad mood. They didn't know where the winged knights went last night. The winged knights were often mobilized. Sometimes they went to Taibai Mountain, sometimes they went to the nearby counties. However, they knew where the 516 guards went. They brought many things to the battlefield between Tubo and the Tang dynasty. Juku was conquered by the Tang dynasty. It was said that the Tang dynasty would occupy the entire Yellow River Basin this year. Can the Japanese's strategy work? Butchao was determined to solve a problem for Tubo. Who will the Japanese Empire send to pretend to be sick? Li Yi doesn't come out at a fixed time. When he goes out, he lies in front of the car. The winged knights will check first. Isinba disagreed. If someone suddenly fell in front of the car, would Li Yi rush over to check? Would the person lying down have a knife on him? Would the person lie down with a knife in his hand, or would the person lie face down and grab the knife with his hand under his body? The winged knights would be turned over, and the person could only stab the winged knights with a knife. Lying down or lying on his stomach, he wouldn't be able to exert any strength. The assassin would definitely die, but the winged knights who were stabbed by the knife might not die. If the knife stabbed into the stomach, other people would die, but Li Yi's ambulance would immediately save the winged knights. Butchao pursed his lips for a while. It's a pity that there's no place to buy firecrackers. If we use a lot of firecrackers, we might be able to kill Li Yi in the car. Speaking of firecrackers, Boxy had another idea: take a few people with you and fill them with oil. Take a bamboo tube and fill it with oil. When you see Li Yi's car, pour oil on it together. Set it on fire and burn Li Yi alive. Won't he come out after opening the car door? It's not like the car door can't be opened. Isinba thought that his colleague was possessed. He's like a bastard. He hides in Zhuangzi all day and even comes up with bad ideas. Why hasn't the letter asking for peace arrived yet? Princess Jincheng's plea to Li Longji should work. Butchao realized that burning the car was indeed not a good idea. He poured oil on the car, lit the car, opened the door, and jumped out. In fact, he and Isinba didn't know that Li Yi was in the car and couldn't burn him. The car was layered, and even a strong crossbow couldn't penetrate it. Li Yi cherished his life. How could he leave a loophole for others? Princess Jincheng, whom Butchao mentioned, was writing a letter. Her husband was reading it. Princess Jincheng was writing a letter as a cousin, while Chidai was writing a letter as a nephew to the Tang dynasty. She called the Tang dynasty uncle. Princess Jincheng had a high status in Tubo. The more powerful the Tang dynasty was, the higher her status was. No one dared to bully her. If she was angered to death or killed by others, it would depend on the military strength of the Tang dynasty. Now that the land of 9 Bens was occupied, Tubo people wanted her dowry back. She tactfully expressed that she wanted to have that land again. Chidai nodded from time to time. Deluan said that it's best to let Li Yi come. We're willing to give Li Yi a concession. Chidai asked. Dali Luan was the prime minister. Princess Jincheng stopped writing and looked at Chidai. Li Yi won't come. Imperial brother can't send him out. Butchao sent a letter saying that the imperial court regards him as foreign minister. Princess Jincheng understood that Tubo people wanted to lure Li Yi here and get rid of him. She wouldn't write such a letter. She believed that the officials of the Tang dynasty wouldn't allow it. The plan was too obvious. No other meaning. Chidai hurriedly explained. He liked this wife very much. Princess Jincheng was educated and reasonable. She had lived in the palace since childhood. Other Tubo women couldn't show her temperament. Tubo people looked down on women, but Princess Jincheng's status was still unshakable. She was Zangpu's woman and the princess of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1066. Brother Yi, Princess Jincheng wrote a letter asking for the 9 Bens land. How can we refuse? Li Longji worked for half a day and came back for lunch. He would not go in the afternoon. In the afternoon, he would go to Zhuangzi to review the memorials. At noon, there would be delicious food. The ship to raise seafood had arrived. There were large tanks on the ship to raise seawater. At the same time, someone pumped air into the water to provide oxygen to the seafood. What was sent were conches, clams, sea urchins, razor clams. There were no crabs or shrimps. It was the first time Li Longji saw clams and razor clams that could spit out water. He had never eaten sea urchins before. At this moment, he looked at the sea urchins that were similar to chestnuts and asked Li Yi about Princess Jincheng. If you can't get it on the battlefield, don't think about taking it away on the negotiation table. Tell Princess Jincheng that Tubo will not use such good land. The Tang dynasty will use the good things to raise and sell them to Tubo at a cheap price. Li Yi already had plans for this. You want me to give it to you? I got it back with my own ability. After Li Yi finished speaking, he thought of something else. If there's a letter, reply to Tubo and tell them to give up the source of the Yellow River. They will be considered a shareholder. How? Li Longji had never heard of occupying other people's land and giving them dividends. We'll take half. We'll use the land, and we'll be responsible for providing extra manpower and materials. Tubo doesn't have to worry about anything. They can send people to supervise. After the profits are made, we'll give Tubo half of the net profits. Tubo will provide the land, and will be responsible for all the expenses. It's a win-win situation for both sides. Li Yi said. It was simple. They would rent the village's land and make money. They could also provide jobs for the villagers. How can we give Tubo so much profit? Li Longji was distressed. He would rather take the land. How should I say this? If Tubo is willing, they can earn more than 100,000 yuan annually for the first 2 years. After that, we can make them lose money every year through loans, sales agreements, gambling compensation, buying materials at a high price, and so on. Li Yi said with a smile. It was also simple. You can lose money in business? Give me an example. Li Longji was very surprised. How did Li Yi lose the money? Let's talk about loans first. We don't have the money, so we can borrow from the Li family Zhuangzi. The interest rate is 0.1%, and the interest rate is more than 30% a year. If the loan is borrowed for a year, the principal and interest will be repaid. If the loan is not repaid, the interest will be compounded. I set it at 0.5% per day. If he borrowed 100 coins, he would need to pay 135 coins and 500 coins in a year based on the number of days, which was 355 days. If he didn't pay it back, the interest would be compounded at a rate of 0.5%. In the first year, it was 8,442 times. In the second year, it was 5,067 times. He could also repay the debt on a monthly basis. In that case, he would specify how much he should repay each month. If it's overdue, even if there's a difference of 1 cent, it'll be calculated based on the total amount due for that month. 333 cents of principal, plus. Li Yi talked to Li Longji about financial issues, which mainly involved rules and numbers. Li Longji understood. Isn't it just loan sharks? You guarantee that you won't be able to pay it back? He wanted to ask this question. He felt that if Li Yi borrowed 100 coins, he would be able to earn hundreds of thousands of coins in a year. This is related to the VAM agreement. The Li family Zhuangzi buys the sheep. Normally, 500 grams of sheep costs 20 coins. The Li family Zhuangzi pays 40 coins to buy the sheep. The premise is that the local people must provide enough sheep on time. For example, 500 grams of sheep. If the sheep reaches 500 grams of sheep, the Li family Zhuangzi pays 40 million. If the sheep fails to reach 500 grams of sheep, the Li family Zhuangzi will be compensated. Li Yi brought up the second matter. Continue. Li Longji didn't ask any more questions. Sheep need to eat grass, and sheep need horses. If we buy horses from the Tubo aristocrats at a high price, of course they will be happy. If they need refined materials, they will still be happy to buy highland barley from the Tubo aristocrats at a high price. Then the loan money is gone, and the sheep are not enough. They can't give the Li family Zhuangzi enough sheep, so they have to compensate. If the Li family Zhuangzi can't pay back the money they borrowed, they will have to calculate the amount based on compound interest. Then they will help the Tubo aristocrats buy the Li family Zhuangzi kerosene lamps and other things as guarantors. The aristocrats don't pay back the money, so the guarantors have to pay back the money. So they start to lose money every year. They start to sell the land to pay back the money. The Li family Zhuangzi bought the land piece by piece. Li Yi explained the simple operation of the company that he listed in order to cheat money. Of course, the listed company had to fake the accounts. In the end, they were fined hundreds of thousands and delisted. The listed company was emptied, and the shareholders bore the losses. Li Longji rubbed his face with his hands. He was a little panicked. His current brother Yi, his future son-in-law, try. Li Longji was really tempted. It turns out that when brother Yi partners with others, not only can they make money, they can also lose money. Let's try. If Tubo agrees, we can save the trouble of fighting. Li Yi didn't know if Tubo would agree. If he doesn't agree, then they can continue fighting. If he agrees, then they can change to another method. Brother Yi, what should we do? Let's eat some razor clams first. I'll drink a bowl of rice wine with you. Li Longji pointed at the two types of shellfish that were still spitting out water. He liked Li Yi more and more. In the future, if anyone in the Tang dynasty thinks they are smart and dares to play this game, Brother Yi will teach them a lesson. Boiling it in salt water is actually the freshest. Stir-frying it with spicy will improve the freshness. Let's just stir-fry it with spicy. Add some coriander and scallions to enhance the taste. Li Yi heard that they were going to drink wine, so he decided to make the taste stronger. He personally stir-fried two things in one pot and placed them on the table. The two of them each had a bowl of chilled rice wine. If we ship it to the source of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River using this method, wouldn't it be better than a clam? Li Longji ate a clam and felt like he was flying. It was too delicious. Soaked in oil and chilled was actually not bad. He felt that it was delicious because he had never eaten a live clam before. It was a psychological factor. Li Yi was very calm. As long as they were by the sea, the clam was not worth much. If they were not by the sea, there was cold chain logistics. The price was also not high. It was cheaper than eating pork. There are enough ships. It's better for the boatmen to change jobs. Li Yi brought up a topic that was not related to the price. Change to what? No matter how hard it is for a boatman, he can still support his family. Li Longji knew how difficult it was for a boatman to pull a ship. The places where boatmen were needed were also places where the water was turbulent and the terrain was dangerous. The boatmen climbed the rocky roads and moved forward. It was easy to do on flat ground. They used animals to pull the ship. Pedal. The boatmen bought or rented a ship together. If they don't pull the ship on the shore, they pull it in the water. When the boatmen are tired of pedal, they will change to the boatmen. The boatmen will pedal crazily and pass quickly to collect the money. When I get the gunpowder and blow up the submerged reefs, the boatmen will wear diving suits and oxygen tanks. They will tie ropes to protect themselves. Li Yi did not think that pulling a ship was a good job. However, he had no choice. The ship could not go up even if the wind was blowing. He could only barely pass if he used the sail and oars. As for the other ships, the boatmen would not pull them. They would turn back when they saw the current. When some ships were being pulled by the boatmen, they would keep shouting prices. For example, each boatman would add a coin, then another coin. The boatmen on the ships would cheer for the boatmen on the shore and shout together. The boatmen would not only push forward, but they would also adjust the position of the ship. When they encountered reefs, the boatmen would move aside. As soon as they moved aside, one of the ropes would break. Chapter 1067. Can gunpowder explode in water? Li Longji didn't care about how the tracker worked. He discovered something new. Why can't it explode? I can do it now, in my lab. Li stuck out his tongue. It's too spicy. He accidentally ate chili. The chili was fried in oil. After entering his mouth, it went down his nose. It was so spicy that tears came out. Where's Wen Tian? You haven't been talking to her recently? Li Longji changed the topic again. Of course. You guys are always looking for me. I usually look for her when no one is looking for me. But she's taking care of the children. I think I should let her play with the children and teach them in the future. She likes to be with the children. There's nothing much to do at home. I'll stop copying a few more medical books. After that, I'll teach others. Li Yi started to think about his future. He taught a lot of things in class. Medicine, economics, administration, physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology, astronomy, and geology. He didn't need to teach Chinese. The Tang dynasty had a strong literary foundation. If he wanted to teach, he had to study hard first. He felt that studying was very interesting. In the past, he felt that studying was very difficult and tiring. He didn't want to study. After he graduated, it would be much easier for him to study again for the sake of living. He even went online. If he didn't understand something, he could look for information to learn. Bring her to the hot spring. It's above Pure Flower's palace. The pool is big and comfortable. Li Longji worked very hard. He pushed his daughter away and told her to hurry up and marry her as soon as possible. In the whole world, his eldest daughter couldn't find a better husband than Li Yi. Little brother Yi didn't like to bully others, let alone women. He felt that he knew everything and liked to play with children. If we don't, what if she dies? Third brother, Princess Jincheng doesn't have a child yet. Is that ruler pearl pill not working? Let's give him some medicine. Li Yi thought of something. That person was now 14 years old. Princess Jincheng was 18 years old. When Princess Jincheng married him, she was 13 years old. That person was 7 years old. Back then, neither of them were suitable. Now that there was no problem, why didn't they have a child? According to historical records, a child was born many years later. Was the child 39 years old or 37 years old? Who gave birth to the child had always been controversial. In any case, it was impossible to find out through the information. It was wrong to begin with, but what about the child? Would a Tubo Zan do nothing? Did that mean that the child wasn't even his? According to the records, he was only a child. It didn't make sense. How low was the probability? Zemp has few women. Why don't you let him come to the Tang dynasty? Li Longji also felt that there was a problem. Can he come? If he asked me to go, If I really went, I would have taken care of them all. Third brother, why don't I go? Li Yi felt that the easiest way was for him to go over and poison all the people in power except for Qi Dai and Zhu Dan. It was easy for him to poison someone. For example, if he cooked a few dishes and everyone ate them together, he would let others try them first. There would definitely be no problem and he would cook them normally. Then, during the banquet, he toasted and clinked glasses. Every time he clinked glasses, he would exchange for paraquat and place it in the other party's wine. He couldn't place hydrides in the wine. The effect would be too fast. The banquet would be over as soon as someone collapsed. But paraquat wouldn't. What did paraquat look like? A new crown. Yes, it was similar to this. It would affect the lung function and gradually cause fibrosis, white lung disease. You can't go anywhere. Stay here. Think about what kind of medicine he needs and send it to him. Send as much as you can. Let him ask others to use it first. Li Longji didn't even think about it and directly refused. What kind of joke was this? What if something happened to you? My Tang dynasty is still counting on you. How good it is for you to stay in Zhuangzi. When you have nothing to do, you can research new things. The winged knights and the 16 guards are under your command. If you don't believe me, you can ask the ministers in the imperial court. No matter how biased they are against you, they won't ask you to go to Tubo and risk your life. If there really is someone who agrees to let you go, I promise to take care of him. Li Yi carefully took out a pepper grain. It couldn't be eaten. It would eat the tongue. Although it was called pepper, it was actually red pepper. I have to give him more than 10 types of medicine. After the others have tried it, he will take it. What if he doesn't use it on Princess Jincheng? No matter how high Princess Jincheng's status is, she can't stop another woman from having a child first. If she has a son, it will be a big problem. Li Yi was also worried that the other party would take drugs and look for other women. Shoot him. How many guns will you have by then? I've suffered. Li Longji closed his eyes. He also didn't want Princess Jincheng to get married. Back then, he wasn't in charge of it. At that time, the situation in the harem was too complicated, and he had yet to activate the Black Tortoise Gate. When Princess Jincheng went out, it was the first lunar month. When he and Princess Taiping started their rebellion, it was the 6th lunar month. After the matter was settled, Imperial Father returned to the imperial court. After that, there was fighting and killing. Now that he had the ability, all he needed to do was to attack. If he brought out a few thousand more guns, with the range and firing frequency, the enemy would either kneel or die. That's fine too. I'll make a few cannons first. This is simple. Casting requires steel. You just need to stir it when casting. There won't be a lot of bombs for the time being. It's quite difficult for me to make a fuse, so I have to do it in the lab. Otherwise, I can only use lifespan. Don't, Brother E. Don't use lifespan. Take your time. Okay. I'll make 20 cannons and 200 bombs within a month. It's much more powerful than Sky Monkey. It can shoot up to 10 miles away. Li Yi decided to use all his strength. If this cannon was used to hit people, it was simply bullying them to death. This was a real cannon, a fuse made in the lab, 10 miles. It's close to the Yellow River. Can you hit the enemy's tent as you wish? Together with Huolong, Sky Monkey. Li Longji looked at Chang and City. To be precise, he was looking at the location of Xingqing Palace. The cannon used by Li family Zhuangzi could directly blow up Xingqing Palace. The imperial city was not safe either. As long as the cannon had enough propellant, it could shoot up to a few hundred meters. If the Li family's manor built a stone platform that was more than 100 feet high, cement, and placed the cannon on top of it, third brother, do you want to hit Xingqing Palace or the imperial city? I have something now. If it flies over, there won't be any survivors. Li Yi is deliberately playing tricks. Are you afraid? Then I'll scare you. Brother E, how can you do such an evil thing? Li Longji stared at him. Third brother is right. After I make the cannon, we can pretend to cross the river. The enemy's army will gather at the shore and we will blast them. Maybe they will agree to invest their land and let us manage it. I don't have to cheat them. If we can make money, we can make money together. Li thought of a new tactic. Huolong, out of water's 2-stage rocket could fly over. I'm going to cross the river. Are you going to gather? If you gather, I'll blast you. If you don't, I'll really cross the river. Just like facing Sky Monkey, I'll blast your army. If you scatter your army, I'll use my army to deal with you. Where's Wen Tian? Come and drink with me. Go and call her. Li Longji also thought it through. This new weapon was a bully. He quickly called his daughter over. Not long after, Princess Yongmu brought Xiao Qin over. Xiao Qin was holding a large drumstick and eating it. Her mouth was covered in oil. Brother, this is for you. When Xiao Qin saw Li Yi, she broke away from Princess Yongmu's hand and ran over. She wanted to share her food with Li Yi. Li Yi picked Xiao Qin up and put her on his lap. Did you have a dream last night? Yes, I dreamed of a big house and 2 big cows. Xiao Qin nodded vigorously. She had a dream. Chapter 1068. Li Yi was relieved about Xiao Qin's matter. He turned his head and was troubled by the problem of building cannons. He could build cannons, but how could he build cannonballs? He couldn't reach a range of more than 5 kilometers. He still had to transport the cannons, and a cannon was very heavy. What kind of cannon can I build? Is it easy to build cannons and cannonballs? How far can they fly? Li Yi muttered as he searched for information to see which cannon was suitable for the current technology. After looking around, he found that he could build a big one, and then he could slowly make the fuse himself, and then the craftsman would work hard to craft the cannonballs by hand. Including other gunpowder, ordinary gunpowder couldn't launch the cannonballs that far. How many guns could he make with the whole set of cannons? Li Yi lowered his head and strolled to the workshop, wanting to ask the craftsman. He had bragged, but how to do it was a problem. Old Zhang, how can I make the explosive things fly further? Li Yi walked to the place where the bullets were made. This place was responsible for assembling the bullets. Old Zhang was called Zhang Guan, and Zhang Guan was resting at the door. The people who made the gunpowder and assembled the bullets changed places every day to let the dust that might have been in the previous room fall down. At the same time, they opened the door to let in air. Zhang Guan thought that Dong Zhu was testing him and laughed. Simple, isn't the sky monkey mounted on a car? Put it in a tube, and the tube is longer, like the tube of a firework. Seal it well, and it will fly further. However, the tube has to be sturdy, and it's best to use a bit of lead on the sky monkey. Add the gunpowder and launch the sky monkey like a bullet. If it's a level 2 one like Fire Dragon out of the sea, it can probably shoot 5 to 6 kilometers. A mortar that can fly a certain distance on its own? A picture appeared in Li Yi's mind. The sky monkey added primer, the tube was like a gun barrel, and the back was covered with lead and a cork to shoot the sky monkey out. The sky monkey spun like a bullet and was ignited in the process. After level 2 ignition, it could fly very far. Was this an extended range rocket? After the primer was fired, the sky monkey would fly a certain distance and be ignited by the fuse. It would spit fire, glide in the air to a certain extent, and then ignite again. The drawback was that it could only hold a small amount of explosives, so it needed to be cleaned. At the same time, slow ignition of the fuse was a problem. During the firing process, a small control was needed to ignite the fuse inside the skyscraper monkey. With a loud bang, the pressure in the barrel would be so great that it might directly blow up the fuse. As soon as it left the muzzle of the cannon, the rocket began to spew fire. No, it's too difficult to make. Li Yi shook his head. If you put the lengthened sky monkey in a tube, you can at least shoot for 4 li. Zhang Guan thought for a while and felt that Dong Zhu was right. The requirements of the craftsmanship were too high. He should change it. Okay, make a tube. Use iron. Try to control the weight of a tube to less than 50 Jin. It can be disassembled or assembled. I'll go back and draw the blueprint. Li Yi decided to build a rocket launcher and use it to launch long skyscrapers. He thought of the 107mm rocket launcher that he had made back then. It was very light, and the shells were also very light. It was easy to operate. Even so, he couldn't make this kind of rocket. He could only shoot it at the sky. The cannons that could be disassembled couldn't be too heavy. It would be good if they could be carried by a person. A horse could carry 2 people, one on the left and one on the right. He returned to his study room and drew the blueprint in half an hour. He looked for Li Longji first. "Third brother, do you think this will work? It's a short distance of 4 li. The Yellow River is not that wide." Li blushed a little when he said this. He had boasted before. Unless he directly exchanged for it, he wouldn't be able to make a cannon that could shoot for 5 li in a month. Can't it shoot for 5 li? Li Longji was still thinking about it. It's too heavy. It's a few thousand jin. It's not as good as a skyscraper monkey. Li told the truth. It was just a cannon. He gritted his teeth and made it. How would he use it after making it? A few thousand jin cannon could only be pulled by a horse carriage. The road was not easy to travel. If he had the technology to make a cannon, he might as well make bronze bullets with primers. That way, he could make a machine gun. Li Longji thought of a large metal tube that could be transported by a group of people. He frowned. "Is there anything else? I need to make better gunpowder and mortars. They are powerful, light, and have a long range." Li knew of something that was not bad, but it was very difficult to make. Li Longji understood, if it's too powerful, you won't be able to use it. Can you add a tube to the skyscraper monkey and shoot further? The accuracy can also be improved. The craftsmanship of the skyscraper monkey has been improving. Every skyscraper monkey is almost the same. Li scratched his head. How do you make the second kick on Zhuangzi? Add it in and release it behind the skyscraper monkey. Li Longji gave an idea. The tube has to be thicker. It should be more than 200 jin. The skyscraper monkey is huge. Li calculated the pressure of the second kick. Make some smaller and thinner ones with the second kick at the back. Add a skyscraper monkey and place an arrow tip in front of the monkey. For example, it can shoot for 5 li. Li Longji still had other ideas. Who said that one had to use explosives to fight? A large number of small tubes was equivalent to arrows with a long range. At a distance of 200 steps, if they were fired densely, what enemy could withstand it? If there was still some gunpowder left, the arrows could enter the body and then explode. Even if the second kick was attached to the body and exploded, could it hurt the enemy? Good idea. Third brother is amazing. Li gave him a thumbs up. He thought about it and felt that if the skyscraper monkey with arrows could explode without flying too far, the biggest effect would be psychological pressure. It was already very uncomfortable to be shot by this kind of arrow. If they had to bear the explosion, how could they continue fighting? I'll draw and calculate. Li turned around and gave the drawings to the cub, who was standing closest to him, before running back to the study. The cub shook a stack of papers in its hand at Ching Song, smiled, and looked up at the sky. Ching Song jumped forward, grabbed the drawings from the cub's hand, and ran away. The cub was speechless. Dongzhu gave it to me and asked me to deliver it, right? You all saw it. The cub looked at the others. Everyone shook their heads together, meaning that the cub should stop talking. Dongzhu gave it to the cub, yet the cub let others take it away. What would happen if the person who delivered the information was robbed? Your Majesty, they're all bullying me, the cub said to Li Longji. Why don't we change to another cub next time? I'll protect you, Li Longji said lightly. Your Majesty, I was wrong. The cub almost knelt down and removed itself from the list. It could not live. Being kicked out of the 8-person group meant that it had angered Li Dongzhu. In that case, everyone could bully it. Li Yi's drawings were from the Song dynasty. They were fire arrows, skyscraper monkeys, and tide arrows, but they did not explode and only increased the range. Of course, even with the fire arrows, the Song dynasty still could not defeat the enemy. They destroyed one enemy after another, and in the end, the Song dynasty became the Northern Song dynasty. Then there was the name of the Southern Song dynasty. The technology of making weapons was good, but it could not withstand the strong suppression of the weak and the emphasis on literature. Okay, this is it. Don't tie it. Just insert it directly in front and add a cover made of bamboo to control the balance during flight and distribute the air. It's called a fairing. Li Yi also drew the drawings of the fire arrows. Chapter 1069. The night in the capital office was still hot and humid. It began to drizzle along the banks of the Juku Yellow River. The air pressure in the already thin area dropped again. The Tang dynasty soldiers were not in good condition. They needed to breathe heavily and resist the cold of the rain. Guo Zhiyun held the binoculars but could not see the fire on the other side. It was pitch black. Tubo won't attack tonight. Neither side can see. Wang Juankui stood next to him. The two sides looked at each other across the river. When it was not raining, the Tang dynasty troops were familiarizing themselves with the terrain by the river. They were looking for suitable places to cross and dangerous places to cross. Dangerous places might not necessarily prevent people from crossing. Easy places to cross were more likely to be attacked by enemies. The generals checked and considered where they would cross the river if they were the ones leading the troops. How should they fight after crossing? Should they feign attack or try to break through? 2 more months. The weather is cold. I hope more cotton-padded and leather clothes will be sent later. Guo Zhiyun was thinking about the battle in winter. There was nothing to say now. His troops were resting, recovering, and adapting to the current weather. They would attack after finding the enemy's weakness. The troops were chopping wood to make rafts. They did not need to row upstream. They only needed to get on the rafts and cross with the current to the other side. I can't hear anything. Are they waiting in the rainy night or taking the opportunity to mobilize their troops? Wang Juankui wondered what Zaisikas would do. Zaisikas lost a large area and must want to take it back. Guo Zhiyun turned and entered the tent. He took off his bamboo hat and said, "We'll know when we see their horses tomorrow morning. Maybe it's a trick. We'll wait for the rafts to be built. No matter how they mobilize." Zhang Zhongliang, who had not gone out, drank hot tea and studied the map under the light of the kerosene lamp. In the past 2 days, 20 hot air balloons were released and they all flew back. They drew some topographic maps and the camp behind Tubo. Yesterday, a hot air balloon dropped an explosive bag and blew up a tent. The Tubo people below were panicking. It did not blow up the largest tent. It happened to pass by a small tent and lit a fire and threw it down. Let's sleep. There's nothing to do tonight. Guo Zhiyun found a place to rest. On the other side of the river, Zaisikas was still awake. He was injured. He didn't live in a big tent, but a small tent next to his was blown up. At that time, he was standing outside, wearing ordinary clothes. The shockwave from the explosion lifted up the rocks, and a small piece of rock hit his knee. It was bruised, and it hurt every time he touched it. He was drinking the medicine that Guan Lin had left behind. He felt that the pain would lessen after drinking this medicine. It was a good medicine. The medicine did not taste good, but he drank it in small mouthfuls, savoring the unique bitterness. The Qianhu was barbecuing meat in his tent. The tent was made of thick leather to isolate the fire from the outside. I hope it doesn't rain all night. The Qianhu sliced off a piece of meat with a knife, dipped it in salt, and brought it to his mouth. He was worried that the soldiers would get sick. The rain was cold, so everyone was eating the food brought by the tribes that came with them. During this emergency evacuation, many things that were inconvenient to carry were thrown away and set on fire, not leaving anything for the enemy. This included the dry firewood, wooden fences, and other household utensils. Everyone was waiting for Tubo to send the baggage over, so that they could continue to defend this side of the Yellow River and look for an opportunity to fight back. Although it was called a fight back, it was actually a sneak attack. It was impossible to wipe out the entire military camp of the Tang dynasty at once. The Tang dynasty had more soldiers than their own side, and their morale was high. Zasikus squinted his eyes and enjoyed the medicine. When he heard the Qianhu's words, he smiled. I'm not afraid. I feel strong enough to judge their plans. His current state was in line with Poison Shi's condition. His mind was indeed agile, and he was in good spirits. At that time, Li Yi was a creative person. Some people in the film and television industry like to find inspiration in such a state or use it to lose weight. Does the commander know? The Qianhu stopped. If I were them, I would definitely cut down trees to make rafts, and then rush down from the upper reaches of the Yellow River diagonally to transport troops. Zasikus made his own judgment. He was right. The Qianhu showed a trace of regret. He thought that Rinpochen had some special ideas. Who didn't know this? As for us, we won't go upstream. We'll send our troops downstream. We'll send our infantry and some cavalry 60 miles behind. The cavalry will be here for them to see. We'll wait for a good day. At night, the infantry will travel 60 miles with light equipment. Our other troops will cross the Yellow River and attack a military camp of the Tang dynasty. At night, the military camp won't know the situation, so they can only send their troops back to report and prepare to attack us at the river. At this time, we'll travel another 10 miles with light equipment and take down the military camp from the lower reaches of the river. Zasikus slowly explained his thoughts and plan. The infantry would be very tired, but once they won a battle, their morale would return. The others knew that the Tang dynasty was not invincible. They just needed to think of a way. Okay, I'm willing to lead the infantry. The Qianhu clenched his fists. He wanted to fight. He was angry with Guanlin. Now he had medicinal herbs, but no one knew how to treat diseases. He looked forward to catching Guanlin one day and bringing him back to teach him a lesson. Don't worry. If we can figure out where the Tang dynasty's troops will cross the river, it'll be better to attack them first. Zasikus waved his hand and continued to taste the medicine. At this time, more than 200 miles north of them, a troop was advancing in the rain. Move. If you're cold, eat something. Don't stop. We didn't bring any tents. Once we stop, we won't be able to withstand the cold. Zhang Xiaosong's bodyguards rode their horses and shouted everywhere. More people led their horses and walked. They exercised and ate to make themselves feel less cold. When the wind blew, they had horses beside them to block it. The explosives and the horses were wrapped to cover them so that the gunpowder wouldn't get wet. The non-commissioned officer walked with their heads down. They walked slowly and ate from time to time. They were used to following Zhang Xiaosong. They could endure any harsh environment. The rain was nothing. When it stopped and the sun rose, they could have a good rest. Zhang Xiaosong looked at the faces of the soldiers around him. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He didn't know how many enemies he would encounter if he went in alone. He didn't even know if he could return alive. But his 10,000 elite soldiers, together with good weapons, could kill at least 40,000 to 50,000 enemies. Even if they died, it would be worth it. They would be worthy of His Majesty's trust. It was just like when he led 10,000 soldiers to attack the western regions. When he went there, he didn't expect to fight like that. Step by step, perseverance would lead to victory. More than 2 hours later, the rain stopped. There were puddles on the ground. When walking over the grass, one would accidentally slip and fall. The sky was still cloudy. The moon and stars couldn't be seen. Zhang Xiaosong looked in the direction of Zasikus's troops. There. Tubo and the Tang dynasty were facing each other across the river for a long time. Guojian should be looking for people to cut wood to make rafts, right? I'll wait for him for a few days. 5 days. After 5 days, I'll lead the troops to launch a surprise attack. I hope Guojian will know what to do. Zhang Xiaosong ordered the troops to stop and rest as he talked to himself. Chapter 1070. The night passed and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Giddy up, giddy up. 10 fast horses were galloping on the road. They were less than 15 kilometers away from Guojian's location, but there were no horses to change horses now. They could only change to their own horses, which would take some time to reach their destination. At the same time, another large group of 3,000 people was also galloping. Each person rode 4 horses. They didn't look for relay stations to change horses along the way. Every day, the horses would rest for 2 hours, and the people would also take the opportunity to rest. This was the winged cavalry. They were far ahead of the 516 imperial guards. Their horses were better, and they were also stronger. Hao Lingquan led 5,000 people. Each person rode 2 horses, so they couldn't be fast. They also brought some supplies to the front. Along the way, they looked for relay stations to feed the horses. There was a relay station every 10 kilometers. At one relay station, some of the horses would eat. At the next relay station, another group of horses would eat. The people at the relay stations were on the verge of tears. They had been too busy recently. They didn't have enough fodder, so they asked the commoners for help and money. The commoners knew that there was a war ahead. Grain and salt were charged according to the normal price. When they delivered the refined materials, they also brought along a big bundle of grass for free. This was because when they went to the relay stations, they also ate black bread and drank soup for free. The Tang dynasty was at war. If the relay stations needed help, they would help. This big bundle of grass has tired us out. Here you go. A man in his 40s brought his son, who was in his 20s, to deliver grass to the relay station. The two of them brought their sickles to cut the grass in the morning. They tied the bundle of grass and carried it to the relay station. Feng Laowu, I will remember this. In the future, when you deliver letters and things, I won't charge you. I will write it clearly on the account. You can put your fingerprint on it. The station's constable brought over the accounting book. Feng Laowu shook his head. No. Who knows if you will charge less under normal circumstances and then use your fingerprint to pay. That would be embezzlement. He meant that the constable should charge 2 coins and tell those who didn't deliver grass to charge 1 coin, but they had to put their fingerprint on it. This way, the constable could keep 1 coin and deliver the things for free. When reporting to the higher-ups, he could use his fingerprint to speak. Can I do that? If I get caught, I will lose my head. The constable felt wronged. Now that he had a high income, the relay station was very strict. It was said that the higher-ups had a calculation method to know which relay station's situation. With such a good income, why would he want to kill his head? How would I know? You can keep the grass. We are just delivering grass to the relay station, not for any benefits. Feng Laowu still shook his head. Dad, didn't you say that if we win, it will be cheaper for us to eat mutton in the future? Feng Laowu's son suddenly spoke. You talk too much. Feng Laowu patted his son's head and turned to leave. The village head watched as the father and son walked away. He picked up his brush and wrote, Feng Laowu sent 6 dan of grass, the other commoners sent a total of more than 1,000 dan of grass. This village has sufficient fodder. After he finished writing, he found a simple envelope and put it inside. Without sealing it, he handed it to the courier. Send it out to the next relay station and enter Chang'an. All right. The courier tucked the letter in his bosom and didn't ride the horse at all. He drank a few mouthfuls of soup and ran to the next courier station at a normal speed. It was only a distance of 10 miles. He could run for it and then run back after a rest. They were not in a hurry. They would wait for the information from the relay stations to be delivered. After a few days, they would send the information to Chang'an by donkey. The people at the relay station were reluctant to use their livestock. If there was an emergency and they needed livestock, it would delay the military situation. The sun gradually rose and gradually moved towards the center of the village. The 10 messengers had finally arrived. Report. Urgent news from Chang'an. A letter was delivered to Guijian. The 10 messengers were carried away to rest. The horses were also being fed water. Li Yi ordered us to feign an attack. Guijian read the letter and passed it to Zhang Zhongliang. Zhang Zhongliang read the letter and passed it to Wang Juankui. Zhang Shaosong came and took away one of my hot air balloons. I thought he would rush over and meet up with us. Wang Juankui read the letter and folded it. It seems like Zhang Shaosong ran away again and is fighting alone. Feign an attack. Don't take Zhang Shaosong into consideration. We have to take him into consideration again. Be prepared to launch a real attack at any time. As long as it doesn't rain at night, the hot air balloons will always be in the air. Guijian understood everything. Zhang Shaosong ran away to look for an opportunity. Li Yi did not want Zhang Shaosong to be included in their calculations. Some things could not be calculated just because they did not want to. If Zhang Shaosong launched a sneak attack at night, he would have to cooperate with the attack. If he saw his allies move but did not help them across the river, wouldn't that mean he was stupid? Zhang Zhongliang added, don't worry about other places first. Keep an eye on Zasiko's troops. If they suddenly panic or retreat, immediately cross the river and attack. After the three finished their discussion, they began to deploy. Newly made rafts were thrown into the water one by one and tied with ropes. More cavalrymen dragged the rafts over. Smoke rose from the campsite. All kinds of supplies were piled up on the riverbank. The horses that delivered the orders were running. Every time they reached a military camp by the river where the two sides gathered their forces, the military camp would transport the supplies forward and send the rafts into the water. Tubo did not know that the number of rafts was not enough. Every time they saw the Tang dynasty's military camp move, they would immediately send fast horses to report. The entire area was hundreds of miles long. Both sides had deployed 200,000 soldiers this time. Of the 200,000 soldiers, the Tang dynasty contributed more than Tubo. Xu Di was continuously sending supplies to the front. The first batch of ships from Chang'an had not yet arrived. When the first batch of ships arrived, the rest could be connected. Build relay stations. From here to the relay station in Longyu, there is only one relay station every 10 miles. The horse can't run anymore. After lunch, Guizhiyun and the other three came out and saw the soldiers burying a horse. There was blood on the horse. The blood was let out. When the blood was let out, the horse was still alive and drinking water. In the end, it could not hold on and fell down. The soldiers did not want to eat, so they began to dig a hole to bury the horse. Seeing this, Guizhiyun felt sad. He ordered them to build more relay stations according to the Tang dynasty's method. Qin Li went over and picked up the military shovel to help bury the horse. Shovel after shovel of dirt fell on the horse. Some soldiers turned their heads away. Another group of people from Shu County came over. Some of them were pushing wheelbarrows and humming a tune. Guizhiyun did not look at the horse. He said loudly, "We will definitely win this war. The imperial court will use all its power to send supplies to us. Look at now, the brothers from Shu Di are directly pushing supplies over. Have you ever encountered such logistical support before?" The surrounding soldiers puffed out their chests and felt proud. This was the first time they were sent to the front lines as support. When they sent out the troops, they thought that they were carrying supplies and the Longyu provincial governor would cooperate with them. Then, they would think of a way to solve the problem here. Baggage would be sent over after a period of time. Who would have thought that the military supplies would be endless? Now that the Shu Di arrived, there would be more ships arriving. At this point in the war, if they still could not win, they would have no face to live. Don't just look, go help. Wang Juankui shouted. Didn't they see that she was tired from pushing the wheelbarrows? Chapter 1071. There was a loud bang, and gravel flew everywhere. A person was lying on the ground with his head in his hands. No one knew if he was dead or alive. When the gravel and dust had settled, someone rushed over. "Are you dead? Tong Lu, are you dead?" The person who went over shouted at the motionless person. There was no response. He shook his head. "Carry him away." Two people came over and carried the person one after the other. As soon as they touched him, the person suddenly moved. He looked around and suddenly shouted, "I'm alive, I'm alive. I don't need to do anything if I encounter a dud again. After the canal is built, I won't be sentenced to death." "Tong Lu, you're not dead?" The person from before shouted at him. Tong Lu looked at him in confusion. He put his finger in his ear and pressed it. "I can't hear you. My ears are buzzing. Go back with us. Go quickly." The person gestured. "Ah, I understand. Let's go." Tong Lu understood. These people were building a canal to connect the Wei River to the Yellow River. At the source, there was a river flowing into the Yellow River and another river flowing into the Wei River. This meant that the source was high and flowed to both sides. If a boat wanted to go against the Wei River and enter the Yellow River, there had to be a pool built at the top. The water in the pool flowed to both sides, and many rivers in the mountains gathered at the pool. The Wei River flowed to the east and would eventually enter the Yellow River, but it wasn't at this crucial place. Everyone dug together and placed explosives in the difficult places. Sometimes there would be duds in the explosives. The prisoners on death row and those who had committed serious crimes would deal with the duds. It was fine as long as they took it out. The duds didn't really die out. If no one dealt with them, they wouldn't know when they would explode. Li Yi had opened the mountain with duds before, and some suddenly exploded a month later. Now, they waited for 15 minutes. If there was no movement, they would go. 2 people had already been killed. Today, Tong Lu's family made him wait for an hour. It was just in time for dinner. They didn't have to arrange the duds immediately. After dinner, he went up. Before he could touch it, the blast appeared first. He reacted quickly and directly lay down. He was considered alive, but it wouldn't be his turn next time. It would take a long time for another turn. Those who needed to be exiled volunteered to do the most dangerous work. As long as the canal was built, the death penalty would be changed to exile, imprisonment, and whipping. The exiles didn't want to leave. Their chances of survival were too low if they went to an unfamiliar place. The prisoners wanted to be beaten and go home to recover. At first, they didn't think much of it, but when the 2 of them were killed, they finally understood that it was indeed a gamble with their lives. Today, Tong Lu almost died. Tong Lu was a criminal on death row. He had a conflict with his neighbor, so he poisoned his neighbor's horse and cow. The neighbor was rich, but when he met the neighbor's dog, he decided to set it on fire. The neighbor's houses, firewood, horses, and cows were all burned down, and the neighbor's families fled. His actions were too vile. He caused a lot of property losses and almost burned people to death. He was sentenced to hang. He refused to accept this. "Why? I didn't want to burn anyone. I want to appeal." While he was appealing, someone came to him and told him to go to work and survive. His family helped him continue the appeal, and he came over to work on his own. Now, he could be sure that as long as he was careful, he would not be hanged. Lu, on the other hand, could apply for a dangerous job. If there was another dud, he would take the initiative to dismantle it. If he didn't die, he would become a criminal. Of course, those who committed heinous crimes and killed people, especially robbers and murderers, would not be given a chance. They must die. Otherwise, it would be encouraging everyone to kill people. Anyway, there was a high chance that they wouldn't die. Everyone continued to work. They chiseled holes and placed explosives. Tong Lu temporarily treated his ears. His vestibular nerves were affected. Nausea, vomiting. Murayama Shu was also in the crowd. He was afraid that the next dud would be his turn. If possible, he wanted to wait for 3 days to line up the duds. However, it was obviously not possible. Would the construction progress wait for him for 3 days? Everyone, work hard. The canal will be built at the end of June. Except for those who are guilty, everyone else will get a lot of money. Pay attention to your safety. The foreman in charge of this place shouted. He was happy because he got more money than others. On the entire canal, countless people were working at the same time. The food was not bad. There were meat and vegetables. There was a limited number of stews. They could eat any staple food, pickles, and soup. For example, tonight, his team could eat soy sauce chicken liver and pig liver. Those who didn't work at night were allowed to drink half a liter of rice wine. It had nothing to do with the duds. It was a reward for the fast progress of the construction. If he commanded well, he would be rewarded with a liter of money. Those who worked at night would drink and eat braised food before they went to bed tomorrow morning. Boats arrived on the Wei River. They carried the goods to the bank of the Yellow River and put them in the warehouse. One of them was waiting for the canal to be built and the other was waiting for the boats to come back. Once the delivery ship had unloaded its cargo, it would quickly return empty-handed. They would load the goods and change the people here. So far, only one batch of 50 boats had come back. The boats didn't go to take the things they needed to take along the way. They just left. Other people boarded the boats to load the goods and send them to the front line. This was the fastest way to send military supplies to the source of the Yellow River through the water route, land route, and land route. The people who built the road and prepared to replace the boats didn't know strategy, but they definitely knew that people needed to eat and horses to fight a war. They also knew that the Tang dynasty would be safe if they won the war. Theoretically, it's only a few days. As long as the boats are connected, the soldiers at the front line will have no worries. Bai Gu was not an ordinary person. He was looking forward to occupying the Yellow River Basin. It was not a matter of the 2 freshwater lakes. It was a matter of reducing Tubo's strategic living space. There were many Tubo tribes around the 2 freshwater lakes. They relied on the lakes to live, draw water, graze, and hunt. Animals needed to drink water. With a big lake, many animals would drink water. Night wolves, leopards, and other animals would also look for food. In summer, birds, blue sheep, and so on. Su Air took a sip of tea. He was very anxious. He wished he could fly on the clouds and help deliver the things that they needed in the next few days to the place. According to the speed of the boats, when another boat team arrived, there would be a boat or propeller boat arriving every day. They were not only sending things, but also the belief of victory. The logistics were endless, and the soldiers at the front line had less to worry about. Tingshuo, don't worry. The things from Shu Di have arrived. Li Yi's logistics operation is too good. Song Jing knew Su Yi's thoughts. Tingshuo was Su Yi's courtesy name. Su Yi's courtesy name meant upright. His courtesy name was Tingshuo. Ting was the imperial court and Shuo was pronounced as Shi. Tingshuo meant the rock of the country. It could also be said that he was the cornerstone of the country. Another interpretation was also quite interesting. Tingshuo, a person with a high academic degree in the imperial court. His courtesy name meant that he was upright and knowledgeable in the imperial court. However, his father was the minister's left servant, Su Gui, so he was not so vulgar. Yes. Su Yi replied with one word. He really admired Li Yi. He had seized the opportunity to occupy the entire Yellow River Basin. The key point was that Li Yi did not just say it. He was really doing it. This time, they occupied the Yellow River Basin. Next time, they could try the Yangtze River Basin. Chapter 1072. Tingshuo, don't compare yourself to Xiao Yi, even though you are already very formidable. Bai Gu tried to discourage Su Yi. Bai Gu wasn't wrong. Su Yi's information was, Su Yi, Tingshuo, weak and agile. He can read 1,000 words in a single glance and can recite them over and over again. The translation was, Su Yi has been smart since young. He can read 1,000 words in a single glance and recite them out. He is a character like Zhang Song. Theoretically, he should know how to memorize images. When have I ever compared myself to him? Su Yi rebutted. I don't want to compare myself to that inhuman thing. He then laughed. Li doesn't have it easy. It's even more tiring than being the prime minister. He has to manage everything. He doesn't need to attend court. He can sleep for as long as he wants. He can eat whatever he wants. He knows how to cook it himself. Before tonight, the Li family Zhuangzi will send razor clams over. The three of us will each have 2 caddies. We should cook them once we get home. We can't stay overnight. When Bai Gu talked about Li Yi, he thought of something happy. There was seafood to eat. Real seafood, alive. When he was in Hunan Prefecture, he had never seen any live seafood. Who would have thought that seafood could be kept on a ship all the way back? They are selling it outside. It costs 1 caddy per caddy. There's no guarantee that they are all alive. However, even if they are dead, they will die on the same day. Song Jing raised the price, but they couldn't afford it. There weren't many of them per caddy. They had to be scooped out of the water. Thankfully, King Song was selling them and giving them to those who were qualified to eat them for free. For example, the 3 of them. Bai Gu smiled. It's time to pay taxes. King Song took the initiative to pay taxes. He said that he would help the Ministry of Revenue gather 30 million this year. This is because King Song needs to give them to the concubines in the palace, the members of the royal family, and us officials. Only one ship brought back 40,000 caddies and sold 20,000 caddies. There will be more to come. Conch shells are the most expensive. The Ministry of Revenue can get more than 4,000 caddies from a single ship. Bai Gu was happy. He liked to make money, even if he could not use a single cent of that money for himself. He had the opportunity to get a portion of it. For example, if there was a project grant, he could get a rebate. The more he understood, the more he did not do anything. His family sold pencils and made a lot of money. Sometimes, he would even donate money to Grief Field Workshop. If he was greedy, it wouldn't be worth it to covet hundreds or thousands of carvings. He sold hundreds of carvings of pencils a year. If he was greedy for tens of thousands of taels of silver, money would burn his hands, and he would definitely be found out. At that time, how would he face the emperor and Xiao Yi? His Majesty would probably give him a cup of poisoned wine and leave his corpse intact for the sake of their old friendship. As for Xiao Yi, she probably would not see him for the last time. Has this year's 30 million arrived? Song Jing still didn't know that King Song was willing to pay the taxes. If he didn't, what could he do? I won't have 30 million in savings, and I've been spending a lot recently. Jigu has been asking me for money almost every day and sending it to various places to build roads and irrigation works. I pondered that I would have 20 million yuan by the end of the year. I'm worried about making money, so I want to take out everyone's money to complement each other. I'm worried about spending money, so how am I going to spend the remaining 20 million yuan? Bai Gu was indeed worried. In the past, the rent was less than 10 million yuan a year. He had to pay the salaries of the officials and provide supplies to the army. He was a little stretched. This year's rent was more than enough, and he had an extra pile of money. He had never used it before. Oh my God! Su Yi smiled. You can ask Li Yi. He will tell you how to use it. I'm worried now. I'm worried that he will covet the surplus of the Ministry of Revenue. Bai Gu was even more distressed. Big brother, the Ministry of Revenue has a lot of money this year. Take out another 10 million yuan to build the navy. Next spring, the fleet will sail far away and many ships will be thrown away. It will be fine in the future. The thing that Bai Gu was afraid of appeared in the Li family Zhuangzi. It was just like Murphy's Law. Li Yi complained that Li Chengqi's speed of making money and building ships was too slow. The key was that the money was too little and the investments were too big. This included raising pearls, planting peppers, seaside business development, Tang Dynasty fund expenditure. Potatoes and corn were really good things. Tomatoes, kidney beans, sunflowers, sweet potatoes, and big apples. Rubber could be planted in Yunnan, Southwest, and Cheongzhou. There was also a lot of gold and silver there. There was also a lot of silver in Europe. As long as there were enough precious metals, the Tang dynasty could issue non-credit currencies. As long as there were enough non-credit currencies, they could become stable credit currencies. For example, in the Li family Zhuangzi, even if the Li family Zhuangzi did not use collateral and directly printed money, the people would still accept it, and they would not take the money to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for gold, silver, and copper. Li Chengqi had heard about all kinds of things outside. He had also seen the pictures drawn by Li Yi. He said that potatoes and corn had a high yield and were easy to feed. Especially corn, it could be extracted from oil and could be planted casually. People and livestock could eat it. I will ask Bai Gu for it. I can't pay taxes for nothing. Li Chengqi decided. It has nothing to do with taxes. When the things are brought back, won't the Ministry of Revenue increase? When the gold and silver are brought back, the Ministry of Revenue will issue banknotes. When the time comes, I will mark out which mines are good to mine and mark the coal mines. They will be refined locally and then transported back. Li Yi knew that the Americas had a lot of gold and other things. As for oil, there was still the Middle East. It was difficult to drill oil wells in the Tang dynasty, but there were places in the Middle East where oil could be mined. Then they could ship it back. It was useful. Yes, I will go there in the afternoon and give them razor clams. Li Chengqi thought it through. After eating a big bowl of cold noodles, Li Chengqi left with razor clams. Li Longji came back. He had lunch with Wu Jieyu. Wu Jieyu was about to give birth. Brother Yi, I heard that the Ministry of Revenue will have a lot of surplus this year. Li Longji got the news. He was also worried about how to use the money. When my brother came, I said that we need 10 million to build more boats. There are still about 10 million left. It's not enough. Li Yi brought a plate of fruits and said worriedly. Not enough. Li Longji felt that there was too much money. How could it not be enough? He was also rich. Very rich. Tomorrow, my steam engine will be ready. It will be a mature one. It will be able to produce trains directly. 10 million is no more than 10 billion to build and pave the tracks. After the tracks are finished, we will pave the tracks to Luoyang. That's it. 10 million is enough. We will dig and smelt the mines ourselves. We will also build the cement blocks for the tracks ourselves. The gravel will have to be transported from elsewhere. The money in the Tang dynasty is more valuable. I will pay for the train. 10 million is enough. Maybe it is not enough. Li shook his head. It was too difficult. He wanted to spend money, but he could not spend it. He had not built the tracks to Shudi yet. If he said that, Old Bai would have problems. How much manpower and material resources would be needed to build a railway? Is 10 million enough? 110 million yuan coins were thrown in just like that. Can't we transport goods without the tracks? Li Longji was distressed. He had seen the wooden tracks. It was horse-drawn and needed a lot of money. Not really. I will build the steam engine for the boats first. I will also throw away the sail-powered boats. If we meet the natives, we can sell them to them. Li thought for a while. He felt that the tracks and trains in the Tang dynasty were not very useful. From Chang'an to Luoyang, then to the coast of Shandong. It was still useful. When the time came, he would let the boats in Guangzhou unload the goods in Shandong. In the middle, he would need to build the railway bridge, including the bridge over the Grand Canal. Is 50 million enough? At that time, his country was frantically building roads. This was not an ordinary plan. The leaders of each generation insisted on it. Then, there was the result of the regular delivery within 72 hours. Railway, land, prosperous road. Chapter 1073. Abandon the ship, abandon it. Li Longji muttered. Previously, they had agreed to build more ships and bring more things. When the things on the ship, including fresh water, were almost exhausted, they would abandon the ship. There were few people steering the ship. After abandoning the ship, they would board another ship. In the vast sea, they would directly abandon the ship. When they encountered an island or land with indigenous people, they would exchange things with them. The indigenous people did not even dare to think about big ships and would exchange things with them. If they taught them a little and told them the location of the Tang dynasty, the indigenous people would probably take the risk to bring things to the Tang dynasty. As long as the indigenous people did not cause any substantial damage to the Tang dynasty soldiers, they did not need to attack the indigenous people immediately. The indigenous people might be afraid. If they communicated well with the other party, for example, if they gave something, the indigenous people might want to snatch it. However, they also believed that there was a very powerful place. Not all the indigenous people were willing to snatch things. If they could exchange things, they would naturally be willing to do so. Even when they saw people they had never seen before, the indigenous people would even provide help. A big ship is very useful to the indigenous people from other places, right? Li Longji calculated the value. Now in the whole world, the Tang dynasty's ships are the largest and most powerful. No one else knows how to build them. Li Yi smiled. Now, people from other places came by ships. The ships were not big. When they moved close to the shore, they had to worry about hitting the reefs. Fortunately, there was a fixed route. The military ships of the Tang dynasty were like buildings. If the indigenous people had such a ship and told them the situation of the Tang dynasty, they would bring the best things to take a look and exchange things at the same time. As for taking the initiative to attack, it was the same as when Li Yi saw a real big spaceship. Would the people on Earth dare to take the initiative to attack? They would definitely try to communicate first and ask the other party's intentions. If they could communicate, they would ask for other information and see what they could exchange. Could they definitely attack the other party with nuclear weapons? At least with their IQ, they would not have such thoughts. If it were the indigenous people, would they think of attacking first when such a big ship came over with bows and arrows? They would definitely think about it first. What is this thing? Where did it come from? Is it going to hit me? As long as the soldiers of the Tang dynasty did not take the initiative to attack and took out food for the other party to taste, the other party would respond in the same way. Not to mention the fact that they were also human aboriginals. If a wolf pack encountered a large group of cavalry, would the wolf king yell and attack? Li Longji pondered for a while. Can you leave the natives of Ren school behind? It's more dangerous, but we can note down the places where there are indigenous people. We'll go around and send people there. Li Yi did not agree with the idea of vigorously promoting the Tang dynasty during the first voyage. First, go and get the seeds. Gold and silver were secondary. When he was in the Tang dynasty, he could provide many places with golden sand and even knew how to mine it. For example, the felt could be used to collect gold in a place where there was gold sand in the river. Because the weight of gold was large, the sand containing the gold was poured onto the felt and then slowly washed with water. The sand and mud were washed away, leaving behind the gold. As long as the Tang dynasty had enough military power, gold and silver did not need to be used as collateral. Potatoes and corn were the real good stuff. The current output of potatoes and corn might not be large, but they could be cultivated slowly. As for the detoxification of potatoes, there was no need for that at the moment. In the beginning, potatoes were planted all over the world. Before they were detoxified, everyone was still willing to plant them. The yield per moo was indeed high. Later on, the detoxified potatoes had a higher yield per moo. That was true. If he really wanted to detoxify them, he could do it in the laboratory and then cultivate them. Not to mention 5,000 caddies per moo, 1,000 caddies per moo would be frightening. In a place where the yield of crops was more than 200 caddies per moo, he would be beaten up if he told the other party that the yield was 5,000 caddies per moo. Li Yi knew that it was impossible to have 5,000 caddies of potatoes per moo without slow cultivation, including the high-yield corn. However, these were cultivated by the local natives. If they were brought over, the yield per moo would be many times higher than other food crops. Brother Yi, have you eaten the potatoes and corn you mentioned? Li Longji suddenly asked after eating a few mouthfuls of watermelon. Third brother, can I get you something to eat? The ones I made can't be planted, but they can be eaten. Li Yi wanted to exchange for some. He had the system. Yes, he had the system. The kind that can be replenished? Li Longji asked again. If it can't be replenished, then he doesn't want it. Yes, I can make you stewed eggplant with potatoes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, potato biscuits, potato noodles, salted baked potatoes, pork skin pancakes, potato pickles, potatoes can make so many things. I heard you said that there are both main dishes and side dishes. Li Longji was shocked. He felt that he had everything with potatoes. Otherwise, why would I send people to look for them? My laboratory technology is advanced enough, but I can't extract some things that I can't extract. There's something that I can't mention. Li Yi was saying, System, give me the potatoes, can't I plant them? Can't I wait for them to germinate? But in the end, no, even if you extract the cells of the potatoes and cultivate them in the laboratory, you still can't grow anything. Go to the other place you mentioned. There's no need for the main dishes. You can't make the noodles in time. As for the biscuits, it's better to eat something else. Save it. Li Longji helped him. He accepted it. Looking at the experience of the person, fearless, he was more magical than the current Li Yi. Looking at Princess Jinxian's master, Yi Fashion, he was really mysterious and wonderful. He lived for 107 years and could calculate. In front of these two people, the mysterious things that Li Yi took out paled in comparison to the mysterious things that Li Yi brought out. The people of the Tang dynasty believed in this. The people of Li Yi's time also believed in this. Many people believed in this. Things like feeling a theory in one's stomach, fragrance all over one's body, seeing the real scenery in the distance with one's third eye, etc. This included some feng shui, building government buildings, setting up cannons in Hong Kong's banks, setting up the layout of the sea, naming, interpreting dreams, praying to Buddha when officials were about to be investigated. Therefore, Li Yi, a system that didn't have much of a sense of existence under normal circumstances, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. It was very normal. So in the evening, Li Yi got potatoes of all sizes and made a table of dishes, mixing them with other dishes. Just eating potatoes was not enough. If one didn't eat them all the time, it would be easy to get constipation if one suddenly ate too much. He exchanged a total of 10 caddies of potatoes for everyone to eat. Li Dan, noble consort Lu, Princess Yongmu, Xiao Lan, the palace maids and eunuchs, Empress Wang, the little fellow, and Li Longji. The little fellow loved to eat potato stewed with eggplant. If the potatoes were only made into mashed potatoes, it would be too dry. Together with the eggplant, egg sauce, and chopped green onions were added. The little fellow ate it with a spoon. This was good and chewy. Shredded potatoes fried with soy sauce and vinegar. The ones with soy sauce are delicious. Empress Wang tasted 2 kinds of shredded potatoes and commented. Li nodded and didn't comment. This was just like the battle between the saltiness and sweetness of tofu pudding. There was also a battle between the saltiness and sourness of fried shredded potatoes. Shredded potato soup is also delicious. Noble consort Lu drank a mouthful of shredded potato soup with chopped green onions floating in the pot. Potato slices fried with soy sauce are delicious, Li Dan said. Potatoes are really good. Li Longji ate a small potato baked in salt and commented. Chapter 1074. 8 stones per mu. Li Yi gave a number. He was using the soup from the stir-fried shredded potatoes. He added soy sauce and left a lot of soup, which became a thicker soup with potato starch. He picked up a few pieces of shredded potatoes and chili and stuffed them into his mouth. It was the most delicious. The little guy sat on a high stool and scooped up the soup with a bigger spoon. He took a sip and then scooped up some potato and eggplant with a smaller spoon. He ate with a grin. 8 stones. Li Dan suddenly shouted. Li Tan, who had just finished drawing a picture, was so scared that he shivered and the drawing fell to the ground. Wash your hands and come over for dinner, Empress Wang instructed Li Tan. Li Tan didn't know the situation. He drew a key part and said that he would eat later. He had just finished drawing and ran over to eat. When he went to wash his hands, Li Yi introduced 8 stones. Cultivate them well. They can produce more than 30 stones per mu. Li Yi was referring to Shangxi in his time. 1 mu produced 6,000 to 7,000 caddies of potatoes per mu. It was a specially cultivated breed. It was big. In addition, Inner Mongolia and Gansu had high yields of potatoes. Heilongjiang was also good. Heilongjiang potatoes were delicious. Later, they changed the breed and tasted bad. Now that they were going to America to get potatoes, the size should be uneven. The big ones could be as big as a baseball, and the small ones could be as small as a ping-pong ball or a glass ball. Let's not think about 30 stones first. 8 stones will definitely be enough, Li Yi promised. If the yield was low, why did everyone plant it and keep cultivating new varieties? Other places used potatoes as a staple food. Only people in his time used potatoes as vegetables. Potato powder was not a normal dish. Actually, potatoes can be roasted and eaten. Light a fire, throw it in, control the heat, roast it, peel it, and eat it. At most, dip it in salt or sauce. After Li Yi finished speaking, he quickly ate a mouthful of rice. He was hungry. We have to send a fleet out next year. The people are waiting. Noble consort Lu was anxious. She didn't expect such delicious food to be produced in such a high volume. Li Yi nodded. There are many good things over there. Gold and silver are secondary. Bring back all kinds of crops to meet the needs of the people. He introduced the American crop, the kidney bean. Nowadays, the kidney bean should be classified as a string bean. It was just that it had a large grain size, a lot of starch, and a low yield. But it was delicious. Stewed dishes were the most fragrant. In addition, corn was the best material for making silage, especially for feeding cattle. Corn seedlings, corn cobs, and corn kernels were made into silage. The starch, protein, and fiber were all good. He could also break them off before they were ripe, boil them, or roast them. Sweet potatoes can be turned into vermicelli, roasted in winter, sweet and fragrant. Li Yi talked for a while. Except for the little fellow, everyone, including Li Tan who was sitting there, stopped eating and listened together. They began to yearn for that place. Like Li Yi, they did not care about gold and silver. Food was what the commoners needed the most. Once the commoners had their fill, they would be able to accept the printing of paper money. The Tang dynasty often got things from outside, such as mare milk grapes. Now that there was a new type of long-grain rice, in addition to other things, the commoners would be able to eat more than they could eat. Everyone, eat. Next year, my steam engine will come out and take the coal out. I will draw a map of the local area, indicating the location of the open coal mine and other mines. I will continue to make coal locally and then come back. It will be faster and be used together with the sail. Li Yi actually wanted to go with them. With him, the team would not have any problems. He was experienced in sailing at sea. He used to have his own yacht. And when he arrived at the place, he could recognize everything. When others went out, he could only draw the map of the crops. When will you come back? Empress Wang thought of the long journey. Li Yi thought for a moment and replied, I have to build a good relationship with the locals and teach them something. I will leave at the beginning of spring next year and come back at the beginning of spring. So fast? Li Tan could not help but ask. After that, he quickly lowered his head. He was not qualified to speak here. The main thing is that there are many boats. Go east and go ashore. No, send 2 teams out. The other fleet will circle around and go west. Li Yi considered the terrain and wanted to send people in both directions at the same time. Because there was no Panama Canal, there was also no Suez Canal. To go west, they had to go around the African continent and see if they could not make contact with the Africans and bring back tropical fruit seeds, coffee and other things. For example, in Ghana, where he lived next to the sea, there was a mysterious fruit. After eating it, other sour things would become sweet. Then I will have to trouble you, Brother Yi. Li Longji believed in Li Yi's words. For others, distant places were full of unknowns and dangers. It felt like Brother Yi already knew the whole plan. Presumably, when he finished writing about the voyage, there would be information about what the place was like, what there was, how to replenish and other methods. Then, he would provide the tools to calculate the position at sea. The fleet would just follow the instructions. The unexpected situation was a storm at sea. That depended on luck. Princess Yongmu took care of the little guy and also took care of Li Tan. Chapter 1075. At dawn, Li Longji left first and went to the court to wait for the start of the court session. The little guy ate sea urchin egg soup, bread rolls, and smoked meat with vegetables. He took a small bag of dried fruits and a cucumber and went out to play with Princess Yongmu. Li Yi went with him. He wanted to go to the market. Princess Yongmu went to Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion to sell things. Today, it was time for Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion to open for business again. Some noblewomen came early and arrived last night to find an inn to stay in. This included those from Luoyang. It took 2 days to drive from Luoyang to Chang'an. At that time, Li Yi traveled from Luoyang to Shihen by hour. The road was good and short, so it was fine to drive. Today, Princess Yongmu sold facial masks in bamboo tubes. They were cream and were good for the skin. There was honey, elm bark powder, and 30% powder. The 30% powder naturally referred to the wheat flour, which was very white. There was also egg white for short-term use. It was used on the same day, and the amount was small. If it was left for a long time, the egg white would spoil. There were many kinds of things. All kinds of fruits and vegetables were pasted on the face. Honey, elm bark powder, 30% powder, and egg white were used as adhesives. The little guy wanted to come out to play, so Li Yi took him with him. Guazi was in charge of driving. He carried an assault rifle, a pistol, and a throwing knife. Next to him was a sniper rifle and a bow. Bullets could not turn, unless it was a special bullet with other power systems. The bow could turn. The feathers behind the arrows in Guazi's quiver were different. He trimmed them himself. They could turn without trimming the tail feathers, but the range was too small. Guazi's pupils were slightly dilated when he was driving, which was the most sensitive way to capture some moving things. He was thinking about where each arrow was placed in the quiver and what the tail feathers looked like. If someone attacked and hid behind a thin wall, he could shoot through it with a sniper rifle. Hiding behind a wooden board, the assault rifle was shot. Zhuangzi's guards accompanied him. They played various roles and scattered around. The winged knights staggered on the horse to ensure that at least 3 people were guarding at any angle. Li Yi didn't even need to do this when he went out, but the key was that the little fellow had to follow him. The little guy was the foundation of the country. He was only 3 years old, but he was already smart and quick-witted. He was well-mannered and strong. Eat your own food, wipe your own mouth, bathe yourself, dress yourself, wash your own handkerchief and socks. He could also help the adults light the stove, gather firewood, cook rice, wash rice, and add water. It was just that the amount of water added was either too much or too little. Occasionally recite a poem or two and show concern for others. The members of the imperial clan and the ministers could not find any fault with it. Not to mention the foundation of the country, how many children from ordinary families could do it? When he was 2 or 3 years older, he would cook for adults, wash clothes, cut grass, and pick vegetables like the children of poor families. Of course, he didn't need to make it his life. He only needed to know how to do it. Everyone, don't be nervous. Don't injure or kill by mistake, Li Yi shouted to the crowd. He was worried that everyone would be too nervous and that someone else's actions would be mistaken as an assassination attempt. Princess Yongmu arrived at the place, got off the car, and entered Wen Tianlan's Xiang Pavilion with a group of maids and Xiaolan. The guards sat outside. The strong women who were more masculine than men were in place. Although they were strong, their faces were relatively beautiful. The building next to them began to prepare. Otherwise, why would they open for business for 2 days every 10 days? The security guards were really too tired. There were noble women lining up, and some with children were using baby carriers. Generally, this kind of situation was because there was internal strife in the family. They were not at ease leaving their children at home. If they were killed, what was the use of killing them? They still needed to find evidence. I'll come over for lunch at noon. I'll take a walk first. Li Yi bid farewell to Princess Yongmu. Be careful. Princess Yongmu waved her hand. Li Yi carried the little guy and walked forward. His ambulance followed beside him. The surrounding people saw them and cupped their fists. The seller put down the tools in his hands and cupped his fists as well. The people looked at the people around them when they greeted them. They were suspicious of everyone. The people of the capital government already knew that there were many people who wanted to kill Li Dongzhu. Therefore, they did not go forward at all. They stood in place. When someone came close, they reached out and pulled them back. Guazi did not drive the ambulance. He went up to the roof and squatted on it alone. The people found that the situation was not right. The reaction of Li Dongzhu's bodyguards today was different from usual. They looked at the child in Li Yi's arms. This child was too cute. He looked like a girl. He had long eyelashes and a small pink face. It made people want to kiss him. Li Dongzhu's child? Impossible. I've never heard of Li Dongzhu getting married. If he got married, everyone would know. Looking at the way he dresses, he looks like a boy. Why does he look like a girl? He smiled. He looks more like a girl when he smiles. Don't go forward. Look at the winged knights. They're about to raise their bows. Disperse. Li Dongzhu is not a rare thing. It's not easy for him to come out. Don't disturb him. Li Dongzhu is not a thing. You dare to scold Li Dongzhu? The people said and dispersed. At the same time, they looked at who stayed and looked at each other with a different gaze. Li carried the little fellow and strolled around the East Market. The people at the stalls spread out their hands, cupped their fists, raised their hands, and so on. They all had the same meaning. We are not holding weapons. The butcher placed the handles of the knives on the table, facing outwards. He took 5 steps back and raised his palms to his shoulders. Everyone could see that the child was the most important thing. Otherwise, Li Dongzhu's bodyguards would not be like this. I'm injured. The little fellow's head turned back and forth. Suddenly, he pointed at a person's left forearm. There was a scratch there that had not completely scabbed over. Then come over here. I'll take a look at your arm. Li Yi immediately shouted to the person. Li Dongzhu, I've washed it with soap. The person did not dare to go over. Dozens of pairs of eyes were looking at him. It's okay. I'll take a look. Li Yi spoke again. Just go. There's pus. Li Dongzhu will take a look at it and you're still being unreasonable. Go. If it gets serious, how are you going to feed your family? You don't want to go over. Do you have a guilty conscience? The people around tried to persuade him. The person thought for a moment and simply took off his shirt. He was originally wearing a vest. Now he was bare-chested. He wanted to tell the others that he did not have a weapon on him. He walked over. Li Yi handed the little fellow to the person next to him. It was the Zhuangzi's bodyguard. The bodyguard took the child and took 2 steps back. The 3 winged knights stood in front, left and right. Behind them was the car. Li Yi looked at the man's arm. Isn't it already infected? I'll remove the scab and clean it again. After the wound is healed, there will be a shallow pit. Li Yi turned and went into the car. He took out a medical kit and the winged knights beside him held it with both hands. Li Yi took out scissors and tweezers. First, he used the tweezers to pick out the alcohol cotton from the alcohol cotton bottle to disinfect the scissors. The scissors gently held the alcohol cotton and the tweezers rubbed on it. The people around them craned their necks to see, but they did not catch up. Chapter 1076. Li Yi began to remove the scab. The surrounding skin was not completely tightened. At the same time, the scab was very thin. Body fluid and pus oozed out. In this case, not only was it more painful, but there were bacteria under the scab itself, so it could not be cleaned. Li Yi took the scissors and slowly separated it around. When he saw that it was almost done, he pinched it with the tweezers and removed it with a swish. The injured person did not respond at all, so he just watched. He did not pay attention to the pain at all. He was secreting a lot of adrenaline at the moment and was in a state of excitement. He thought that he was injured and the wound had pus. Li Dongzhu actually treated him personally. Li Dongzhu also said that it would leave a scar. It was good to have a scar. In the future, he could tell others that it was Li Dongzhu who treated him. If Li Dongzhu did not treat him, his arm would be disabled or even dead. Li Yi did not know what the other party was thinking. He put down the scissors and tweezers, took a new pair of tweezers, and began to wipe with iodophor. He had to wipe it clean. After cleaning, he stopped. What kind of work do you do? Li Yi asked. Carry the work, mainly to deliver meat. The person replied. That won't do. The wound area is too big. Don't look at it as superficial. The weather is hot now. You go to earthly paradise first and help deliver the food. I won't bandage you. Li Yi continued to apply iodophor. For this kind of injury, if there was not much bacteria, it was best to light it and not bandage it. It should not be wet or suitable for delivering meat. If it was a little deeper, it would have to be bandaged. It needed to be bandaged frequently in the summer. At that time, when he gave medical advice, he would tell the other party not to touch water, not to touch other living things, not to use this arm, and to come back tomorrow to change the bandage. He was a doctor, so he could only say such things. Now was not the time. He solved the work, which was beyond the scope of a doctor's responsibility. Like Xiao Qin, he helped to beat the suspect and asked Xiao Qin to do it together. Now, he was not only responsible for treatment, but also for solving work problems during the treatment. Li Yi knew that if the other party did not move the meat, the wound would not be like this. Got it, Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu, can you let me kowtow to you? The man was not stupid. He understood. What's the use of kowtowing? Tomorrow, go to the Li family Zhuangzi and find me to change your bandages. Everyone, do you see that? After you're injured, try not to touch living things. If you want to touch them, do it when there's salt. Li Yi was talking about normal work. Chefs were not, especially apprentices. It was normal to cut one's hand. Which chef wouldn't get hurt? As long as the kitchen's hygiene was good enough and there was constant running water, under normal circumstances, the healing process would be slow and the chances of contracting tetanus would be very low. Moving meat was a different situation, as it did not come into contact with salt or running water. Under normal circumstances, the water in the kitchen would flow non-stop. Whenever the wok was cleaned, water would be added when cooking, and there would even be a basin to collect the water. Someone came over to talk to the injured man about the delivery. Hold me. Seeing that the matter was over, the little boy quickly opened his arms and shouted to Li Yi. He was in Li Yi's arms and could see the outside. Being held by someone else, the surrounding area was blocked. When Li Yi took him back, the little boy revealed a smile. In fact, he wanted to walk on the ground and be pulled by others. But when he saw the surrounding situation, he felt it was different from when he was in Zhuangzi. Do you want to eat fried stewed meat? Li Yi also ate sea urchin egg soup, a steamed bun, and some cucumber pickles in the morning. He got up early and didn't drink water. His stomach was not active, so he couldn't eat too much. Under normal circumstances, he would drink 200 milliliters of water after waking up and then continue to lie on the ground for half an hour. He would go to the toilet, take a shower, and brush his teeth. When he ate, he could eat more to replenish his body's water and secrete more saliva and gastric juice. He was a little hungry. The little boy got up early like him today and even dozed off when eating. There was a place to fry all kinds of things nearby. The recipe of the stewed meat was written in the newspaper by him. But the price was not expensive. Without 20 to 30 times the profit, it was about 5 times the profit. It was too difficult to make more money by selling other meat skewers. The little boy smacked his lips and said, "I'm thirsty. Li Dongzhu, I have cucumbers here." 2 stalls separated by 2 aisles, where a vegetable seller shouted. As he shouted, he picked 3 cucumbers and ran over. They had flowers on the top and thorns on them. "I'll squeeze the juice for you. Smell it." Li picked up a cucumber and put it in front of the little boy's nose. "Delicious." The little boy inhaled and nodded. Li took the little boy into the car to wash the cucumbers and squeeze the juice. When he came out, the little boy was holding a bowl with both hands. "The cucumbers here are good. The buttocks are tender." Li pointed at the stall and said. The other party cupped his fists and bowed. "Thank you." In a word, he could close the stall earlier today. And the price could be 10 to 20% higher, but not too much. He could go back before noon, buy 200 grams of meat and help his wife with the chores. He could have a meal at noon and eat dumplings in the evening. "I think the stewed meat skewers in your stall is quite good. Fry it, but not too much," Li said to the stall owner who was waiting anxiously beside him. "Okay." The stall owner picked up another piece of stewed meat skewers, cut off the surrounding parts, and cut the middle part into small pieces and fried them in the oil pan. "You put the surrounding parts in as well. That one has a chewy head." Li just wanted to eat the harder stewed meat skewers. "How could you cut it down?" "Okay, I made a mistake. The stall owner hurriedly threw the chopped meat skewers into the pan. You should put some pepper noodles and sweet sauce on the skewers. Look, you only put a little salt now. Read the newspaper tomorrow. I'll write that it's not suitable to put chili oil for the time being. The cost is too high. Put something else. Li Yi saw a newspaper beside the stall owner. Today's news was written in the newspaper. Put the sauce. The little guy said again. There's cherry sauce. I'll let you dip it in it later. Li Yi nodded to cooperate with the little guy. The little guy was really happy. He handed the small bowl to Li Yi. Li Yi took a sip. Delicious. He. The little guy was even happier. The little guy didn't know that he was enjoying a top-notch education. Many children gave something that they thought was very interesting to their parents, such as picking up a leaf. Most parents either didn't care or told their children to throw it away because it was dirty. If the little guy picked up a leaf, Li Yi would communicate with the little guy very seriously about the leaf. Of course, he wouldn't teach the veins of the leaf now. Instead, he would put the leaf in different angles and try to show the visual beauty as much as possible. This was education. Think clearly, why do you want a child? What is the position of the child? Is it to treat the child as a toy and think that the child belongs to you? I've done something for you, so you have to listen to me, just like raising a puppy. If that's the case, then don't have a child. An individual of the same kind is not a toy, not a pet, and does not belong to anyone. Li Yi was not like that. The little guy was willing to play with him because he regarded the little guy as an independent existence of the same kind. He had enough energy to slowly correct the little guy's mistakes, not through the most direct method, such as beating and scolding. Beating and scolding were sometimes very useful. The parents who supported the family didn't have much time to use other means. Chapter 1077. Li Yi felt that when it came to beating and scolding children, they needed an environment and habits. The people around them were beating and scolding children, but the children who were being beaten and scolded did not care. Or perhaps they had been beaten and scolded since they were young, so they were used to it. If they made a mistake and were not beaten, they would think that something was wrong. After the beating, they had to tell the child why they were beaten and could not vent their anger on the child. If they were not beaten and scolded in the surrounding environment, they would not beat the child very often. Suddenly one day, because of something, they felt uncomfortable. Beating and scolding the child was a form of venting. The child could not think straight and knew that other children would jump off a building to fight back, so he followed suit and jumped. Raising a child was not an easy thing. Children needed encouragement and recognition. If their grades were not good, they would find the reason. It was not the result of beating and scolding directly. Parents would think about it and take the simplest measures to force the child to improve his grades. Generally, the effect would be very poor. When the child improved in his studies, they would praise the child and tell the child how much respect a certain scientist had received. They would work hard and become such a respected person in the future. They could not compare with other children. If other children did this and that, they would be finished. Also, they were too modest. When others praised your child, before they finished, they would directly say that he was not good enough. When the child wanted to buy something, they could buy it directly and the child would be happy after buying it. If they did not buy it, the child would not buy it even if he cried to death. They could not let the child walk out crying for a distance, suddenly compromise, and then come back to buy it. After buying it, the child would not be happy, but he would understand the importance of resistance and would persist for a longer time next time. Li Yi adopted various strategies for Zhuangzi's child. He allowed parents to beat the child, but they had to control the position and strength of the beating. Most of the time, he provided a good learning atmosphere and set aside time for play. While playing, he recited things or taught the child to use his hands and brain. The little boy did not know what kind of teacher he had met. Anyway, he was very happy all day. The only worry was when he could grow up and be like an older child, like an adult. After eating a few fried stews, the little boy wanted to walk on his own. He did not drink the cucumber juice and let him walk around holding his little hand. He did not have the chance to come into contact with the most real people, so everything he saw was strange. Little spring onion, 1 dime. Look, the sand has been knocked out. The spring onion stall was on the ground and someone shouted. When he saw Lee, he quickly stood up to keep a distance. How do you give me a dime? Lee wondered. Ticket money, there are dimes and cents. You can buy it with this. 10 dimes for 1 coin. The scallion seller took out a small amount of ticket money. Come on, let's pick some spring onions. Lee asked the little fellow for her opinion. Okay. The little guy took it as a game and let him choose. Lee patiently taught the little fellow how to pick out a small bundle of onions. Lee prepared to take out some money and told the child that he had to pay for things. In the end, the little guy took out a 1-cent bill from his pocket. He looked at it and asked, "Is this okay?" "Wash the handkerchief and give me money," the little fellow said proudly. "All right. Give me change," Lee said to the seller. "It's free. Take it away." The scallion seller shook his head and waved his hand. "No, I'm teaching a child. You have to pay when you buy things." Lee refused. The scallion seller had no choice but to take it and fine 90 cents. The little fellow was pleasantly surprised when he saw that he got a lot of money in exchange for 1 note. "I'll buy another one." The little fellow decided to make a fortune. "If you buy another one, you can only take 1 out and give it to someone else. He won't give us any money. 10 of these for 1. Lee guessed. The little fellow was stunned for a while and then stretched out his little hand. 3 first-class houses for 1 second-class house. He was talking about the game he played with other children. The house had to be rented and he always made mistakes when playing. It was difficult to calculate, but he was working hard to learn. While speaking, he put away 3 fingers. After hesitating for a while, he opened another finger to show 3. "That's right. Take the spring onions and the money and wash your hands in the car." With Lee's help, the little fellow put the money neatly 1 by 1 and stuffed it into his pocket. After getting on the car, Lee didn't wander around the East Market. He didn't want to disturb other people's business and went directly to the south of the city. At the source of the Yellow River, Zhang Shaosong was building a simple wooden shed and hunting animals for meat. He was waiting for Guojian's team to make enough rafts. He believed that the other party would cooperate. He took Zhang Zhongliang's 3-man hot air balloon team. When the other party couldn't wait for his horse to arrive, as long as the other party wasn't stupid, they would know what to do. Without supplies, we can only find our own way. Try to eat as much meat as possible and leave behind the precious compressed biscuits. Tubo has just been defeated and is unstable internally. The people who originally lived in Juku, Zhang Shaosong ate a roasted lamb leg and said to a group of young soldiers. The lamb was a blue sheep. It wasn't farmed and didn't taste very good, but everyone enjoyed it. He was estimating the enemy's mentality. Zasikas finally ran back with less than 300 horses to reorganize the tribes. The tribes were based on Shenhu. During the war, the cattle, sheep, women, and children raised by the rear couldn't be taken care of. The old man would probably be the first to charge and die first. There were more choices in the battle. They could directly harass the enemy's rear and force the enemy to call back for reinforcements. Or they could attack the enemy's central tent and chase after Zasikas to provide the military forces of the Tang dynasty with an opportunity to cross the river. The first method required dividing the troops. Each team would attack and harass a tribe so that the enemy couldn't distinguish the exact number of troops. The requirements for the young soldiers were high. The young soldiers must successfully contain the main forces of the tribes while preserving their own men. As long as the main forces were mobilized, Guizhiyun would understand the situation. It would depend on whether Guizhiyun chose to cross the river or make a breakthrough. Originally, we didn't need to fight this battle. I took the initiative to bring you out. Do you regret it? Zhang Shaosong suddenly asked after he finished talking about the tactical deployment. The young soldiers looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. They didn't answer. They were already here. If they died, they would be unlucky. Their families hoped that the Tang dynasty could take care of them. If they were lucky enough to survive, they would be promoted and lead their families to live a good life. Since they had become soldiers, it was useless to complain. As a deserter, unless they never went home, they would rather die if they were recognized. As long as we occupy the entire Yellow River Basin, Li Yi will have a way to make a lot of money. He won't treat our families badly. Zhang Shaosong said some encouraging words and mentioned Li Yi. Li Yi knew how to make money and was good to the soldiers. When he fought the Southwest barbarians, he directly gave the soldiers subsidies and asked Shu to send things. As expected, the young soldiers smiled. They were relieved and left the rest to God. After eating, go hunting. Rub the skin with grass and wood ashes. At night, take turns to use it as bedding. It's colder here after the rain. Zhang Shaosong quickened his eating speed. He needed to continue to consider the details of the battle to reduce casualties. Chapter 1078. In the middle of the night, it started to drizzle again. Zhang Shaosong and the other soldiers were huddled in a shack made of wood, branches, and leather. A drainage ditch was dug next to them. Everyone ate cold barbecue and waited patiently for dawn to come. They sent the horses all the way. They didn't bring any military tents and didn't need them. They ran after a fight and used guerrilla warfare. Carrying too many things would affect their speed. The horses had alcohol, compressed biscuits, arrows, horse ingredients, and medicine. They were elites and could deal with all kinds of difficulties. While they were resting under the shack, an even more elite troop was on their way. 3,000 winged knights, led by Fan Fan, came to find Zhang Shaosong. Previously, when he went to Longyu to ask around, he didn't see anyone there. His hot air balloon was also stolen, along with his people. Thus, Fan Fan replenished his supplies and continued to lead the troop forward. During the day, there were more than 50,000 horses moving forward. The rain could soak away the footprints, but the tracks left by the horses couldn't disappear. There was also the horse feces and urine. The horses in his troop could smell it. By observing the situation of the grass and feces, he knew that the distance was shortening. In order to deliver the goods in time, he chose to rest for an hour and rush through the night. The rain didn't affect the people in the troop. The people in front lit up the kerosene lamps and the horses followed behind. They wore military jackets made of cotton and brushed with tung oil. The duck down in the military jackets didn't have a hard stem. The children of the Li family Zhuangzi couldn't wear such clothes. They were specially made for the winged knights. There weren't many of them, so it wasn't enough for everyone. The military jackets were buttoned and the hats were put on. Only the front of their faces were exposed. The rain fell freely. At worst, their faces would get wet. At night, the horses didn't run fast. The people riding on them could relax a little and even take a nap. The 3,000 people tried their best to take turns to lead the way. The heads of the people behind slowly swayed, but they didn't fall off. It's about time. Let's take a break and let the horses rest. They should have run 150 kilometers. The people in front with the lamps observed the horses and found that they were a little tired. They quickly stopped. Everyone came down and unloaded their things to the side. More kerosene lamps were lit and people carried them away. The horse followed and noticed that there was grass on the ground. It stopped and lowered its head to eat. The other horses continued to follow. After eating the grass, the horse shook the rainwater off its body, stood there, closed its eyes, and went to sleep. If it was not raining, the horse would choose to lie down, regardless of whether it was grass or sand. Of course, the best place was the stable. There was hay in the stable, and the horses were usually willing to sleep on their stomachs after training. 2 hours later, the winged knights began to put things on the horses. The horses opened their eyes and prepared to set off. The sound of horse hooves stepping on the grass with water could be heard, and the sound of the hooves converged together to form a rumbling sound. When the sky began to brighten, the rain did not stop. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaosong's team got up and lit up the hay they had collected and stored in the shack. While they were warming up, they also heated up the leftover barbecued meat from yesterday. At this moment, the ground began to tremble slightly. Some people didn't care about the water on the ground. They directly lay down and pressed their ears to the ground to listen. Others took out earphones and pressed them to the ground to listen. At the same time, they reported, to the east, about 15 li, the sound of the rain is too loud. Get on the horses. Get on the horses. Prepare for battle. Shouts rose and fell. The 10,000 elite cavalry began to hang things on the horses. The meat that they had not eaten was stuffed into their clothes. They mounted on the horses and gathered. Bows were taken and arrows were nocked. Some were waiting, some were riding back. Each group had 200 people and more than 1,000 horses. All the groups were moving, jogging, circling, letting the horses get used to it. They were ready to speed up at any time. The 10 groups split up and headed east. After they ran for 300 steps, another 10 groups followed. In less than a quarter of an hour, the two sides could see each other through the curtain of rain. The binoculars were useful even in the rain. Go back and report, winged knights. The front group turned their horses around and sped back. When they came just now, they were not fast. They were afraid of tiring the horses. The other Anshi provincial governor's cavalry ran over to ask about the situation. Why are you here? Are you lost? The Heshi provincial governor and Longyu provincial governor's troops are in Juku, southeast. A battalion commander shouted to the winged knights. We asked you to come and give you something. We're afraid you'll be at a disadvantage. The people next to the winged knights shouted back. You're baggage's troops now. Yes, the troops that the enemy likes to bully. We're very afraid. We're afraid that Tubo will attack the baggage's troops. I believe you. I know that you winged knights don't have any fighting ability. Protect us when we go to the battlefield. Okay, we'll protect you from the back. Don't worry and charge forward. Don't be afraid. Thank you. You're welcome. It's what we should do. The two sides chatted happily. They were like old friends who had known each other for a long time. Everyone was happy. The winged knights had been found. Their mission was complete. The Anshi soldiers felt safer. They had something, and at the same time, there were so many winged knights. Seeing the winged knights riding 4 horses, the Tibetan army didn't encounter the baggage. It was Tubo's good fortune. If the 10,000 to 20,000 Tibetan army soldiers were discovered by the winged knights, there would only be one outcome if they couldn't meet up with the other Tubo troops within a day. If there were 20,000 Tubo cavalry, 10,000 would probably be able to make it back. The Anshi soldiers heard from the Longyu provincial governor that the winged knights' arrows had a longer range than normal. The longer range was more annoying. As long as there were enough arrows, the other side would be in a passive state. In terms of riding skills, everyone was about the same. In terms of horses, the winged knights were also good horses. The winged knights slowed down. They dismounted and led their horses on the ground. Ride our horses. Our horses have rested for the night. No, let's walk. We've been riding for too long. We almost can't walk. You haven't rested? Military intelligence is like fire. We're used to it. We can take a nap on the horse. Your military coats are soaked, right? Are they heavy? Eiderdown is waterproof. It's light and warm. The Anshi soldiers stopped chatting. They couldn't continue. The winged knights were the best in everything. You deserve to not sleep. If you couldn't endure it, how could you enjoy the best things? On the other side, Zhang Xiaosong's troops arrived. Report. 3,000 winged knights. Each person is riding 4 horses. The horses are carrying many things. We didn't ask who the general is. Are you sure it's the winged knights? Zhang Xiaosong's spirits were lifted. Yes. They're all wearing military coats and tactical backpacks. Many of them are carrying binoculars, the battalion commander replied. Order everyone to return. The winged knights have sent us something. Zhang Xiaosong smiled. He had thought that he would be fighting alone. He hadn't even dared to dream of having baggage. In the end, the winged knights had sent him military supplies. This was a powerful lineup. Chapter 1079. Come, let's eat something hot. We winged knights know how to cook. Dong Zhu said that the best soldiers should be cooks. The winged knights were cooking for the Anshi soldiers. They brought a lot of canned food, compressed biscuits, kerosene, and diesel. The main things were explosives and fuses. The Anshi soldiers were overjoyed when they saw so many explosives. They knew how to use them. These things were easy to use. The fuses were bundled together. With these things, it was much more convenient than finding fuses themselves. The things were wrapped in waterproof material. While they were moving the things, the winged knights started to cook. The winged knights brought kerosene burners. They did not use them to cook. There were a total of 100 burners and another 100 pressure cookers. They did not use them during the journey. They only ate compressed biscuits and did not touch the canned food. They wanted to feed their brothers who were fighting in front. Everyone picked wild vegetables, mushrooms, and barbecued meat from yesterday in the rain and cooked them in the pressure cookers. The mushrooms did not need to be fried. The temperature was high enough. Dry ginger, pepper, and some black bean sauce were ready for everyone to eat. The Anshi soldiers tasted it and found that it was hotter than boiling water themselves. It was like boiling water in Anshi. They looked envious. What else did the winged knights not have? Brother, pepper. Yes, we brought you a lot. Dong Zhu said that no matter how expensive pepper is, can it be more expensive than the lives of the soldiers? Li Dongzhu really said that? Why would I lie to you? Rest until tomorrow. We will send 200 people back to confirm your location. We will leave marks on the road. After that, Dong Zhu will continue to send people to deliver things. Dong Zhu said that wherever the soldiers are, there will be logistics. If you can fight to the ends of the earth, the logistics of the Ba Shui army will be able to send you to the ends of the earth. That's so exciting. Li Dongzhu must have spent a lot of money, right? Dongzhu has made a lot of money recently. There are a lot of rich people in the Tang dynasty. They only buy expensive things. If it's cheap, they won't accept it. Then why don't they just pay like Li Dongzhu? Why should they donate? Dongzhu is different from them. The bigger the territory of the Tang dynasty, the fewer casualties, and the happier Dongzhu will be. Are the things on the pots the same as the hot air balloons? Yes, that's why we can't keep it. We'll take it back after the war. We'd rather destroy it than let the enemy learn it. It's the same with our binoculars. We can't run away if we find anything, so we'll smash the binoculars first. Actually, we don't use them, pick 1 or 2 of them can't be used. 2. To bully to bully. To bully people to bully people. To bully them. To bully use to bulto bully to both, And to eat to eat to eat to eat to be to eat to eat to eat to eat to eat to be to eat. To everyone. To fight. To fight to fight to be to fight to be. To be. To be to send to send to be used to people to be sent to be sent. To send to them. To beto be to soldiers to people to. To be operated to do it to troops, to be to be to be to be to do to be to be to be to do to be to be. To soldiers. Now it was thousands of miles. The winged knights didn't rest or sleep. They decided their speed based on the condition of the horses. In the shack, Zhang Xiaosong was eating with Fan Fan. Zhang Xiaosong was looking at Fan Fan. After a while, he asked, "Aren't you sleepy?" "It's okay. At night, we can sleep on the horses. When the horses rest, we can quickly sleep. It's so happy." Fan Fan's condition was indeed normal. "You can't sleep well, right?" Zhang Xiaosong didn't believe him. "Good. It's much better than when Dongzhu brought them to play. At least we don't have to do all kinds of training anymore." When Fan Fan mentioned this, he trembled and felt his heart twitching. Zhang Xiaosong was surprised. "Is the training more uncomfortable than coming here to deliver things?" "Oh my God. What's the big deal about delivering things?" Later on, we were the ones who trained the winged knights. Because we didn't know the situation, we didn't dare to train to death. We were the first batch. Don't ask. I don't want to remember. Anyway, we can't even faint. Pour cold water on us and continue training. Do you want to die? After Fan Fan finished speaking, he hurriedly drank a mouthful of hot soup to warm his heart. Zhang Xiaosong also ate a mouthful of soup and said understandingly, "Once you're in, you can't leave unless you die. It's not easy." "No, you can leave. You can leave at any time. Dongzhu might not allow soldiers who leave. Even if they stay, they won't be loyal. Why don't you leave?" "How can I leave? My family is enjoying the benefits. It's easy for me to leave, but how can I tell others when I go home? It's better to die in Li family Zhuangzi. My family will continue to enjoy the benefits." "So that's the case. If it were me, I would probably hold on." Zhang Xiaosong was even more understanding. When he felt the warmth in his heart from Li Yi's gifts, he also discovered another side of Li Yi. Fan Fan nodded. "Yes, that's why everyone from back then stayed. Dongzhu stayed with us. This is the reason why we respect Dongzhu." He recalled the situation back then. Li Yi stayed with them. As long as someone collapsed, he would immediately rescue them. After they woke up, they would rest for a while and train again. If someone really died and couldn't be rescued, how much pressure would Li Yi have to endure? Can the logistics take it? I'm asking about the money. Now, Li Yi is paying for it, right? Zhang Xiaosong began to consider how to fight the battle with logistics. With logistics, why take the risk and send a large number of explosives? This thing was too useful. The imperial court has money. Dongzhu said that he doesn't need it for the time being. He just needs to earn millions of yuan. In the future, this kind of pressure cooker will be a good thing. Fan Fan said as he drank another mouthful of soup. What he was stewing in this pot was a pheasant. And she soldier ran out and came back when he heard the order. He saw a pheasant and brought it back for Zhang Xiaosong. The pheasant was in the pot. He added mushrooms and steamed it in the pressure cooker. It was cooked quickly and delicious. Zhang Xiaosong ate a mushroom. You guys stay. Send 200 people back to report. After that, there will be things sent over. The others will stay and participate in the battle. When the next batch comes, they will go back. I will stay and lead the next batch of brothers. Fan Fan's words made his goal clear. The winged knights wanted to train their soldiers. The winged knights were not flower vases. They were like the 1,000 bull guards and golden guards of the past. The weapons that the 1,000 bull guards were using were all real weapons. They belonged to the category of soldiers that relied on others. They were tall and handsome. Now, they were using emo sword guards. The things they held were very heavy and they swung around with ease. Looking at the things they swung and smashed down, the enemy would raise their blades to block them. They would all be smashed to the ground. Zhang Shaosong narrowed his eyes. Those 200 people going back, did they fight in the past? Songzhou. At that time, dozens of winged knights died. We didn't fight well, so we need to train more. Fan Fan admitted. Can I command you on the battlefield? Zhang Shaosong asked about the issue of command. Yes, you can. If you want us to charge and break through enemy lines, we will obey. However, we brought lighters, kerosene lighters. When we run, the enemy cavalry will chase after us. We ignited the explosives and threw them on the ground. We deliberately brought fuses to judge the enemy's speed. Everyone, train. Fan Fan agreed to hand over command. He didn't believe that Zhang Shaosong would really let them break through enemy lines. Why would archers charge through enemy lines? Why not switch to heavy cavalry and rely on their armor and inertia to break through enemy lines? Chapter 1080. Your arrows have a long range. Zhang Shaosong was relieved. He was afraid that the winged knights would not listen and run away. If they were in danger, should he save them? If he saved them, he might cause his brothers to die. If he did not save them, others would say that he caused the death of the winged knights. Actually, our bows are also stronger. We were selected based on archery. Our arms are strong, and at the same time, the feeling of shooting is better. Fan Fan emphasized that the winged knights' bows were stronger than other people's bows. Our bows are also strong. Cavalry bows are not as strong as infantry bows, but they are not too far off. Using the impact, the arrows can fly over. Zhang Shaosong emphasized that his elite cavalry was also strong. Here are the arrows. Fan Fan was more straightforward. You can use them. No, you can keep them. Zhang Shaosong refused. Dongzhu specially brought arrows for you. Each person gets 100 arrows. Use them wisely. Fan Fan smiled. You thought of this too. Zhang Shaosong was surprised. Otherwise, why would each person ride 4 horses? We have been running for almost 4 days. If we ride 3 horses normally, we will definitely arrive in 3 days. We can complete 1,000-li raid in a day and night. It is a raid, not a rush. There are too many things, so the horses can't run too fast. But the horses are good. They can run at normal speed. My heart aches. Fan Fan said proudly. 1,000-li raid. When they arrived at the destination, the horses could still run a few sprints. Zhang Shaosong did not know what to say. This logistics was the best in the world. Whatever you can think of, the Ba Shui army has already thought of. What you can't think of, they will help you think of. If he was anxious and went to fight first, the winged knights would probably track down his troops by this time tomorrow and help him fight. Hee, this is the first time I see that the strongest soldiers are the baggage soldiers. Zhang Shaosong suddenly laughed. The strongest soldiers are the cooks. Dongzhu said there is a cooks called the Rabbit Army. 40 miles of cross-country running with heavy equipment. The cookery soldiers had the heaviest load, so they carried the pot on their back. When they ran, the cookery soldier ran at the front. By the time they reached the place, the other soldiers had run out of energy. At this time, the cooking pots and stoves were ready to cook. After a while, the other soldiers had caught their breaths and everyone started to eat. Our Baishui Legion will do this. When you need logistics, we will provide you with them. If you can't handle the enemy, we will help you kill them. Fan Fan did not feel that it was shameful to be a baggage soldier. We are that kind of logistics. We are the Ba Shui Legion. Zhang Shaosong, the famous general, was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure it out. Since the logistics department was so good, why would they want to be a logistics department? Shouldn't he be at the front? However, he had to admit that the logisticians who came today were indeed impressive. When he was cooking, he was very skilled at cutting meat. There was also the cleaning of the wild vegetables and the handling of the mushrooms. The stewed wild chicken and mushrooms in the pot in front of him was personally handled by Fan Fan. Killing the chicken, letting out its blood, plucking its feathers, digging out its innards, and decomposing it. Most importantly, the chicken blood was also left behind to be made into blood tofu. It was said that the chicken butt could be eaten as long as a string was removed. It was fat and fragrant. He even lamented that the conditions were not good enough and that he could not braise the chicken offal. Otherwise, it would be best served as a side dish. Zhang Shaosong pondered and picked up a piece of blood tofu to eat. Commander Fan, do you usually practice cooking? Dong Zhu said that food is the most important thing for people, and food safety is the most important thing. Dong Zhu is good at cooking. When we were in the Li family Zhuangzi, we looked for opportunities to learn and practice. In the wilderness, when it comes to survival, what can be eaten and what can't be eaten? Using the same amount of time to cook the same thing will make it taste better. The brothers will eat it to boost their morale. Am I right? Fan Fan explained the reason and purpose of learning to cook. Yes. Zhang Shaosong admitted. That was right. He had experienced it himself. For the same thing, eating a mouthful of it would give a different feeling. It was raining outside, but he was relaxed. He was hiding behind the enemy lines and actually had delicious chicken and mushrooms. The other soldiers probably felt it the most. The logisticians were here. They had always been here. Moreover, this logistician was too strong. The two of them ate a few more mouthfuls. Zhang Shaosong stopped to eat the dry pancakes that the winged knights had brought from Longyu. After soaking in the soup, the pancakes that had absorbed the soup were fragrant and chewy. He lamented, Commander Fan, in the Li family Zhuangzi, you can eat this kind of meat stew every meal, right? What? Fan Fan was stunned. Then, he shook his head vigorously. Inspector Zhang, don't you know what the Li family Zhuangzi eats? We went to the cafeteria to eat. There were dozens of dishes and we could choose from them. Is this considered breakfast? There were fewer stir-fried dishes. They were all mixed dishes and cold dishes. There were cowpea pickled vegetables, garlic cucumbers, garlic eggplants, mixed shredded cabbage, watermelon inner skin, meat jelly, fried fish. There were steamed buns, shumai, rolls, youtiao, zhajiang noodles, fried cakes, wontons, egg pancakes, bagels. There were also tofu pudding, soy milk, cow and goat milk, many kinds of porridge, many kinds of soup, egg custard, fruit juice. At first, Fan Fan only wanted to say that the Li family Zhuangzi ate good food. As he spoke, he became addicted. He introduced the Li family Zhuangzi's breakfast. Zhang Shaosong was speechless. There were many things that he had never heard of. Was there a need to prepare so many things for breakfast? Could it be that he couldn't eat the dry porridge and some pickled vegetables? He didn't believe it and asked, what if I want to eat dumplings? It depends on whether it's steamed or boiled. Tell the kitchen that it's boiled faster. If it's steamed, ask the others if they want to eat it together. It's steamed anyway. Fan Fan told the truth. He saw that the Li family Zhuangzi's people had gotten off work in the early hours of the morning. A group of people wanted to eat something and discussed it with the kitchen. The kitchen had to prepare everything. The key was that if you wanted to eat steamed dumplings alone, how would they prepare a drawer for you? Put the dumplings in the drawer? It was different. Steamed buns were made of dough, while dumplings were made of dead dough. There was a difference in the steaming time. The steamed dumplings were easy to handle. After they were wrapped, they just had to be placed in the pot for cooking noodles. Zhang Xiaosong didn't know why, but he felt angry and wanted to argue. I want to eat fried dumplings. Fried in water or fried in oil? Fried in water is made of dough. In Zhuangzi, it's called fried buns, but it's in the shape of dumplings. Fried in oil is actually steamed dumplings that are left for the next day to be fried. There are also steamed buns that are cut into slices and fried. Steamed dumplings are also fine, but fried dumplings don't taste good because they contain a lot of water. When fried, the oil will leak out. It's usually not that important. Why are you making things difficult for the kitchen? Fan Fan had some understanding of this. He had eaten all kinds of Li family Zhuangzi's food and had even learned how to cook it himself. Zhang Xiaosong was stupefied. After listening to Fan Fan's words, he finally understood that this was how Li family Zhuangzi did it. How could breakfast be so messed up? What about lunch and dinner? That's right. They eat 3 meals a day, not 2 meals. He wanted to go back to Chang'an and visit Li family Zhuangzi to see the situation there. More importantly, he wanted to see Li Yi. He knew what he ate in Huangqing in the past. It was definitely not as much as what Li family Zhuangzi had. Based on what you said, the logistics you sent to us is actually much worse than what Li family Zhuangzi usually has? It's nothing. Zhang Xiaosong was angry and asked provocatively. Fan Fan nodded sincerely. That's right. Dong Zhu said that the soldiers at the front lines are working too hard and can't eat well. Even if he sent a lot of canned food, it's still not as good as what the people in the capital eat. It's precisely because the soldiers are working hard outside that the people have more peace inside. No matter how much food we give the soldiers at the front lines, it's not enough. Chapter 1081. Don't talk loudly. Take the horses away and feed them grass. Bring the grass we cut yesterday. This is great. We have so many bags of explosives and fuses. Take the lighters and run with the bags of explosives. When the enemy catches up, light them up and throw them on the ground. It's not a retreat. It's a tactical application. Ignite the bags of explosives. We should turn around and kill. Yes, coordinate the tactics well. Pretend to run and be ready to turn around and kill. Bring us 1,000,000 good arrows. Brothers, use them together. Bundle the grass into bags like explosives. The first few times we use the real ones, then we use the fake ones. Will Tubo's pursuit formation be messed up? Eat pepper and sweat. Add ginger powder and the cold rain. I don't care. There's also chili noodles. I heard it's very expensive. Li Dongzhu is willing to give us everything. And Shibing was busy chatting with the people around him. The winged knights were arranged to sleep in the shack. No matter how strong the winged knights were, they could not keep them in a high state of tension. And Shibing knew that the winged knights' training was not ordinary. They could fight at high intensity for a long time. Now that they were not fighting, he told them to have a good sleep. After that, a group of people left to report the news. The others would stay here and look for opportunities to fight. Zhang Xiaosong was still carrying the chicken soup. He sent out the food in the other pots for the others to eat. The chicken soup in the military pot was not cold. There was a lot of oil, so it would not cool down in a short time. He looked at the busy soldiers. Their expressions were different from before. Previously, the soldiers thought that they were fighting a lone wolf strategy. There was no chance of survival. They could be considered as mourning soldiers. They were strong and fought to the death. What else was there to say? Now, the soldiers did not want to die. They were thinking about how to trick the enemy. They were thinking of ways to make use of the current resources. Zhang Xiaosong found that the soldiers' fighting strength was higher than before. There were endless logistics. Why should they die? Everyone was actively thinking about how to lure the enemy into a trap. A morning soldier is bound to win. It refers to the desperate struggle of a cornered beast. In fact, the current situation is the best. Zhang Xiaosong looked at the soldiers working in the rain and murmured. Everything had changed because the winged knights had quickly arrived and brought a large number of things with them. This was the power of logistics. An army with logistics would have high morale, while an army without logistics would be in dire straits. Grief cannot last long, just like Xing Wuchang. There's no way to retreat. Give the Tubo tribes a chance to escape. As long as one of them escapes, it'll be enough. The winged knights came just in time. Zhang Xiaosong turned his head to look at Fan Fan, who was sleeping soundly in the shack, and smiled. He knew that although this team was so tired that they were sleeping, the truth was that they could wake up and join the battle at any time. His elite cavalry was no match for the winged knights in terms of body and willpower. Zhang Xiaosong could already imagine how cruel the training of the winged knights was. They were not allowed to sleep, and they were given a pitiful amount of food. At the same time, he had to complete the combat training mission, so he couldn't stop for even a moment. How strong was a person who felt like he had died once? Therefore, morning soldiers could not beat Xing soldiers. Xing soldiers would play all kinds of small tactics, while morning soldiers could only think of fighting with their lives. Tubo's morning soldiers would win if they fought with other soldiers. But against the Tang dynasty's soldiers, it was impossible. The Tang dynasty's soldiers were also not afraid of death. You can sacrifice your life, but I can't. It's just that you don't have good weapons. You can't do anything, but I have more ways. Why should I fight with you? Am I stupid? If you want to mourn, then go ahead. I don't care. Inspector, we've arranged everything. This time, we have many more ways to deal with the enemy, which is to deceive them and trick them. A young general ran over and took his position. Everyone was studying tactics and how to use the current large number of explosives to kill the enemy. Tubo's infantry had no advantage against the Tang dynasty's cavalry. They were doomed to be slaughtered. Archers were archers. As long as there were enough arrows, they could surround and kill continuously. No shield formation could block all of them. Once the infantry formation was weak and there were no spearmen, the cavalry could pierce through it. Once the infantry formation was pierced, it would immediately collapse. No troop could hold on. Zhang Xiaosong thought so. What he didn't know was that there was a troop that was not afraid of this kind of piercing. Because in war, this troop was always pierced through when facing mechanized troops. If they pierced through, then so be it. Their strategic leap was large. If they pierced through, would they come back? Who cares if they came back or not? Taking advantage of the moonlight, they would use electronic silence to surround their rear. As long as they didn't deplete their strength, they would be able to fight back. This was the rabbit army that Fan Fan and Zhang Xiaosong were talking about, the host mentioned by Zhang Xiaosong was talking about. If you can't block it, the force of your attack is too great, you can pierce through it, but our army formation will not collapse. If the two sides of the pierced area closed, it would still be a formation. This was the rabbit army. Therefore, the leader of the animal colony in North America was right. Today, Tubo in the Tang dynasty was doing this kind of thing. More than 1,000 years later, the same thing didn't happen in this place. It happened in America, which meant that this kind of democratic civilization was passed down. Chapter 1082. The 200 winged knights left on 3 mounts to report the news and find the main force. The Anshi soldiers were in good condition. They were all fiddling with their arrows. This was the first time they had seen such a large number of arrows. They looked exactly the same. The arrowheads were the same, but how come the shafts were the same? You guys practice the same arrows every day, so you have a better understanding of arrows on the battlefield. Zhang Xiaosong was envious. He was not strong. He was a grand scholar and could not compare to Guizhiyan. Guizhiyan was born in an aristocratic family. He was naughty and did not like to study, so he was sent to the army. In the end, Guizhiyan found his opportunity in the army. He could fight and was talented in commanding. He was probably the king of children. He led a group of children to fight, and he was in charge of commanding. He could even charge and break through the enemy lines. We usually use all kinds of bows and arrows. The requirement is to have held a bow and know the strength of the bow, and to know how hard it is to pull it and whether it will break. When you hold an arrow, you need to know the weight of the arrow and the interference of the arrow feathers. Then, you need to shoot the target under different circumstances. Fan Fan shook his head. When they were training, the bows they used only had 8 buckets. If they pulled too hard, they would break. As for arrows, some were missing feathers on one side. Normally, they would use a knife to cut off the feathers on the other side. Of course, there were experts who relied on their intuition to determine the direction and trajectory of the arrow. Then, they would shoot in an arc and hit the target. It was like playing basketball. The moment the shot was released, they knew whether it would go in or not. You have good bows and arrows, but you practice other bows? Are you preparing to pick up the enemy's arrows on the battlefield? Zhang Xiaosong understood. Dong Zhu said that we are special forces. When the enemy's arrow flies in a parabola, we might reach out and grab it. Do you know parabola? It's like drawing a circle. Fan Fan tried his best to explain. Parabola was a noun. You can grab it even if it's aimed at the chest. Zhang Xiaosong knew that arrows falling from the sky could be deflected by people with fast reflexes. If it's aimed at the chest, you can determine if you can grab it. If you can't grab it, you can block it with your arms. It's better to be injured than dead. When we were training, we wore heavy armor and shot arrows at each other. The arrowheads were dipped in ink and hit a spot on the body. Our daily routine is to train, study, eat and sleep. For those who were married, their wives would come back for a few days every month to live in a separate house. Those who are not married can go to Beitsu. The ladies there don't want our money. Take me for example. I can go to Zhongzhou. I can make up a jingle or something. Fan Fan was proud that he had revealed such a secret. Most people would not be able to go to Beitsu as they would spend too much money. Basically, they would go to the places where the prostitutes opened their doors. Zhang Xiaosong felt that Fan Fan was showing off in front of him. He replied, I can go to Nankou because I have a Jinshi background. I can always see the ladies from Nankou, but when they arrive in Zhuangzi, they look for Dongzhu. They are now crowdfunding, saying that Dongzhu will accompany them for one night and they will give Dongzhu 10,000 coins. Commander Fan, you are finished. If you don't bring me to Zhongzhou next time, I will tell Dongzhu. Go, you can take a breather and it will be over. I can take you anywhere. Commander Fan, you dare to insult me. Wrong, apologize. You didn't take a breather, you took 2 breaths, one in and one out. I will fight with you. Commander Fan, have mercy. My brother's arm is going to break. I have embarrassed myself in front of Patrol Envoy Zhang. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will be impudent. Fan Fan released his hand and kicked the provocative person twice. He turned his head and smiled at Zhang Xiaosong. Zhang Xiaosong shook his head. As the leader of the troops, is it good to joke around like this? Will they be afraid of you? Why should they be afraid of me? I will lead the troops and do whatever I say. If I ask them to jump off a cliff, they will jump. If they are wrong, I will bear the responsibility. If I die in battle, any of my brothers can replace me and continue to command. This is called individual discipline. We are trained as generals. Dong Zhu said that in the future, we will be sent to various places to be generals. Fan Fan did not care. He was not a real leader. He was only the battalion commander of his own troop. Now that there were 3,000 people, he was temporarily in charge. The real authority did not lie with him. Everyone was the same. The one with authority was Her Majesty, and the one with authority was Li Dongzhu. Of course, the brothers were just as lively in front of Li Dongzhu. Then, they were led by Dongzhu to play. Let the hot air balloon rise and check the surrounding situation. Zhang Xiaosong knew that the winged knights were different from his own troop. There was nothing else to say. The hot air balloon rose into the air. He used binoculars to scan the surroundings. There was not a single outsider. However, there were many animals in the distance. There were also animals hunting other animals. After the flag signal was sent, Zhang Xiaosong received the news. He calculated. When do you think they will send troops? General Hao Lingquan, who brought back Silent Sip's head, will lead the 5,016 guards to deliver weapons to Guijian. At the same time, they will replace the 7,000 winged knights and return to Chang'an. Each of them is riding 2 horses. Their speed is slow. We will set off later and overtake them. They brought 500 muskets and a large number of bullets. Based on their speed, they will meet up with Guizhiyun in 3 days. The remaining 5,000 winged knights will use muskets. They should be on the rafts in the middle of the river to attack the other side. Fan Fan did not mention the details. He told Zhang Xiaosong all the information he knew. When the muskets were sent, the effective range was about 100 steps. In fact, the bullets could fly very far. When fighting in a dense formation, the judgment was not the effective range, but the killing range of the bullets. For example, Li Yi's pistol had an effective range of dozens of meters. Standing at a distance of 200 meters, the bullets would still kill him if they hit his head. The effective range meant that the deviation of the bullet's trajectory was not large. The bullet could be aimed, but it was not certain where it would fly. Under normal circumstances, as long as the muzzle was not tilted down, the bullet would fly up and left and right. The lethality of the bullet flying up and down was not clear. If it flew to the left and right, the bullet could enter the body at a distance of 200 steps. When shooting on the battlefield, it was impossible to kill an enemy with every bullet. That was in the lyrics. 3 days is good. 3 days, we will attack and harass. After 2 days, we will set off. The hot air balloon will take off every 50 miles. We will not send any scouts. Zhang Xiaosong made a decision. When the winged knights started to cause trouble, he would follow suit. War was not necessarily about killing immediately. They could also exhaust the enemy first. His troops had many horses and many tricks. If he went to trick the enemy, Guizhiyun's main force would suddenly rush across the river at the right time. If Guizhiyun, Wang Juankue, and Zhang Zhongliang did not cooperate well, he would have to impeach them later. The opportunity on the battlefield was presented to you. Why did you wait and not move? A young general asked from the side, Commander Fan, what is the new gun? How far can it kill someone? See whether they are wearing armor or not. Where it hits, the lead bullet hits the eyes. Standing on the city wall facing down, you will die at 400 steps. Wearing the heavy armor of the Mo swordsman, penetrating the armor at 100 steps will not kill unless it is infected. Lead bullets are not easy to remove, unlike arrows. Lead bullets are like soybean-sized lead bullets. When they hit the meat will close and the meat will be removed. We have practiced shooting and retrieving bullets on pigs. It just so happens that we are going to kill pigs. Fan Fan was unable to give a definite number, so he simply explained the situation. What did the pigs look like when they were beaten? The young general asked again. The pigs did not say anything. They just cried. I did not understand. Fan Fan said seriously. Chapter 1083. Give me another bowl of medicine. In the Tubo camp, Zasikus had already drunk the medicine 6 times from morning to night. He had been like this for many days. Currently, there were only 30 doses left. After he finished them, there would be no more. He found that this medicine could not only cure diseases but also make people feel comfortable. He urged the Qianhu to find Guan Lin more than once. There are only 30 doses left, his subordinate replied. What about the dregs after boiling the medicine? Continue to boil it. Tashi Kurei thought of the things that had happened before. The dregs could still be boiled out after a while. A few days ago, you rewarded the dregs to the warriors in the tribe. They were all Qianhu. They took it and boiled it. They said it was good, but it probably has no taste now. I can't give any more. I can't give any more. Keep it and boil the dregs for one more dose. Zasikus was full of regret. He rewarded the dregs of the medicine that he thought tasted good in order to make people work for him. Now that there was not enough, he became anxious. To him, losing the medicine was like losing his life. Yes. The subordinate left. Not long after, a bowl of medicine was brought over. Zasikus looked at it with satisfaction. He took a sip and felt refreshed. He thought that he could easily defeat the military forces of the Tang dynasty on the other side of the river. It was just that the tribes did not cooperate. Along the Yellow River, the people of the tribes were not in a better state than Zasikus. After the rain, many people fell sick. They moved in a hurry and lost many things. When they came to the other side of the river, they were on tenterhooks all day. They did not know when the military forces of the Tang dynasty would suddenly attack. Instead of confronting each other, they might as well fight it out. They did not have time to harvest the highland barley they planted. They only cut a few bundles in advance. These bundles could be used to feed livestock, but they could not be eaten by humans. If supplies were not sent later, they would have to kill a lot of cows and sheep in winter to satisfy their hunger. If they fought again and suffered too many losses, they would only die in winter. Under the psychological pressure, they fell sick after the rain. Everyone was in a bad state. They watched as the number of rafts on the other side of the river increased every day. Perhaps tonight, or perhaps the next night, the battle would begin. The Tubo tribesmen did not dare to say it out loud, but they were secretly complaining about Zasikus. Out of so many people, he only brought back less than 300. Why didn't you die in battle? Do you have the face to come back and ask us to listen to you? Zanpu should replace Zasikus. We were defeated, and we didn't manage to kill or injure many people from the Tang dynasty. The number of troops from the Tang dynasty is more than the total number of our families. You want to rely on the Yellow River to defeat him? Is it that easy? Why didn't you defeat him before? Was there one less river? Tubo's morale was affected in this way. The commander-in-chief was now only thinking about where to get more medicine to drink. On the other side of the river, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were busy building a military fort. Even if they occupied the Sisters' Lake in front of them, they still needed a place to defend behind them. After the attack, they would have to build a stronghold on the other side of the river. With the Yellow River as a natural moat, they would have to deploy troops on both sides to increase the thickness of their defenses. More wooden rafts were made and thrown into the water, ready to cross the river at any time. According to the investigation of the hot air balloon, the situation on Tubo's side is gradually getting worse. From their faces, we can see that their morale is low. Guo Jian had a short meeting and explained the situation to Wang Juankui, Zhang Zhongliang, and Qinli. Zhang Shaosong doesn't have any extra supplies. He won't be able to hold on for long. I estimate that he will make a move in the next few days. Zhang Zhongliang analyzed the situation. He did not forget Zhang Xiaosong. He just did not consider Zhang Xiaosong as a stabilizing factor in the overall situation. However, 10,000 elite cavalry. How could they not care? Ask yourself, which country in the world would take the initiative to ignore this army? Maybe he's waiting for us. Why don't we make a move? Wang Juankui did not want to be in the current situation where it was difficult for both sides to communicate. Report, report. Several non-commissioned officers from Longyu ran over. Everyone looked over. The non-commissioned officer was panting heavily. Qin Li handed him a cup of water. One person took it, pursed his lips, and swallowed a little bit of saliva. The others took a bowl and drank the same way. They did not dare to drink too much for fear of choking their lungs. After a few moments, the first person to drink the water licked his lips. Report. Longyu discovered 3,000 winged knights. Each of them rode 4 horses. After resupplying, they ran away. They did not come here. They went to find Anshi's troops. I take back my words. Zhang Xiaosong is waiting for us to make a move. When Zhang Zhongliang heard the news, he realized that he had miscalculated. The winged knights are so fast. Wang Juankui looked at Qin Li. For the country's wings, they flourish like a forest. Forest, featherwood cavalry, solemn and respectful, Tiger bends bow, Qin Li replied. He himself was a feather forest flying rider. How fast the team was there any need to say? No, Zhang Xiaosong is waiting for time. When the time is up, whether we make a move or not, he will make a move. We have to be ready at all times. He is probably calculating the time for us to set up the raft. Guo Jian considered it from another perspective. A general must know himself and the enemy. He knew that the Yellow River was in front of him and he needed a raft to cross it. According to the daily deployment of the Tang dynasty's troops, how many people went to chop wood to make rafts could be estimated. Let the hot air balloons take off. Find a time when the wind is good and release them to the northwest. If I were Zhang Xiaosong, my troops would definitely be there. Qin Li gave his own judgment. The army would not go around the enemy's back. If Tubo sent more troops, the troop would be sandwiched between the front and back troops. It would be troublesome and expose them. I think the wind is good now. Release 2 hot air balloons and take care of each other. Guo Jian agreed with this suggestion. 2 hot air balloons that had been floating outside were pulled down. They were re-oiled, replaced with people, provided with food, and gradually flew out. The winged knights replaced them. There were 3 people in 1 hot air balloon. They brought tactical backpacks with them. If there was a problem, their survival ability in the wild was better. Even if they encountered dozens of big wolves, the 6 of them could still deal with them. The hot air balloons pulled up the ropes and began to float. They were adjusting the altitude to find a more suitable wind. Over here, the Tufan army was in a state of chaos. They were here again. Were they going to throw explosives at them? Zaisikas heard the news and quickly ran out. He got on the horse and stopped playing. People were like this. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. Zaisikas was used to running. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, the Northern Military Battalion under Li Yi's command was collectively ordered not to resist. After that, only a few of them survived. They all died in the Nanjing Defense War. They faced the Japanese Empire's army together with the Alliance Central Military Academy. The Alliance Central Military Academy's army was defeated. The Alliance Central Military Academy's army was also defeated. After one battle, they lost nearly half of their men. After a short rest, they continued to charge. The Alliance Central Military Academy's army wanted to wash away the shame. The Japanese Empire's army bombarded them with heavy artillery, but they still suffered heavy losses. The soldiers of the Northern Military Battalion did not resist for a second time. They used their lives to prove it. Come on. Okay, control the fire as usual. Don't worry, it's not worth it to fall to your death now. The two hot air balloons finally had their ropes grabbed by the cavalry and were now descending. About half a quarter of an hour later, the hot air balloon landed on the ground. The flames were still spurting out. Once the balloon was closed, the people alighted and waited for the balloon to deflate. You guys are really here. Chinli said that he could find you. It's just that the wind isn't good, so it's a bit off. The winged knights on the hot air balloon said to their brothers who were chasing after them on horseback. If we deviate any further, we'll have to climb over the mountain. Let's take a rest and keep the balloons. Are you cold? How should I put it? It's uncomfortable under the sun. The higher it is, the more uncomfortable it is. There are 2 packs of explosives on it. Why did you bring the explosives? We wanted to ambush Tubo, but Zasikas was too cowardly and ran away. We didn't blow up the other tents. The hot air balloons were quickly taken apart and put on the horses. Everyone rode back. When they returned to the place, the sky was already dark. Where's Inspector Zhang? You're him. Here, the situation over there. One of the men on the hot air balloon took out a letter. Another man on the hot air balloon took out a letter with the same content. It was double insurance. There was no lacquer seal on the letter. Zhang Xiaosong took it out directly and scanned it. He put down the letter and looked at the 6 winged knights who were operating the hot air balloon. The 6 of them looked calm. Let him look. We're not under his control anyway. The hot air balloon can fly 1,000 miles. Zhang Xiaosong realized that the hot air balloon's function should not only be used as a lookout and throwing explosives. The wind direction is good and there's enough fuel. We can fly directly to Chang'an, Fan Fan said from the side. Zhang Xiaosong shook his head. It's a pity that we can't control the direction. If we're not careful, we'll go astray. Dong Zhu said that there's a hot air balloon that can control the direction, but he can't make it now. Give him some time and he'll think of a way to make it. The winged knights who delivered the letter interjected. If it can be made, it'll be many times more convenient to send letters back and forth. Zhang Xiaosong really didn't know how to evaluate Li Yi. He seemed to know everything. No, with that thing, we can keep an eye on the enemy's commander and blow him up. If the enemy's commander is blown up and runs away, how can we fight the war? Another winged knight laughed. A hot air balloon that could freely adjust its direction was simply invincible. Since the enemy couldn't fly, they couldn't shoot arrows. Yes, keep an eye on the explosion and rest. Tomorrow, find a good wind direction and go back. Zhang Xiaosong realized that this was indeed the case. Even if the isolated city was surrounded, why would the hot air balloon send a message? It would be better to find the enemy's commander. If the enemy's commander ran away, they would blow up the enemy's siege weapons. The night passed and the sun rose. The wind wasn't very good, but judging from the direction of the clouds, it meant that the wind above was different from the wind below. The 2 hot air balloons chose to take off and quickly increased their altitude. Finally, after being blown out for more than 10 miles, they encountered a suitable wind and maintained their altitude, floating towards Guijian. The wind was always changing. When the 2 hot air balloons were about to reach their destination, it was already afternoon. They came back from the west and were very high above the ground. It was so high that without binoculars, they couldn't see the situation on the ground clearly. It was also impossible to see the hot air balloons on the ground. Signal the other side to extend the fuses for the explosives and throw them down. I don't think they'll fly to our place. One of the balloonists remembered that there were 2 explosives. After communicating with the signal, both sides agreed and began to attach the fuses to the explosives. There was no need to worry about the wind blowing them out. Both sides were ready. 4 explosives were ignited and thrown down. The hot air balloons continued to fly. Boom! A loud sound appeared 100 meters above Tubo's camp, accompanied by black smoke. Boom! A person was smashed to the ground. It seemed that he wouldn't survive. Before the others could understand what had happened, boom! The explosives went off and everyone was lying on the ground. Boom! An explosive penetrated the tent and fell. Not long after, boom! The tent was gone. Boom! About 50 meters above the ground, the 4th explosive completed its mission. Just like the first one, it didn't hit anyone. Tubo didn't think so. 4 explosives, 2 of them took down more than 20 people on their side. The key was that they didn't see the hot air balloons. How high were they? Were there any more? They couldn't live anymore. Now, they were being blown up without even seeing the hot air balloons. Could a war be fought like this? Wasn't this too much? On the other side of the river, the lookout didn't see the hot air balloons either. Who would look up at the sky for no reason? Instead, they saw the smoke from the explosion and the people who were blown up. Only then did they look up with binoculars and sweat. Who was it? It flew askew and we were blown down. Chapter 1085. The 2 hot air balloons couldn't see the situation below them even after throwing the explosives. They were rapidly descending. Guo Zhiyun and the others came out and heard the commotion. 4 sounds. They looked at the opposite shore through their binoculars. There was still smoke on the opposite shore. When they looked up, they saw 2 small dots moving slowly. The winged knights are so bold. Guo Zhiyun looked at Qin Li, he was also afraid. They were so high up. Were they sure the explosives wouldn't float here? Could they be any crazier? Scary. Look at the enemy. They're so scared that they're looking up at the sky. Wang Juankui suddenly laughed. Zhang Zhongliang said, the hot air balloons can hide if they can see it, but the hot air balloons can't see it. You don't know when danger will come. The next time you go behind the enemy, make sure it doesn't float to your side before throwing it. Throw it a few more times. Guo Zhiyun didn't have time to complain. He thought of a good way to attack their minds. Wang Juankui also said, I want to attack a city. It doesn't matter where the wind blows. As long as there are enough explosives, no city can defend. Dongzhu told us a story. He said that there was a group of soldiers who weren't afraid of this kind of bombing. They could blow the entire mountain 10 feet down. If you attacked them, they would still appear and fight back. Qin Li shook his head. He believed in Li Yi's words. If Li Yi said there was such a thing, then there was definitely such a thing. 10 feet isn't much. Wang Juankui thought about it and didn't think it was a big deal. How much soil can one explosive pack blow up on the top of a mountain? The soil will fall to the side. If you blow it up again, the soil will fall back. How many explosive packs would it take to shave 10 feet off the top of a mountain? Qin Li emphasized the mountain. A mountain didn't just have a small peak. There was a mountain next to it. Why don't you try blowing it down 10 feet? You don't need 10 feet. Just shave an inch off the top of the mountain. How is that possible? How can they run away? Zhang Zhongliang didn't believe it. Dongzhu said to use the big skycracker monkey, which is dozens of times more powerful than the skycracker monkey. He threw out a total of 1.9 million of those skycracker monkeys. Then, the rabbit army would dig downwards, blasting and digging at the same time. When the enemy took a break to charge, they would pop out to fight. In the end, the rabbit army managed to hold on to 1.9 9 million gigantic sky-cracker monkeys. Qin Li explained. He felt that Dongzhu shouldn't be wrong. Dongzhu didn't need to lie. 9 million. Give me 19,000 sky-crackers, and I can flatten Tubo. Guo still couldn't believe it. Even after throwing down so many more powerful sky-cracker monkeys, they still couldn't take down a mountain. Did the attackers eat shit? If his army were to encounter the side that had been bombed, with what he had now, he felt that if Zeisiko's army had been on that side, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the Juka tribe the first time they came into contact with the enemy. How many sky-cracker monkeys had been thrown out, and Tubo had run away? If I were to encounter that kind of army, how would I fight? Guo spoke his mind. You don't have to encounter that army. If you encounter the winged knights, we won't panic with just explosives and sky-cracker monkeys. We'll still beat you. Qin Li pursed his lips. He wasn't afraid of modern firearms. The cavalry would charge. If they stuck close, they would continue to charge forward. If they couldn't, they would blow them up together, including their own people. The hot air balloon is coming down. Should we catch it? A young general noticed that the hot air balloon was descending rapidly and was about to catch it. He asked Guo. Without waiting for Guo to speak, Qin Li looked over. Do you think you can catch the winged knights? It didn't even hit you. Even if it killed you, you still have to hold on. Got it. I'll lead a team to bring it back. The young general suddenly remembered who was operating the hot air balloon. The winged knights weren't controlled by anyone else. They didn't have the right to judge if they killed someone. Half an hour later, the 6 of them rode back. Someone collected the hot air balloon. I saw Inspector Zhang. Our people have indeed arrived. There are pressure cookers, explosives, our standard arrows, and kerosene stoves. Look at the reply. One person said as he handed over a letter. The person next to him handed over another letter with the same content. Guo and Wang Juankui read one letter. Zhang Zhongliang read the other one. Qin Li didn't read it at all. It was fine as long as the other brothers contacted Zhang Shaosong. They said that Hao Lingquan is coming over with 516 guards, 500 firearms, and 100,000 rounds of ammunition. They've exchanged for 7,000 winged knights. They're waiting for a rotation to quickly transport the important military supplies. There are 20,000 winged knights in a rotation. The ones left behind can cooperate with the battle. They can attack independently if the commander-in-chief doesn't command them properly. Zhang Zhongliang read it by himself. He was very fast. After reading it, he handed it over to Qin Li. Qin Li took it and glanced over it. Good. 500 firearms. Each firearm has 200 rounds of ammunition. Let's wait. When the firearms arrive, we'll go over and kill them. What's a firearm? There are only 500 of them. Wang Juankui was at a loss after reading it. What was the difference between a firearm and a spear? It has a much longer range than a bow and arrow. Even a child can shoot it. The bullet is small. After it enters the body, the flesh shrinks and wraps the bullet inside. If there's dust in the passage, for example, pieces of clothing are carried inside, with Tubo's medical conditions, death is certain. Qin Li clenched his fist and gave a brief introduction of the firearm. The firearm used by Song Zhou's officer Gua. One shot, one kill. Even from a few hundred paces away. Guo knew about Guozi's battle record in Songzhou. In that battle, Guozi killed a lot of Tubo's generals. It was said that you didn't even know that someone was attacking you before you fell. Qin Li shook his head. No. If I had that firearm, I would set it up on the bank of the Yellow River and kill anyone who dares to check the situation on the other side. What a pity. Since you have such a good firearm, why don't you make more? It's not easy. Guo was helpless. Qin Li didn't say anything. He didn't want to explain. In any case, the firearms made by the Li family Zhuangzi were already good enough. 500 firearms. Some of the bullets were used to harass the enemy. Then, they would wait for the enemy to get into formation. Tubo didn't have enough large shields right now. Moreover, large shields were useless. Raising the muzzle slightly, the bullets would circle around and fall down. They could still kill. The Tubo army only had one method, and that was to charge forward. If Tubo charges, we can tie explosives to the yaks and set their tails on fire. Qin Li thought of a way to resist the enemy's charge. He wouldn't charge with explosives. Wouldn't that be stupid? In a situation where there were horses and yaks. Ships are coming. Ships are coming. 20 ships are coming. Everyone was talking about the firearms. Someone ran over and shouted excitedly. The logistics on the water had arrived again. The logistics on the land didn't stop. The ships were carrying a lot of things. Let's go and pick them up. According to the current situation, there will be new ships delivering things every day. In the future, there may be several fleets of ships. Qin Li tidied up his clothes and went to pick up the ships. They should be the people of the 16th Guard. Chapter 1086. 20 ships stopped. There were indeed people from the 16th Guard. There were several guards mixed together. The goal was to make sure there were no barriers between the 16th Guard. Thank you. My legs don't feel like mine anymore. You don't have to carry them. They're heavy. Just hold on to them. Okay. Here's your stuff. Go back and tell Li Dongzhu. He'll definitely give us something good. This job isn't for humans. Luckily, we're all animals. There's nothing wrong with it. Now, there's a team that departs every day. Tomorrow, or today, a little later, or tomorrow, there'll be more ships coming over. There aren't many sky monkeys left. It's mainly food. Everyone, eat as much as you want. The sky monkeys are made every day. They'll be shipped immediately. The entire Workers' Alliance is building ships. They're rushing day after day. Ships will be launched at any time. We came from a tributary. You've taken over the Yellow River. I won't know where to go next time. Anyway, I'll deliver them to you. Is this the climate of the plateau? Sure enough, it's harder to breathe than in Chang'an. It's okay. We exercise a lot. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. The people from the 16th Guard were talkative. They were mainly showing off to others. Come up. It's just a gift. What's there to brag about? Qin Li couldn't stand it anymore. Who are you? You're right. We're just tired. We don't have any other intentions. The people from the 16th Guard were about to lose their temper when they realized it was the Winged Knights who spoke. They instantly became gentle. The soldiers ignored the 16th Guard and the Winged Knights and continued to move the things down. They heard that from now on, there would be things delivered by water almost every day. They understood. This meant that the logistics were connected, including the logistics of the Shu lands. This isn't rice. It's cooked rice. It's all cooked rice. Set up the shed. Don't get wet when it rains. Flour? What's written on it? I don't know. Oh, whole wheat flour? Why isn't it wheat? I'm the leader, Nyo Nyo, not a nickname. The things I brought you are fireproof. The person in charge of the 16 guards introduced himself. Qin Li smiled. It's indeed fireproof. It's all packed in cotton bags. Even if you pour oil on it, it won't work. It wasn't dried rice or wheat. It was rice and flour. Set a fire and put down the fire outside. The inside would be smoked or have the aroma of roasted rice. They didn't need to be stored for a long time, and at the same time, it proved that their logistics ability was outstanding. Under normal circumstances, they would bring their shells with them, and then the soldiers would think of ways to grind them. How difficult would it be for the logistics department to directly send semi-finished products and ignite the rice and flour? Unless the flour flew up, was dense enough, and then exploded. At this time, from the chaos on the other side of the river, another ship arrived. It was a ship with wheels. Was it the supplies from the Tang army? 1, 2, 3, 20 ships. The food delivered would be enough for the Tang army to eat for 2 days. Commander, are you all right? The Tang army has brought 20 new ships. What are they carrying? The Qianhu found Zasikus, who was injured again. A bag of explosives blew up a tent, and a small knife used for eating flew more than 100 meters away. The handle of the knife hit Zasikus's brow bone. Zasikus's brow bone had a small cut and a small bump. He was bleeding non-stop. It looked scary, but he was fine. Don't be afraid. Many people are on their ships. One ship can't carry much. How can a few ships feed more than 100,000 soldiers? Zasikus's condition did look good. He had taken medicine, so the small injuries and pain did not matter to him. At this moment, his mind was clear. He was waiting for Princess Jincheng and Zanpu to write a letter to the Tang dynasty. Then, both sides would be at peace, and he would be able to defend the Yellow River Basin. He was also waiting for time. The barley was about to be harvested. There was less barley here, but more would be planted later. By then, there would be enough food delivered. The only pity was that his reaction was slow. He should have harvested the barley earlier. Even if people could not eat it, it would be good to feed the horses. As he spoke, he looked up at the roof. He had returned to his tent. He realized that he would always be injured if he hid outside, but the tent was never touched. He sent someone to add a barrier to the tent, hoping to block the explosives. At least, he thought that it could. He probably did not know how big the impact of a bag of explosives falling from thousands of meters above was. He understood that he could not win by fighting. He could only solve it through diplomatic means. At present, it was best for both sides to not move. The Tang army would cross the river and beat back the Tang army a few times to buy enough time. Or they could pretend to attack a few times and ask the Tang army to increase their defense. Tell the other places to find a chance to rush over and take a look. If it is not possible, retreat immediately. Zasikus chose another place to send troops to cross the river. He could not go to his position. It would be easy for the enemy to counterattack. The messenger began to run. He had to run very far. There were 200,000 soldiers on both sides in the Yellow River. It was not a single point. There were still some places that could not be reached tonight. The time was set to be after dark tomorrow. More than 10 positions would be rushed to cross at the same time. In a few days, the highland barley will be harvested. Our people will have less to worry about. In Guojian's tent, he calculated the highland barley growing on the occupied land. There were burn marks in some places. It seemed that someone wanted to burn all the highland barley when they left. Unfortunately, only a small area was burned. Before the barley ripened, many stalks were still green. If they wanted to burn it, they would need a strong wind and many ignition points. The harvesting is not under our control. Continue to transfer people from Longyu. I heard that the capital government is planting soybeans to raise insects. Can the insects raised here be sent back? Wang Juankue wanted to have more income from insects. The insects raised would be sent to the capital government to be sold. Qin Li shook his head. No, it is too cold. The heavenly bean moth cannot survive. The insects cannot survive either. What a pity. Wang Juankui felt regretful. We raise horses, cows, and sheep here. The yaks can be ridden and cultivated. The defense in the future will be the most difficult. How can Tubo be willing to lose a large piece of land? Zhang Zhongliang did not want to raise any insects. The local people were blessed by nature. They raised sheep and yaks. They wanted to crossbreed more sheep and cultivate sheep with different wool. There were also sheep that grew fast and ate meat. Tomorrow morning, I will take people to the rafts for a spin. First, we will familiarize ourselves with the physical condition of the rafts. Qin Li was not worried about what to do on the ground at all. Owner Li had already arranged everything. You could not just plant whatever you wanted and raise whatever you wanted. The next day, the people on the 20 boats ate until they were 70% full. The empty boats started to return. Going with the flow was fast, so there was no need to rush. They walked on one side of the river. They could not let the people on the other side take them away. Qin Li brought people onto the wooden rafts. They either stood or knelt on one leg. The wooden rafts were not treated and contained a lot of water. Most of them were in the water. People's feet were wet when they stood on it. Under normal circumstances, no one would use wood as a raft. The more they soaked, the heavier they would get. As soon as they moved, the people on the other side immediately became nervous. Were they going to fight? In a panic, Qin Li and the others floated down and used the oars to reach the shore. They struggled to drag the rafts back. The rafts scraped the shore from time to time. How do we use this? Qin Li frowned. Chapter 1087. Kill. Charge. Run. 2 days passed. At night, 15 places in Tubo launched a river-crossing battle against the Tang soldiers on the other side. The Tang dynasty soldiers put out the fire, but there was no movement on the other side. The Tubo soldiers who rowed the rafts over felt that the situation was not good. They held torches and were in a bright place. A rain of arrows fell. They turned around and ran. The order they received was to kill if there was a chance, and retreat if there was no chance. The Tang dynasty soldiers chased after them with torches and arrows. They stopped when they reached the river. They checked to see if there were any Tubo soldiers alive. If there were, they would treat them. If there were dead, they would dig a hole and bury them. They could not throw them into the river. If they washed downstream, they would reach the Tang dynasty. If the corpses were soaked in the water, they would infect people and animals. The messengers ran to Guojian's camp one by one. The first to arrive explained the situation. Feint attack. What's the purpose? Guojian did not sleep. He was studying the map. After the hot air balloon was released, a more detailed map was drawn. This could only be done by the featherwood flying cavalry. The other soldiers in the army who could draw maps could barely draw the locations of a few hills and rivers, and that was already good enough. They could not be expected to tell the exact distance, height, and width. The feather forest flying cavalry had specially learned it, and they had learned it until their heads were big. The others looked at the suitable places for an ambush. They had to be careful when they chased after the enemy. The enemy would put rolling logs on the higher hills. When the cavalry entered, the rolling logs would fall and block both sides of the road. They would be at a disadvantage if they shot arrows from the higher ground. What else could it be? They're forcing the enemy to stop attacking and turn to defense. They're waiting for time. The letter of credence should have arrived by now. It's too late. Zhang Zhongliang was too familiar with this tactic. Lighting torches to cross the river at night? Were they afraid that the people on the other side would not notice? Maybe they're lighting torches first and not lighting torches next time. Wang Juankui smiled. It'll be easy when Hao Lingquan arrives. Give me a day to familiarize myself with the guns. The next day, we'll launch a general attack. As Qin Li spoke, he pointed on the map. There was a relatively flat shore there. The raft was washed down by the current, and if it could reach the shore, he would take the winged knights up first. Along with the skyscraper monkey, the hot air balloon would see if the wind on that day could cooperate. If the wind didn't work, they would use hang gliders. Each hang glider carried 2 explosive packs. Li Longji's face was gloomy. The Tubo people were too evil. They gave the harmful luminous pearl to Li Yi. They wanted to poison Li Yi to death. Brother Yi, are you really okay? Li Longji was still worried. I'll be fine for a few days. Even if it's a little longer, I still have medicine. How about I bring you to check your body to see if you've been exposed to radiation? If you've been exposed to radiation, I'll help you get rid of it. Li Yi shook his head. He still had the means to do this. I don't know if Nu knows. Li Longji clenched his fist. So what if she knows? So what if she doesn't know? Marry her to them and let her endure the high-altitude environment. She won't have a choice. Li Yi didn't want to blame Princess Jincheng. What could Princess Jincheng do? There was only one purpose for her existence, which was to contact Tubo and the Tang dynasty. If there were any diplomatic issues, she would come forward and communicate with them. In fact, it was Tubo who had been using her to seek peace, again and again. She had lived for more than 40 years before she died. What was she thinking when she lived in Tubo? Did she want to return to the Tang dynasty? Did she want the Tang dynasty to take over Tubo? Did she accept her fate and only want to have a child? There should be something wrong with Princess Jincheng's body. I'll bring some medicine to Princess Jincheng. When Princess Jincheng sleeps, I'll give Princess Jincheng some medicine. After eating it, it should be effective. When Princess Jincheng has a child, everything will be fine. It can be considered as a woman's hope. Li Yi knew that Tubo would not last for more than a few years under his plan. When Princess Jincheng has a child, she can continue to rule the area. Of course, he could also not give her the medicine now. After taking over Tubo, Princess Jincheng will be betrothed to someone else. Otherwise, a woman with a new Zampu will not be able to find another man. No, Princess Jincheng cannot kill Princess Jincheng. The two of them can raise a child together. Anyway, he can't use the method of treating a stranger with a stranger. He should change the soil and return to the stream. Changing the soil means changing the local system. Returning to the stream refers to becoming a transferred official. Chapter 1088. Can you make a 9-turn large intestine? Drink some wine. Li Longji ended the topic about Tubo. If he wanted to drink, he could just skip work tomorrow. He would ask someone to send the other jewelry brought by Tubo to Zhuangzi tomorrow for Li Yi to inspect. Li Longji rejoiced. How much did the Tubo people hate his brother Yi that they came up with this kind of scheme? If they gave him the night luminescent pearl, he would probably put it in his bedroom. In the future, he would show all the unknown pearls in the palace to Brother Yi. Tubo had deliberately planned for Brother Yi to come up with this plan. It would be seen through as soon as he brought it over. Li Yi looked at Li Longji. Third brother, it's too late. The 9-turn large intestine is too strenuous. Li Yi did not want to do it. It would take a long time, especially when dealing with the large intestine. The intestine had to be flipped back and forth. The large intestine was very tough. After flipping back and forth, it would be a solid intestine that would be cut into sections. At that time, for convenience, he flipped the intestine when he washed it. Then, he did not stuff the intestine in the middle. When it came out, there would be a big hole in the middle. It would take an hour to flip through 9 layers of the intestine. he would need to use salt and vinegar to rub the intestine until it was thin and loose. Then, he would use a long wooden stick to flip it back and forth. The more he flipped, the tighter it became. After flipping through 9 layers, he would put it in the pot, shape it, cut it into sections, and continue with other processing. If he started in the morning, he would be able to eat it by noon. How should he do it now? Third brother, I'll mix pig ears for you. I can't even mix pig intestines. There's no good large intestine. Li Yi asked for Li Longji's opinion. Do you have hoof tendons? Li Longji did not want to eat pig ears. Gu Yan was the fastest this time. As soon as Li Longji finished speaking, he jumped out and went to the kitchen to ask for hoof tendons. The other 3 eunuchs had just left their chairs when they sat back down. Not long after, Gu Yan came back with a plate of hoof tendons and half a caddy of 50% white wine. The white wine had already been heated. Why am I so picky when it comes to eating? The soldiers would be lucky if they could even take a bite. Li Longji suddenly felt a little guilty. They're working so hard because they want the people behind them to eat better. What I mean is that in the future, when we recruit volunteers, the prefectural military system will wipe out all the soldiers in one place. Volunteer soldiers were recruited from all over the Tang dynasty. First, they were conscripts, which were government soldiers. 2 years later, if you don't want to be a soldier anymore, you can quit. If you want to continue being a soldier, you can become a volunteer soldier, just like the recruitment system. Voluntary soldiers were given subsidies, and voluntary soldiers were given salaries. The difference was that the recruits fought for money, while the volunteers fought for the country. There was no honor in a recruit's death, but a volunteer's death was a hero. Let's build a monument to the heroes of the Tang dynasty. Soldiers who have made meritorious contributions will be given jobs and official positions when they retire or become professionals, not titles. Li Yi told him about his country's history, and he felt that it was quite good. What kind of soldiers do the winged knights belong to? How do we build the monument? Li Longji did not care about the soldiers. Anyway, what Brother Yi said would not be wrong. The monument will be carved with stone, and then there will be martyrs' cemeteries from all over the country. Everyone will burn joss paper, light incense, and place offerings. After the offerings are placed, you can take them home to eat. Li Yi continued. No one wanted the offerings in the martyrs' cemeteries because their living conditions were better. If their living conditions were not up to standard, it was fine as long as it was a token. Didn't other people give their longevity tablets with mosquito coils? Moreover, they would take it to another house after a while. After Li Yi finished talking about how to commemorate the monument, he mentioned the winged knights. The winged knights are the imperial soldiers. They are considered as voluntary soldiers, and their status is higher than voluntary soldiers. Can we let them be officials? Li Longji talked about the issue of officials. Now, there were several ways to become an official. If one passed the imperial examination, the imperial court would arrange it. If one passed the provincial government's examination, the provincial government would arrange it. If one became an official, he would be an exiled official. There was also another type where the military governor and regional governor found someone to be an official elsewhere. The imperial court would recognize that person's position and pay him a salary. The last type were the officials of the prince's mansion and the princess mansion. Mansion officials had the chance to become local officials. Regardless of which type it was, the requirement was for the officials to be able to write and calculate. They had to be able to write simple calculations, and not immediately write a list of the people or a book about the prime minister. Previously, during the county magistrate examination, they couldn't even write a petition. Yet, there were people who were illiterate. I'll start learning after I become a compulsory soldier. I'll be able to write and calculate in 2 years. That's enough. Li Yi didn't have high expectations. At that time, the professional soldiers he had started with were not ordinary and were treated well. Many village heads in the Tang dynasty did not know how to write. When they did arithmetic, they had to memorize the things they needed. If a child in the village became successful, the whole village would be happy and proud. Brother E, you can sort it out. Starting from next year, the revenue will be higher next year. Li Longji would definitely follow Li Yi's instructions without any problems. When I'm done, I'll pass it to you after dinner. Li Yi poured wine for the two of them. Li Longji nodded. He was already used to it. This was how Brother E was like. When Li Yi finished pouring 2 cups of wine, Li Longji picked it up and said, "When Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion has spread the formula of the facial mask. Will Wen Tian make less money? Money? What Wen Tian is doing now is more important than making money directly. She is leading the trend. Whatever she says, the ladies will believe it. She said that if she wants to build a railway, everyone will pay for it together. After that, the ladies will go home and talk about it. Women need to be smart and beautiful. How can they stabilize their status in the family if they communicate with each other in Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion? Those who use their looks to influence others will fall in love with them. They need to work hard on both their looks and morals. Wen Tian provides them with such an atmosphere. They need to maintain their beauty and learn more at the same time." Li Yi introduced Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion. It didn't just sell things to make money. If you want to make money, you need Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion. Princess Yongmu needed to find something to do. Otherwise, it would be too boring. If she liked to teach children, she would get a bunch of children for her to take care of. If she was willing to interact with other ladies, she would be given Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion. Whenever she didn't want to, she could remove it and change to another one. Li Longji drank the wine. "What's the difference between you and the princesses of the Tang dynasty? You want to have the right to speak in a place all day long. The difference is big. Princesses do it for status and status. Wen Tian is happy. The only thing I can do for her is to make her happy." Li Yi didn't want to compare Princess Yongmu with other princesses. They were different. Princess Yongmu was now at the bottom of the social circle. She was no longer the wives of the kings. Of course, there were also women from big families, including unmarried ones, who came to Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion to buy things and learn knowledge at the same time. "Okay." Li Longji replied with one word. He admitted that no man was like Brother Yi. Some men didn't let women go out to do things, and some men counted on women to help them. Li Yi, on the other hand, would do whatever you wanted. He would never restrict you, but always protect you. So I'm going to invite everyone in Nanchu to Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion to teach those ladies. In terms of methods, other than the women in the palace, Nanchu is the best. Li Yi wanted to set up a class for those ladies. Chapter 1089. Princess Yongmu did not return to the Li family Zhuangzi today. She stayed in her own Zhuangzi. The children continued to stay in the Li family Zhuangzi. They had agreed to stay for half a month. If the roads and houses could not be finished in half a month, they could stay for a few more days. It was not like they were short of food. Princess Yongmu had a flashlight so that she could see the insects at night. In the past, she had nothing to do and only studied in the palace. She did not learn needlework or cooking. Now, she learned everything. The noble ladies talked about making clothes for their men so that they could compete for favor. Some also said that even if the man found a concubine, he would still think about making delicious food. Princess Yongmu did not want to compete with anyone. She simply felt that she should know what others knew, even if Li Lang knew how to make clothes and cook. The bean worms were gradually growing. Princess Yongmu wanted to see if there was any need to adjust. She asked Li Yi for 30 kerosene lamps and took a flashlight herself. After dinner, The neighbors carried kerosene lamps and went with Princess Youngmu to check the situation of the insects in her 20 bean field. There were more than 70 neighbors in total, more than 400 people in total. There were also hundreds of people watching outside. Princess Youngmu used a lot of manpower to check the insects. Someone walked in front and looked around to see if the ground was loose. What if someone was hiding in the ground? When Princess Youngmu arrived, everything was taken care of. Everyone, look, the bean worms are starting to molt again. After molting, their appetite will increase greatly. You must arrange a place in advance. Don't eat all the beans. Princess Youngmu told the neighbors what she had learned from Li Yi. Even if it was in the newspaper, the neighbors were still willing to listen to her. The newspaper was full of words, and the pictures were not as clear as the real thing. The neighbors always believed that the best things were passed down to Li Dongzhu's woman. The neighbors found that this Li family's woman was not the type to show herself in public. She was purely plain. There were layers of guards and maids with knives. Which woman would show her face in public like this? How much extra food did the bodyguards eat this time when they came out at night? These are spiders. They eat bean worms. We have to get rid of them. Give me a pair of tweezers. Princess Youngmu discovered a large spider. I'll do it. Xiaolon came over with a pair of tweezers and clamped down on the big spider. She shook the bamboo tube in her hand. The maid beside her helped to pull out the stopper of the bamboo tube. Xiaolon picked up the spider and threw it in. When it was almost filled, the bamboo tube would be thrown into the dung pile, and the spiders inside would kill each other. This is a praying mantis. Now that the light has stopped it from moving, it would go and catch insects to eat. Princess Youngmu found another thing. Praying mantises had the same color as leaves. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see them at all. I'll do it. Xiaolon shook the bamboo tube again. This time, the maid directly opened the cover of the bamboo tube. Before the spiders crawled out, the mantises were thrown in. You guys can kill them yourselves and see who is stronger. There's a snake here. Miss Li, quickly hide. Ah, there's no need. Good skills. A neighbor found a snake. It was slithering in the direction of Princess Youngmu. Just looking at it made people feel numb all over. Then, 6 throwing knives fell down. 2 accurately hit the snake, and the other 4 were on the side. One person threw 3 throwing knives at the same time. No matter how the snake moved, it would be pierced. The person who threw the knives was Guazi. The moment the knives were thrown, 2 pistols appeared in his hands. Bring it back. When I go home tomorrow, I'll give it to Li Lang and ask him to braise it for me. The snake is not small. Princess Youngmu glanced at the snake that was not dead yet. She remembered the braised snake she ate last time and craved it again. She was not worried about her own safety. Guazi was here. Even if Guazi failed, the snake might not necessarily want her. Was the snake poisonous? She was not afraid of being poisonous. If she sent herself to Li Lang with her last breath, Li Lang would save her. It's a pit viper. If you're bitten, you won't survive. A neighbor came forward to take a look and said what kind of snake it was. Another guard came over and pinched the snake's head with his hand. He pulled out a knife and quickly left with the snake. In just a quarter of an hour, the snake that was still alive was sent to Li Yi. Li Yi looked at it, short-tailed viper, neurotoxin. It's okay. There's serum. I used horses to make a lot of serums for poisonous snakes. I've checked them all. There's no poison in the horse. I can't kill it either. It's attenuated. Li Yi was not worried. He collected a lot of poisonous snakes and raised them. He took snake venom and injected it into the horse. If the horse carried other viruses, the snake venom would be detoxified, but the horse's venom would still be in the horse's body. Inactivation meant to eliminate all the other viruses. Attenuation meant to reduce the survival of the other viruses. In theory, both humans and animals carried poison. If the virus did not exist or was found in trace amounts, it was attenuated. It was not easy for Li Yi to kill it, but attenuate it was relatively easy. He put it in a small glass bottle and sealed it with gum. The current short-tailed viper venom was powerful, but he had antivenom made from the venom of the short-tailed viper. Other poisonous snakes had to be made separately. There was no universal detoxification at all. How could the bloodstream and neurotoxin be omnipotent? The antivenom made from the cobra's venom could barely deal with these two types. But there were also cellular types. There were basically cobras or king cobras on land, which could make a basic universal serum. But Li Yi didn't have any cobras now. He couldn't find any in the tropics or subtropics. He was working hard to find them. If he could find more, he could raise them. Then he would make the universal antivenom. It was just a temporary solution. If it could withstand it, he wouldn't care. If it couldn't withstand it, at least there would be time to inject a special antivenom. As for the virus in the horse, after the injection, the snake venom would be detoxified first. The virus in the horse would be dealt with later. Medical first aid had always been about saving lives first and treating injuries later. Tao Hong and Qing Song, go and bring 16 kinds of common snake antivenom here and a cold box. Li Yi ordered. Tao Hong and Qing Song got up and went to find things. They both knew how to inject needles and draw blood. Not all Tao Hong and Qing Song were powerful. Everyone was studying hard. It was just that this group of Tao Hong and Qing Song were a little stronger than others. Li Nyang said she wants to eat. Braise. The person who delivered the snake emphasized. Okay. Li Yi opened the box and put on gloves. He grabbed the snake that was not dead and left. He wanted to take out the poison before the snake died. Antivenom was expensive. It was indeed expensive. It was a life-saving thing. It was cheap. As long as there was a little bit of poison, he could make a bunch of antivenom. The problem was that the antivenom had a shelf life. If no one bought it after the shelf life, the antivenom would be wasted. Li Yi didn't care about money. He wanted to make more. This was the Tang dynasty. There were many snakes. There would always be people bitten by snakes. Just like the snake catcher written by Lu Zongyuan, catching 5-step snakes was used to cure diseases. He meant harsh government. Li Yi wanted to equip snake catchers with antivenom. There was no conflict between the two, right? Now there was no harsh government. Let's go catch the 5-step snakes. We will give you the antivenom. If you are bitten, quickly save yourself. Then some of it will be shot back to continue making antivenom, and some of it will be used as other medicines. Shouldn't the problem of money be counted as the financial subsidies of the Tang dynasty? The lives of the people of the Tang dynasty couldn't be measured by money. Even if they subsidized 100,000 yuan a year to save 10,000 people who were bitten by snakes, they would not only save lives but also people's hearts. Chapter 1090. After collecting the snake venom, Li Yi shot it to his heart's content and brought back the dead snake. He squatted beside Li Longji and used a large basin to deal with the snake. He skinned it, checked the parasites, and dissected it. Brother Yi, can you stir-fry it in time? Li Longji wanted to eat it. He looked at Li Yi's way of handling the snake venom and felt a sense of beauty. When Tian wants to braise it tomorrow. Li Yi did not even raise his head. What do you mean by stir-frying it? Didn't Wen Tian say that she wants to braise it? It's easy for me to stir-fry it for you. What am I going to say to Wen Tian when she comes back tomorrow? Of course, there are snakes that are the same as the ones you raised. But why do you have to kill them when you can extract the venom? Do you want to eat snake meat? Oh. Li Longji did not say anything else. The tendons were also quite delicious. He was very satisfied with Li Yi. See, this is my brother Yi, my son-in-law. In the entire Tang dynasty, how many men would care about what a woman wants to eat? They even kept it for her. Yes, the men of his sister, Princess Jingxian, would. Because they care about Princess Jingxian's identity. Does Brother Yi need to care about whose identity and status? Who can do anything to him now? If he wants to kill other officials, even if they don't want to be killed, they can only beg. If he wants to kill Brother Yi will definitely not do it. Brother Yi guarantees that if you want to kill me, I will kill you first. Such a person, guarding a portion of snake meat for a woman, fine. Okay, this snake actually does not have parasites. Go and freeze it. I will braise it tomorrow afternoon. Everyone can have a bite. It's bigger and longer. After Li Yi finished dealing with the snake, he washed his hands in another basin and sat back. Cui Lu took the basin and left to chill the snake. Is the antivenom easy to promote? Li Longji knew some of the general situation, including the capital government. In a year, hundreds of people will be bitten to death by snakes. Brother Yi has the antivenom here, but no one knows about it. Brother Yi also does not promote it because it is still in the research. In less than a month, the newspaper bought live venomous snakes and gave out the method to catch them, especially how to make the hook and net. This thing is only effective if you give it to the local pharmacy and advertise it to the local pharmacy. Even if you sell it to a pharmacy, it won't work. Li looked at it from the perspective of the human heart. If you sell the antivenom to the pharmacy, you sell many kinds of antivenom at once. If no one is bitten by the snake, what about the antivenom? Therefore, it could only be given in the form of financial subsidies from the imperial court. The local pharmacies would learn how to operate and store the snake venom. Not only did he have to give her antivenom and equipment, but he also had to give her money in exchange for ice. The antivenom needed to be maintained at a certain temperature so that it would not spoil. Li Yi still trusted the doctors and pharmacies of the current era. Some pharmacies knew that sick people had no money, but they were still willing to pay on credit. If the treatment was successful, the money would be returned slowly. If the patient died, the debt would naturally be settled. Therefore, they usually overcharged the rich and subsidized the poor. What else could he do? Speaking of fairness, why should rich people spend more money? It was unfair because this was how the medicine shop and the doctor did things. Even if the family members of the county magistrate fell ill, the medicine shop would send someone to treat them without asking for money. After the illness was cured, the money given by the county magistrate's family was thousands of times more than the normal treatment. In the Tang dynasty, if an old man suddenly fell while walking, there would be a group of people to help him up. They would pinch him, beat him on the back, and even perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And when the rescued person woke up, he would never say that someone bumped into him and caused him to fall, unless someone really bumped into him. With so many eyes watching, witnesses were the most important because there were no surveillance cameras. If anyone dared to blackmail someone, it would be difficult for them to move an inch. If you wanted to buy meat, even the butcher would not sell it to you. They were afraid that if you ate my meat and died, I would not be able to pay for it. When the neighbors saw you, they would hide and your children would play with the neighbors' children. When the adults of the neighbors' children saw you, they would come over and beat their own children. Didn't I tell you not to play with your children? Li Yi believed in the medicine shop, but at the same time, he did not believe it. Therefore, they had to publicize and tell people that this medicine shop took the antivenom subsidized by the imperial court. The people would know that someone was bitten by a venomous snake and came over to inject it. If the medicine shop did not treat or ask for money, they would go to the yamen to talk. Li Longji understood. He was now down to earth, but he asked, how much does it cost a year? Ice money. Li Yi said 2 words. What about the venomous snake? Li Longji found that the key thing was missing. I will pay for it. It's not much. Catch the snake and I will find a place to raise it. I can raise any kind of snake. I don't lack horses. Injecting snake venom into livestock is very cheap under the circumstances that I do not pursue profit and do not want the cost of the technology. If we calculate according to the cost of the technology, it would be an insult to the technology if the antivenom is less than 100 yuan. Li Yi did not calculate the cost of his technology because it was ready-made. He could not calculate it. For every citizen who lived, his lifespan would increase. He was not short of money. Why did he have to have this money? Deal. Li Longji did not say anything else. If it was someone else who bought people's hearts like this, he would have directly destroyed them. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the clock reached that position. Princess Yongmu yawned and came over. She went directly to take a bath and change her clothes. Li Lang, I met a big snake last night. Thanks to Officer Gua, it was so scary. Princess Yongmu finished cleaning up and found Li Yi to tell him about yesterday's situation. The snake is too hateful, so I braised it and dried it with mushrooms and chicken. I did not leave the skin. Li Yi comforted Princess Yongmu. When he made snake meat, the skin was left to prove that it was real snake meat. He did not need to prove anything to anyone. He just peeled off the snake's skin. It was first braised and then stewed in a dry pot. Otherwise, the snake meat would wake up in summer. Yes, yes. Yesterday Tao Hong and Qingsong went over and said that they brought medicine. Everyone was not worried. Princess Yongmu talked about happy things. She had forgotten that she wanted to eat snake meat. She was happy when she saw Li Yi. I also made braised lamb chops. You can ask someone to send some to your mother. I used a pressure cooker to make it. The lamb chops are crispy. Li Yi nodded and changed the topic to Princess Yongmu's mother. Okay, my mother will love it. Princess Yongmu sat beside Li Yi and leaned her head on Li Yi's shoulder. Aha! Li Longji strolled over. He really did not go to work. Third brother, is your throat hurting again? I have medicine. Take it and it will be over. Li Yi just put his hand on Princess Yongmu's waist and was shocked. Brother Yi, everything is done. Do you want to eat dried pot for lunch? Li Longji found some fun. Third brother, I think you are very angry recently. Let me make you some dried pot. Li Yi did not find it funny. I am being intimate with Wen Tian. What are you doing? Li Longji was happy. Brother Yi, the new battle report is here. The Anxi provincial governor took the initiative to attack Su Lu's cavalry. They won. Ah! Li Yi was not angry this time. It did not happen in history. The Anxi provincial governor took the initiative to attack. They threw out the rest of the explosives and took down 6 cities. They are looting. Li Longji did not have any good judgment. Chapter 1091. The Anxi provincial governor was afraid that Su Lu would find a chance to attack due to the lack of soldiers. Hence, he took the initiative to attack. Li thought for a while and guessed the reason. In the early stages of the Kaiyuan era, the Tang dynasty lacked logistics. As long as there was enough food, the generals would be stronger than the last. Seeing the autumn harvest, the Anxi soldiers finished fighting. Su Lu promised to be honest, but he did not know that Anxi had used up all the explosives. After Anxi finished fighting and looting, they came back with a big harvest. We need to give out many officers. Li Longji's other reaction to the soldiers' victory was to spend money. The lowest rank of officer was rank 7. They had no real power and were given a salary based on their rank. When there was no salary, they would give out a few mu of land or dozens of mu of land. When there was no more land to give, many people would bring along officers, and things would become troublesome. Our Tang dynasty is rich, so it doesn't matter if we give them a salary. Once we occupy more land and use it to earn money, our revenue will continue to increase. Li Yi did not mention to seal off the land. The soldiers would fight in the future, not farm. In the political affairs hall, the emperor did not have morning court today, so Song Jing was in a bad state. Privately sending troops and taking 6 cities. When will they send troops to Chang'an? Song Jing was most against the generals fighting blindly. This was the reason why he suppressed Hao Lingquan. Unfortunately, his words were useless now. After defeating Su Lu does not dare to send troops this year. He can only fight the Turks and Abbasid Caliphate to make up for his losses. Su Yi, the Minister of War, did not think much of it. As long as they won, everything was fine. Using explosives to bully people, what kind of ability is that? If we fight, we will naturally win. Song Jing grumbled. Bai Gu smiled and did not say anything. He wanted to say that he would give you a bag of explosives to use. Xiao Yi said that she wants to build a railway and told me not to spend too much money. 30 million is not much. Bai Gu was worried about the logistical problems of the Anxi provincial governor. From the looks of it, there was no need to give them anything. It was estimated that there were a large number of sheep and horses. The so-called 6 cities in a row were small city walls. The walls were less than 10 feet high and were very thin. A pack of explosives would definitely create a large hole in a section of the wall. When it was the outer city wall of Chang'an, there was no reaction when an explosive pack was dropped. Chang'an city was 13 feet and 4 feet high, with a width of 30 to 35 feet at the top and 40 to 50 feet at the bottom. Even if it was the thinnest layer, it would still be 9 meters thick. How could they blow it up with explosives? However, it was useless even if the city walls were thick. They would still be occupied, and the country would still be destroyed. If 30 million troops were used to attack Tubo, would they be able to destroy Tubo? Sui thought that the railway would cost a lot of money, but he did not think it was worth it. Spending 10 million to build the railway and the locomotive would cost money to maintain it, but would the train not cost money to move? How many years would it take to earn back the money spent? Sui did not know that once Li Yi built the railway from Chang'an until Luoyang, there would be no problem of recovering the cost after the train started operating. The money earned would be used to maintain the existing railway and the rest would be used to build and pave the railway. Li Yi would build the railway from Luoyang to Haizhou, which was Lianyungang, because it was close. Once the railway from Haizhou to Chang'an, the railway would start to make a lot of money. The sea transport would directly go to Haizhou for loading and unloading before going to Luoyang and Chang'an, the 2 important places of the Tang dynasty. On the Grand Canal, docks for loading and unloading would also be built there. The docks would follow the water down or up from below. Sui did not know how big the profits would be. The profits would be used to pave roads and repair bridges, and at the same time, increase taxes. The railway's profits could not be seen, but there would be some financial support. At noon, Li family Zhuangzi ate snake meat. Li Longji and his family. Princess Yongmu ate the meat on the plate with a happy expression. She did not care about what she ate. She felt that she was the happiest when she could eat the braised snake meat that she said she wanted to eat last night. Brother Yi, is the imperial court going to take out the 10 million yuan to build the railway now? Li Longji did not go to the imperial court and decided to ask about something serious. Isn't this equivalent to going to the imperial court? I am asking about politics and have not rested. Li Yi swallowed the rice in his mouth. It's still early. There is good steel, and I also have the technology. I am preparing to build the steam engine ship and the locomotive at the same time. This year is too tiring. If there is no other way, set aside next year's budget. You can print more coupons and make up for it when the time comes. Li Longji thought of a way to reduce the deficit. Any normal person would have such an idea. Li Yi smiled, no need. 10 million yuan is not much money. Iron mining, including transportation, is a labor cost. Coal mining, coal washing, transportation, and labor, no one can take profits from it. I will build a few more furnaces and ask the winged knights to help. They will directly produce the steel and cast the railway. Li Yi estimated that the cost of 1 li was about 2,000 yuan. He could not make the railway, so he could only cast it. He first made a mold, poured the molten steel into it, and broke the mold after it cooled. 1 li cost 2 million yuan, but this money was not thrown away. The money earned from the labor work had to be spent. If the winged knights did not want money, the cost would be even lower. The cost included cement and wooden pillows, crushed stones, and so on. It took a lot of effort to cut down a large piece of wood. It also took a lot of effort to soak asphalt and make cement. 10 million yuan was enough to build 5,000 li. That was 10 billion yuan. The purchasing power was frightening. In fact, it was not. There was a need to divide the tracks and move the switches. Trains traveling in opposite directions would be divided into 2 tracks at a certain section. The trains would cross each other, and there would be a switch at both ends, and it would become a single track again. The timing had to be calculated, or they would collide. As for the dual tracks, there would not be so many trains, and it was not worth it. If there was a need for economic development in the future, there would be additional trains. Including the locomotive and carriages, 10 million yuan was enough to build the railway from Chang'an to Haizhou, including the railway bridges on the rivers. Li Longji listened to Li Yi's calculations and was relieved. The cost was within the acceptable range. 10 million yuan seemed to be quite good. He had forgotten that the Tang dynasty's total revenue was a few million yuan a few years ago. The money and things were enough to maintain the Tang dynasty's expenses, including the war. Now, 10 million yuan was only enough to build a road from Chang'an to Haizhou. After the road is repaired, if you want to eat seafood, let the train run a special line. It can travel about 120 to 30 li every 2 hours. At this speed, it will take less than 40 hours to travel from Haizhou to Chang'an. If there are stations, the train will start, brake, wait for loading and unloading, start again, brake again, and the speed will be slow. Li Yi was talking about the type of train that stops and waits. In the past, the real speed of the train was not slow. As long as the train did not stop in the middle and kept running, the speed would increase. After stopping once, the inertia would be gone, and the train would start again. The train would slowly speed up, drive for dozens of li, and stop again. Every time the train stopped and started, it would consume a lot of fuel, and it would wear and tear the train. Chapter 1092. What's so good about a train? Is it worth 10 million yuan? Li Tan was young, but he was willing to know more. I made a machine that goes from Chang'an to Luoyang to load goods. It doesn't stop midway and takes 12 hours to reach the destination. Li Yi introduced the train to Li Tan. He told Li Tan that a train had 12 carriages and each carriage could carry 150 shur of goods. One trip would cost 1,800 shur and take 12 hours. It would take a few hours to load goods from Luoyang and another 12 hours to run back to Chang'an. No, the empty carriages would be loaded first. The front of the train would be changed and then they would turn around and return. They would need to replenish coal and water. According to the current price of coal and water, as well as maintenance costs and manpower costs, one trip would cost less than 2 shur. The loading and unloading of goods would cost extra. Li Yi's train at that time was more economical. The equipment was also more advanced and the cost was lower. It was much better than the steam engine. The price of transporting 100 tons of goods depended on the type of goods. The price of different goods varied from a few cents to a few cents per kilometer. A normal 100 kilometers would cost more than 300 yuan. This included profits and various expenses, such as depreciation and construction costs. The car that Li Yi built, including its own weight, weighed more than 200 tons. Labor and coal were cheaper. After conversion, the approximate cost was about 2 shi for one trip. 1 shi at that time was not equal to 1 shi now. People in the Tang dynasty's capital office could earn 30 shi a day. They were considered high-income people. 1,800 shi of goods, plus the loading and unloading fees, from Chang'an to Luoyang would cost an additional 300 shi. A shi of 120 jin, a gunny sack. 1,800 gunny sacks would cost 150 shi to load the carriage. How many things did the dockworkers carry in a day? How much did they earn? Li Tan's mouth opened slightly. He could not believe that 2 shi of money could deliver 1,800 shi of goods in 12 hours. How much would it cost to travel on a horse carriage for 1,800 shi of goods? Li Tan was not clear about the transportation cost. From Chang'an to Luoyang, a horse carriage needs 5 shi of fodder and water. If it's too heavy, the carriage needs to be sturdy enough. They would walk for 4 days and rest in between. 2 horses and 5 stones, 2 days of travel with rest in between. Currently, transporting military goods from Luoyang to Chang'an requires 2 horses. When we arrive at our destination, there is a relay station that will change the horses. Li Longji was aware of the situation. 2 horses and 5 pickles worth of goods were transported to Chang'an in 1 day and 1 night. It wasn't that they changed every 10 kilometers. With the speedway, it was easy to run, but they changed every 20 to 30 kilometers. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. The horses they exchanged were rented. Otherwise, how could they exchange their own horses? If the horse was too slow, there would be a fast carriage behind it, and the slow carriage would have to go to the nearest place on the main road to make way for it. There was one every 300 meters, waiting for the express train to pass by before returning. Why don't you take the main road instead of the main one? Li Tan did some calculations and immediately understood how powerful the train was. 2 shovels and 300 coins, the merchant can transport 1,800 dan, the merchant will be happy, right? Li Tan felt that the merchant's life would be better. We will cry like crazy. 2 or 300 coins is the cost of our delivery, not the merchant. Was the railway not money? Was the train not money? From Chang'an to Luoyang, it has to stop 3 times. One is to make it convenient for the locals to carry goods and ride, and the other is to add coal and water. We can't travel 800 li in one go. 200 li in one go, the coal and water are almost used up, we can't carry too much weight. In this way, we can also hang a few more passenger carriages and buy tickets to ride, just like the city's public buses. Li shook his head. 2 shovels and 1 train, what kind of joke was that? 1 trip would cost at least 50 shovels. If it was too expensive, they could use a carriage to transport it. The speedway didn't charge them. How much would it cost to transport 1,800 dan of goods from Luoyang to Chang'an by carriage? Yes, there were boats. When the Yellow River was not dry or frozen, they could use boats to transport it slowly. From Luoyang to Chang'an, they had to go against the current. They could bargain with the people driving the boats. When they reached 49 shovels, they would be 1 shovel cheaper. Thinking of the water transport, Li Yi muttered, how much would it cost to transport 2,000 dan of goods from Luoyang to Chang'an? Princess Yongmu said, I know. For 60 shovels, you need a tracker, a sail, and an oar. It's cheaper to go back. When you go back, you can just give them 20 shovels. So expensive? Li Yi did some calculations. It cost 60,000 to transport 2,000 dan of goods. 1 dan of goods added 30 shovels. At this moment, Li Dan interjected, if the transportation is cheap, why did the previous emperors run to Luoyang to eat? To put it nicely, they were lucky to go to Luoyang, but in reality, they couldn't eat. Then our train will travel 70 shovels from Luoyang to Chang'an, and 25 shovels from Chang'an to Luoyang. This will give the shipping industry a way to survive. Li Yi adjusted the price again. 1 trip and 1 return would earn him 90 shovels. 3 trips in 2 days would earn him 130 shovels a day. Including the passenger transport, he could earn 50,000 shovels a year, 1 locomotive for each year. The railway was built to Lianyungang, and the sea was connected. With 100 locomotives, he could earn 5 million shovels a year, and he could earn back his capital in 2 years. Li Yi calculated. He calculated that the load would be full and that he could have goods at any time. In reality, it was impossible. From Chang'an to Luoyang or Haizhou, would there be so many goods to transport? Would there be so many people riding? It was also impossible to transport 540,000 shovels of goods from Luoyang to Chang'an every 2 days. The key was, what were they transporting? Stones? If they were transporting coal and iron, they would be transporting for the imperial court. If they collected 70 shovels from Baigu, would Baigu give them to them? He would not even give them 70 shovels. Li checked the information and found the first railway. It was said that there were 160,000 passengers a year, and it was only a distance of 30 miles. The upper seat was worth 500 coins, the middle seat was worth 250 coins, and the lower seat was worth 120 coins. Calculating how much the passenger transport industry earned in a year, the Rising Sun City only invested more than 200,000 taels of silver. Then the Qing government saw that it was not good and suffered a loss. If they did this, the Rising Sun City would earn back their capital in a few years. The government came forward and finally bought it back for less than 290,000 taels of silver. After buying it back, the Qing government did not operate it and dismantled it. AI. Li Yi suddenly sighed. He really did not know what to say. Li Lang, what's wrong? Princess Yongmu saw Li Yi's sad and indignant face and quickly asked. It's nothing. I just remembered a story, a very sad story. I will first build the steam engine for the ship and ask the winged knights to help me build the rails. Fortunately, there is the Yellow River. Otherwise, the steam engine will not be easy to transport. It will be inconvenient for both the scattered and the whole thing. Let the warships come directly for modification. Even if they are dragged all the way back, it will be better than sending them for modification. I can't go there. Li Yi threw the Qing government out of his mind. He did not want to think about it. There would be no more Qing government. He had to speed up the construction of things and concentrate his strength. The sooner the railway was paved and the sooner the train was opened, the more money he could earn to continue building the railway. If he did not build it, he would never have it. If he built it, he would build thousands of miles of railway every year. In a few years, he would build the railway to an important position. With the improvement of technology, he would come up with a better steam engine. He would build one along the canal and make a turn to Guangzhou. It would be cheaper for people to ride and strengthen the flow and material transportation. In any case, the iron ore, copper, and coal mines were taken out by him. They belonged to the state. There was no external pressure, so there was no need to exchange foreign exchange. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.